friends, welcome to the Sunday stream. I hope you're doing well. I am extra comfy for today's Sunday stream and rocking my new PJ pants that I got for Christmas this year. They are Pikachu. I thought they were extra cute, but that's what I'm wearing today. Welcome. Hi, everyone. You love them. Thank you, Esteban. Mr. Yasman, I'm doing well. How are you? Sweet Bry and Pierre the Gamer, thank you for the resubs. Welcome back. Are they Paul World pants? But they are definitely Pokemon pants. But I see what you did there. Hi, Carmelita. Hi, everybody. I'm still enjoying my coffee and waking up for the morning. So grab yourself a coffee or a tea or whatever time it is for you and whatever your particular indulgence is. And relax and chill out a little. Rachel, good morning to you. Dante, why is your chat broken? Is my coffee flavored? Yes. I don't know what kind of flavor because my wonderful husband made me my coffee this morning. But I think we have brown sugar oat milk creamer that goes in it. And then I think it was like caramel vanilla coffee or something like that. Just right out the pot as well. Rachel says the treatment spots are looking great, by the way, healing so well. I have makeup on them today. So here, I'll show you for those of you that are following this journey. I have makeup on them today. So you can still see them underneath the makeup for sure. They're still a little like bruised and dark. But at least I'm to the point now where I can put makeup on them and cover them up and it's okay. So even if they look bruised and dark like this for like the next week, I can still do my hosting jobs, which is what I was most concerned about, honestly. Like, can I work is my biggest thing. Because if I can't work, that's a problem. But I can still work, which is great because I have a big stream coming up on Wednesday for Samsung because the new S24, S24 Plus, and S24 Ultra are officially launching on Wednesday. And so I'm hosting a big stream with my good buddy Albert on Amazon to go over some of the new features of the phone and stuff like that live. So I'm working on Wednesday. And then Friday morning, I'm doing a best deals of the week stream for Amazon. And so those are my two, I think those are my two biggest hosting jobs this week. And of course, I have a lot of stuff that I want to film that are like just new review products and stuff I've gotten in-house that I want to make content on, but I don't want to make content while my face has bruises all over it. So I'm glad that I'm to the point now where I can cover it up at least to some degree. But I'm hopeful that in the next couple days, the bruised spots will fall off like they're supposed to. Although I talked to someone yesterday at a birthday party that works in that field, like works in skincare and dermatology. And they were like, yeah, it's still going to be a while. He was like, if they told you it only takes a few days, they lied. So I was like, okay, great. Hopefully Samsung will give me an S24 Ultra. They never do, Corgi. They never do. They always make me send those review units back. So it is what it is. I get to play with the new tech so I can talk about it in an educated way, but then I have to send it back. Sherlos5150, welcome back. Bye, Al. Have a good day at work. Tank Shade X, you have some bruises too. What are your bruises from? Did you also go to the dermatologist and they messed up your skin for a little bit? Messed up your skin in order to make your skin better. I didn't know this at the time, but yesterday I was doing some reading and apparently the laser that they used on my face is the same type of laser that they use to get rid of people's tattoos. So if you had like, I don't know, a tattoo on your arm, that's the same laser they would use for that. And it would bruise in the same way that mine are. And then the bruises would turn into like scabs and just fall off and you'd have no tattoo anymore. So it's pretty intense. Paladin, it was mildly painful. I don't know. I think I have a pretty high pain tolerance based on what the nurse told me when I delivered Logan. But they did when I went in to do it and she started doing the laser on my face. She was like, how was that? And I was like, oh, that's fine. I can handle that. And she was like, great. Then I'm going to turn it up. But even once she turned it up, it was like, I don't know, it stung, but it was not terrible. If you had, Rachel says that sounds so painful. If anyone has ever had laser hair removal or laser hair reduction done, it hurts less than that. In my opinion. It hurts less than that. My face said, I think I will keep my tattoo. I had the ring tattoo. Was it better or worse? About the same as getting the ring tattoo. Like pain-wise, about the same. Yeah, old school gamer, I went to the dermatologist. Exactly. I went to the dermatologist and I was like, hey, what can I do about like some of these like acne spots that never went away and some of the sunspots that are coming out of my face? And they were like, oh, we can zap them off for you. No big deal. And I'm like, great, let's do that. No big deal. And now I'm going on day 5 with like really dark bruises on my face. So I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, Tang Shade X, you have a psoriasis outbreak. I have a really good friend who I've worked on camera with a lot. I will not say this because it's his business and I don't know if he talks about it publicly, but a really good friend who works on camera who gets psoriasis on his face. And I know he did actually find something that he felt really helped with it, and I don't remember what it was. But better now, for sure. Sudix gift, welcome back. Rob says it's barely noticeable. Thank you. I have makeup on today. On Wednesday and Thursday, because it was so fresh, I didn't want to put makeup on it. But now that we're going on day 5, they did say it was okay to put makeup on it. So I just have like cover up on it. But you can still see it. Right? Like you can still see the dark spots if I'm up close. Especially over here. You can see them on this side. This is the darkest one, I think. But it's okay. Oh, Nazo says I've been seeing you on my YouTube ads recently. Was it the show I do for Kingston that you've been seeing on the YouTube ads? Was it DIY in 5? I know sometimes Kingston runs ad campaigns on that show. But that should be the only thing that I know. Snack Pack. Snack Pack, I would love to one-on-one Discord chat with you, friend. I had brunch with Lisa Foyles when I was in Vegas for CES, and we were talking about how lovely you are. Yep, it was DIY in 5. Yeah, sometimes Kingston runs ads on stuff. And it's always funny to see people's reactions to it. Because sometimes they're like, oh, Trisha, I saw you. But then, like, I think one of the episodes, they ran, like, a Twitter ad on recently. And people were like, I'm not buying anything from anyone that runs ads on Twitter. Or, like, I'm not buying your product. And maybe they were talking about like Kingston products, but the video that they were advertising, I was just talking about my Asus ROG Ally. And I was like, I'm not trying to sell the Ally. Maybe I took what they meant wrong. It's always hard to tell in text and online conversations. But I was like, do you think I'm trying to sell you the Ally? I'm just telling you information about the Ally. I don't care if you buy it. Kingston doesn't care if you buy it. They don't make it. We were just trying to make educational content for people to enjoy for free. But, like, fine, get your panties in a bunch, I guess. I don't know. People on the internet are wild. They are wild. Snack Pack, she told you. That's lovely. I love that. Right back at you, friend. Good people know good people. That's why I love this community so much. I feel like the people that are in the Dragon Rider community and have been for a while, and, like, it's funny to say, but like I've grown up with a lot of you just the same way you've grown up with me, like the people that have been here for a very long time. And so it's, I'm like, no, I know that there are certain corners of the internet, like I said, that just get angry all the time that I don't want to be near. But the Dragon Rider community is the community I always want to be near. So thank you all for being lovely. It was not an Abmaster ad. No. Paladin says, speaking of Discord chats, if we've had a chat together in the past, are we unable to do another one? No, you can do them as often as you want. There are some people I talk to almost monthly to gather up their points. I've thought about doing, January is the time that I like revamp and really look at things and think like, what can I do better this year or different this year? And I was trying to think like, what can bring more value to this community, especially for subscribers. And so I thought maybe it would be fun to do like in the sub hangout channel of the Discord, like a monthly hangout or something like that. I don't know if that's something people would like, but that way if you can't save up all your dragon scales for one-on-one hangouts. Maybe we could just do like a monthly scheduled sub hangout or something like that in Discord. I don't like the idea of sub-only streams on Twitch because I don't like the idea of like taking content away from people if you're not able to sub. Like that feels weird to me. But I do like adding more things than I typically do. Rachel, I do have a lot of rewards here on Twitch and mostly through my channel points because I don't do Patreon. I've never done a Patreon. And that's because I'm very lucky to make my income to support my family from my on-camera hosting work. And so a lot of the rewards that people typically offer on a Patreon or something like that, I just do through channel points. Because if you're going to hang out with me, if you're investing that much time in my content, I should feel like I should invest my time right back in you, That's how I always think about it. A monthly hangout would be cool. Okay, great. Yay. I'm going to put that on I'm also using as part of my, Trisha revamp for 2024. I'm using a new to-do list app. And I went through a couple of them this year before I was like, ooh, no, I don't like that. But I'm going to add it in right now, so I remember to do that. Monthly sub Discord hang. So I remember to set that up. STS says, it's so funny how content creators started off not monetizing their work, and now the name of the game is making a livable profit. I think it's because so many people initially started on one platform, and when you're younger and you have more time that is just time for yourself, you can choose to dedicate some of that time to one platform. But as the creator economy and being a creator for a living grew, and now there's multiple platforms to keep up with. And as people got older and realized crap, healthcare is expensive and mortgages and feeding and childcare and all of that's really expensive, people realized I can't dedicate the same amount of time to making content just as a side thing that I used to do for fun. I can't really do that anymore. So your choices are either give up making content altogether or figure out a way to monetize your content so that you can offset some of your day job and use that time so you're still only working 40 to 50 hours a week, ideally. But that's why you see so many creators talk about burnout and work-life balance problems, because especially in the beginning, a lot of people are working their full-time day job and then trying to do content creation on the side, and they end up working 60 plus hours a week for too long, and it's just not sustainable. And then especially once you have a family and kids and all that kind of stuff, it's not sustainable to keep up with, and unless you can start offsetting your income with it. It gets really tricky. Rachel says also creators were really well rewarded in the early YouTube days. That is so true. Then the companies realized that money was going to others, and it got a lot trickier to navigate. Yeah, when I started doing the Naked Truth vlogs on my personal channel, I think I would get something like when I first started, it was I would get 200,000 views a month, right? Which is pretty good for a startup channel. I was really excited about it. And I could make off of that, somewhere close to, it worked out some months to be somewhere close to $2,000 a month off of 200,000 views a month, which is livable and exciting and makes you still want to create. And now I will tell you, 200,000 views a month on YouTube now maybe gets me $20, maybe, in AdSense revenue. So that's a huge reason, Rachel. Way to bring that up. I didn't even think to mention that. Now it's okay, are you selling merch? Are you starting a Patreon? Are you crowdfunding? Are you doing channel memberships? Are you what are you doing now to monetize? Because a huge drop, STS. Yeah, way different. Irdle says, yeah, it explains a lot about YouTube. Yeah, a really intense drop. So now, the channels that are doing well in AdSense alone, both on Twitch and YouTube, are the channels that are, in the top 0.01% of channels. Like, you're talking millions of subscribers and millions of views.
You have returned.
What is my favorite Naked Truth? That's not terrible to ask. Naked Truth, for those of you who started following me more recently, it's funny because when, like, the topless meta started on Twitch, I was like, I kind of did it first, although mine was not, like, sexy like the Twitch one is. But it made me laugh because I was like, I started that so many years ago. Ha 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 ha. But I used to do, and it was very cathartic for me at the time, because when I started on YouTube, I got a lot of feedback from people that were in charge of the jobs I would get hired for, that I couldn't dress in a feminine way, that I couldn't wear pink, that I couldn't, like, I had to look like a tomboy, or like I had to have like an alt edgy look for people to believe that I knew anything about tech and video games. And that sucked. I was like, why can't I just be me and like the things I like? But Hollywood gonna Hollywood. And they were like, yeah, no, you're not the right type. You can't wear a dress and talk about video games. You need to wear like a men's graphic tee that we're going to like cut up and tie on the side so it's still hot. And that's the only way people will believe you know anything about video games. So again, this was a long, long time ago. Definitely gotten better since, thank goodness. But I was so upset by constantly hearing that feedback that I started a series called The Naked Truth. It was only ever filmed from here up. So it was not meant to be sexy. Like, I could have, and I didn't wear makeup, and I did it fresh out of the shower, so my hair was a mess. Like, it was intentionally pimples out, no editing. This is just me and who I am today. And some days that's cuter than others. But I was like, this is just me and who I am. And guess what? I like the things I like. And I'm not having makeup or clothes or jewelry put on me to look a certain way or put off a certain aesthetic that's going to make people think I'm this type of person versus this type of person. Like, I was like, I am definitely just a human that likes and is interested in this stuff. And so that's what that series was for me. And I talked about, gosh, all different types of topics. I let people suggest topics and we talked about all of them, from like all the things you're not supposed to talk about too, like religion to politics to story time, like, you know, my first kiss and like stuff like that. Like, I talked about all that stuff. It was also great for me to make that series because at the time that I was at SourceFed, I had exclusivity where I couldn't talk about anything on my own personal channel that we covered on SourceFed. So I couldn't talk about tech, I couldn't talk about games, I couldn't talk about comic books, I couldn't talk about any of that on my personal channel. I talked about aliens. So there was a lot I couldn't talk about on my personal channel, but I was like, you know what I can do? I can just be me as a normal human. So that's what my YouTube channel really became and really started as. Ricky and Opluisia, welcome back, everybody. DM Dutro, welcome back as well. Thank you all for the resubs. I don't know if I did one on cars, Chris the Brit. I don't remember if we did. We did so many episodes. But yeah, there were so many episodes, but I couldn't cover the stuff that I covered on SourceFed. So it was weird. So now, like, my personal YouTube channel, once it went away from being like, I'm just talking about random life stuff, to I'm not at SourceFed anymore. I'm finally free to talk about tech and video games and nerdy stuff and like stuff I really like. I feel like a lot of the audience that was on my personal YouTube channel was like, whoa, what is happening? Like, maybe some of those people weren't so into the nerdy stuff that I was into. They just like talking about life stuff. So it was a bit of a change. And as we know online, not only do people not like change, but platforms really don't like change. So YouTube was like, what is this channel? And I don't know that I've ever really found the solution or bounced back from that with that personal channel. So now I just have an attitude of, I post what I want to post, and either people will watch it or they won't, and that's fine. But to circle it back to the AdSense conversation, because AdSense pays so little, I don't even think of my YouTube channel as like any viable source of income or anything like that. But I feel for the people who are using it for that, because they really do have to rely on crowdfunding and channel memberships and all those tools, which thankfully YouTube has put into place for people. But for me, that's not what it is. Hey, Zelg! Says, I haven't seen you since SourceFed, and I saw you on Amazon recently. Hi, Trish. Hi. Yeah, so I'm going to be on Amazon again twice this week hosting for them, which is cool. But yeah, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Zeolexo, here I'm going to auto-mod, held your thing, but it was just being, you're good. Zeolexo says, I was mainly curious about your thoughts about it because many people still kind of viewed it as some kind of like sexy thing. No, that's okay. The topic's not really not safe for work at all. It was shoulders. It was shoulders. But yes, some people did really get offended by shoulders. And it's honestly, now if you go to my YouTube channel, all of those videos are unlisted. So if you still have links to old favorite episodes, you can still find them. But like if a brand goes to my YouTube channel now to see what I'm all about, those videos don't show up anymore. And it's for a couple reasons. It's A, because brands really don't understand them, and B, because I don't really need it anymore. Like it was a tool that I used to, like GK Gamer Fan says the topless meta on Twitch was much different than what Trisha was doing. Totally. But also I don't need it as a tool anymore. Like for me, I really needed it to rebel against people trying to put me, like, to label who I was from an appearance standpoint. And I was like, look, if I'm playing a character, yes, totally make me look like whatever you want that character to look like. But if I'm playing me, I didn't really feel comfortable being forced to change who I am outwardly, which was weird. It was very weird. Shoulders, how scandalous. Yeah, it was my venting outlet, exactly, and it was very cathartic for me at the time.
A kind
but it's been a long time since I did it. IRT Man says, so it's been long ago where you challenged Ross to whom first would learn to do the splits. Who won? Did you learn it? Yes, I followed you that long. I totally forgot about that. That's how long ago that was until you just said it. I don't think Ross nor I ever learned how to do the splits. I don't think either of us did it. So funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Thank you for that memory. I missed that memory. I honestly, as much of the work that I'm lucky to be able to do for my home studio now, I do miss being on set with friends. And that's why on the days I do get to go on set, I really value them. So even though I'm always bummed on the days I have to go on set somewhere else that I don't get to stream, it's always nice to hang out with other creatives. It's really, really fun. Ross Everett is who we were referring to. I know, the Ross date your baby joke is weird now that I actually have a kid. Stoner, the stream's been great. Welcome, welcome. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, right? And so what I did with the Naked Truth then is because the shoulders aspect of it made so many people uncomfortable, I made it a podcast for a little bit, but I had done so many episodes of it that I was like, what topics have I not talked about? So the podcast was 7 years later. This is how long this has been going on. Revisiting the topics from 7 years ago, now later in a podcast format. And I did that for a while. That was a nice thing to do through pandemic, which is mostly when I did that. But I didn't really feel like it was picking up a lot of steam in terms of viewership. And it did take quite a bit of time. That I thought was probably better from an ROI standpoint to reinvest back into my son as opposed to reinventing the Naked Truth. Because even if like I was going to start doing publicity appearances to promote the Naked Truth podcast, people would be confused. Like people were like, but don't you do tech and gaming? And I was like, yes, and this is something entirely not that. So it was very... Sadly, it didn't make as much sense for the direction that my career has gone since then, but it was a very useful tool at the moment for me to kind of grow up into who I became, if that makes sense. Joker Joe, I think I've talked about this before, but I lost 2 really big brand deals because people were offended by shoulders. And even though I tried to say, like, have you ever watched one of the episodes? Like, it's the most wholesome, squishy, believe in yourself, you're good enough just as you are kind of messaging. They didn't care. And one of those deals would have been very profitable. And I was really mad. So it wasn't specifically because I lost 2 of those deals to it, but I think I lost 2 deals in the same year. And then as I was leaning harder into tech and gaming, it was kind of the same thing of like, is this really serving the direction that I want to take my brand? Not really. But like I said, at the time that I couldn't talk about tech or gaming, it made a lot of sense. And at the time that I really needed a way to fight back in my own way against the typifying of myself. Like, again, like if you're going to cast me as a character, sure, put a Hollywood type on that character. Like, that's your prerogative as the director or producer. But if I'm being me as Trisha Hershberger, I don't want to like lie to people about who I am. It was just weird. Joker Joe says, I was just going to say it was like the most G-rated just chatting type thing. It really was. Yeah, maybe PG sometimes when I told like past dating stories and stuff like that. But yes, it was very wholesome and squishy. A dude on wheels says, you're not bad. You're just drawn that way. Honestly, you know, I keep my girl Jessica in the background all the time for that reminder. But that was the thing. I was like, you know, if you're watching, how many of those brands that got upset, if they were watching a dude's shoulders, not a problem. But a lady's shoulders with the word naked in the title, ooh, very scandalous. Very scandalous. Shoulders, very scandalous. Yeah. I think I told you guys the story. I had that happen with a company that they had like a guy do a sponsored post in a swimsuit, like a dude's swimsuit, so like shorts, using their product, no problem. But me in a one piece, problem. Even though I was like, guy, full on no shirt, nips out, fine. Me in a one piece, not okay. I was like, ooh. I was like, you know what? You're the client. You make the decisions. I will be professional about it. But wow, does this feel like you're judging me for who I am and how I was born and my body type. And that feels real shitty. I said a bad word, but I meant it. I save my bad words for like when they're really meant. And that was it. But yeah, and it wasn't even like a sexy one piece, y'all. It was like a very modest, normal one piece swimsuit. Not like high cut on the sides, not low cut in the front. Like a very average women's one piece. But I was like, what would you like me to wear in the water? Scuba gear? A whole like wetsuit, maybe? At least you didn't show knee. I guess they don't go to the beach. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just a very plain one piece. No even like ruching up the sides, nothing. Whatever. People have their own hangups and it's fine. It's fine. I just was like, noted, don't work with that brand again. And I've had other conversations with other women in the same space that I have politely warned them to maybe keep their distance from that brand because they have weird views on women. And they were like, good to know. And some of them were like, actually, I already knew that, and here's a story of my own. And I was like, noted. Not just me. No wetsuits. Those are too sexy, says Lurka. Aw, Rachel, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. We're just chatting. Good job for the heads up. Yeah, you know what? I've been so lucky to find other creators in the space that are just very honest and very real with our conversations with each other about like, hey, just so you know, like a lot of times I don't like to ever say anything publicly because I don't think that it's very professional to like go out on Twitter and blast a brand for a negative experience you'd had, because it might just be one employee from that brand. It might, or like one employee from an agency working with that brand. I don't need to put the whole brand on blast, but I will say to other creator friends, like, hey, if you work with such and such, be forewarned. This was my experience. Have that in the back of your head going in if you decide to engage with them. And I've had a lot of other creators that are very real about that with each other. And that's been very helpful. And from everything, from things like the experience I just talked about to, hey, I worked with this brand and they tried not to pay me for a year. Like, so be forewarned. If you work with them, you may need to chase them down after you've done your end of the contract for them to pay. Just be forewarned. And so, you know, then people can take that knowledge with them how they like. Maybe they'll choose not to work with that particular brand or agency, or maybe they'll choose to do that but then knowing they're probably going to have to get their legal team to chase down that company to get paid. And that's all part of running your business as a creator, which, to loop it back around to the beginning of this conversation, it's really why you see creators monetize in so many different ways now, because the industry really has matured, and you may need things like hiring legal to negotiate your end of a contract, or to chase down a payment that you were never paid on, or a whole myriad of different things. Or now a lot of creators have to set themselves up as a business for liability reasons, because if you're hiring people on set, say you need a camera crew or something like that on set, and someone gets hurt on set, so that they don't sue you personally, it's better for you to have a production company or business to pay them out of. Like, as the industry has matured, there's been a lot more things that people need. So it's very different from the like kind of lonely girl old school days of the internet, where people were just like, hey, it's just me and I'm turning on a camera and talking, and there's nothing else really needed to it. Once other corporations started getting involved, or you were doing higher scale productions where you're hiring people and that kind of stuff, all of a sudden it becomes a lot more expensive. I get a call every year from the company that I have to use for payroll, because I have to payroll myself, asking me if I want workers' comp this year. And I always say, like, nope, I don't need workers' comp because I'm my only employee and I'm not going to sue myself. But thank you for offering. But if I did have more employees, I would need to get a workers' compensation policy, and I would need to have an employee handbook and an HR department. And like, all of these things get very expensive very quickly. So when Makeshift Wing says 1 year you should sue yourself just to mess with them. Oh, heck no. Don't mistreat yourself. Zelg says William Haynes made a video about this recently, mainly talking about the direction of YouTube videos nowadays. I will have to look for it. I love Will. I haven't talked to him in way too long. But he's such a sweet dear. But yeah, he saw the whole evolution of YouTube into a business as well. And so I've had the fortune of being able to see it like way back in the 2011 days, all the way up to where it is now. And while it's cool to have seen the industry grow into what it is today, and honestly, I feel like it's on the cusp of transitioning into whatever it's becoming next as well. It really does, for the creators that are successful as a business and it's like what they do full time, it is not easy. And so when I hear people be like, creator's not a real job, or, you know, like people on the outside looking in, to me, I always just think like, you really, like, your ignorance is showing. You really don't know what it entails. Because just like running any other business, it is really difficult and there's a lot to it. And I have mad respect for my friends that have done it, and especially have done it at scale where they have a team in place. Like, they're in charge of employees and making sure not only they can afford their employees' salaries, but their employees' health care. And a lot of them have 401k and like pension plans in place for their employees. Like, anyone that looks at that and thinks that those people have it easy, I'm like, you're wild. That's like Linus Tech Tips got huge. And then there's everything that comes with being a huge corporation. And, you know, as we've seen in some of the recent scandals with some of the bigger networks, being held to certain standards and accountability and stuff like that becomes kind of messy. Zelg says, hey, I saw you on Front Page, FYI. Yay! Anyone that's here from Front Page, by the way, welcome. And huge shout out and thank you to the Twitch Women's Guild for giving me and our channel the opportunity to be featured on the front page off and on this month. January is coming to an end, but it's been a wonderful January, and we've really found some new community members that have stumbled by from that, which is great. IRT Man says, what type of tech are you keeping a special eye on that really piques your interest? Something new that's not that well known. I talked about this after CES, but CES was the first time I had a chance to see the hidden cable connector motherboards in person. And so they're motherboards that all the cable connectors, instead of being around the front on the edges, they're actually on the back of the motherboard. So you need a special case that has the depth for that. But I love seeing those builds, and I love thinking about building with them. I've never built with that kind of motherboard, but I mean, my hands are small, and when I build PCs, I have a hard time getting the cables up and around and in the right spot to plug in the right way, and cable management is my least favorite. And so I love the idea of the back cable connector motherboards, and I hope that instead of becoming proprietary, which is kind of where it is now, every company is making their own version of it and their own case that goes with it. Asus is even making their own GPUs that go with that style of build. I hope that it becomes more of an open adopted standard that a lot of companies are making. But it does seem that everyone's kind of on that train. I think it's very cool. Mainstay J says definitely building with that style next time. And It's Gospels here, first time chatter. Welcome. Welcome to my Twitch channel. Happy to have you here all the way from the SourceFed days. But yes, I would love for my next build to be that kind of build. I'm hoping that it's easier and a cleaner look as much as I think it's going to be. We'll see if it actually is when I build with it. And Lucas, you got a new chair. Congratulations. You went with the Branch ergonomic chair. I talked with people with a Herman Miller and reviews were very mixed. The Branch was only $300 and it's amazing. I love that for you. Lucas, if you don't mind, ping me with a link to it in Discord because I would love to check it out because as we talked about last stream, I am also looking for a new gaming chair. So I would love to take a look at it. And I'm glad you found something you liked. Joker Joe, speaking of PCs, your final upgrade is coming in today. Congratulations. That's exciting. That is exciting. Alberax says, I'd love a plug-and-play computer build. They're not quite that easy, but we're moving in that direction for sure. And yeah, welcome to all the new people who are here. Sundays is my coffee chats day. At least we start off with coffee or tea chats. And I'm still in PJs. I have on Pokemon pajama pants today. But Sundays are like the let's just chill and hang out day. And we usually end up playing a game by about halfway through the stream. But the first half of the day is just chatting and hanging out. Just chatting and hanging out. You've done some very DIY power cable management. Hey, that's where we start, right? That's where we all start. Rachel says, would you be able to do a build with me stream? I know it might be a bit quiet, but at least to show the parts you use. I've actually thought about doing that, Rachel. And if I did it, the only thing that would be tricky is if I did it, and I have done live builds before, not by myself. Usually I've done live builds for brands where like there's a production team taking care of the production while I'm taking care of the build. For me, the only reasons I haven't done it is because I thought, it's because I have friends that are too good at it, honestly. I have friends that have the perfect setup for it where while they're installing things, they have like the perfect zoomed in top down shot so you can really see what they're doing. And I just thought, if I were to do it in this room, for example, like I would wheel in my little table and probably be building on a little table here. And I don't know how well people would be able to see what I was doing. And my top down camera that I have here is just this little one. Like I could switch to this, but my thought is always, I don't know if it would be good enough. Like I don't know if people would. I have friends that do really, really fantastic build videos and streams, and I have a little bit of imposter syndrome when it comes to that. But I could do a build with me stream and just be, anytime I've done any kind of filmed build, I try to be very honest with the fact that JC Greyer, I have makeup on them today. That's why they look better. But I try to be very honest with the fact that, like, unless you're building all the time and you've built with these exact components before, every build is a new adventure. And you might take a wrong turn a couple different ways. You might get to where you think is the end and the PC doesn't post, and that's okay. You might get to installing your all-in-one cooler and realize that the fans you got don't actually fit in your case. And that's okay. Like I said, unless you've built with that exact setup before, you might have to drill new screw holes in your case to fit the components you got. You don't know. It's always an adventure. And so I have friends that like do builds 3, 4, 5 times a week that they've probably now worked with almost every type of component out there, that for them, it's very autopilot and they can just build and know it's going to be perfect pretty much every time. But for me, I only do builds for myself. I don't build for other people generally. I only do builds for myself, and I upgrade my PCs. Like, this one was originally built in 2019, and I've just done upgrades to it ever since. So the last time I've done a full start to finish build for myself was 2019. I did do a full start to finish build for Crown Channel, RIP Crown Channel, last year. So the last time I did a build was last year, but I didn't pick out those components. They did. Let's see. Jezebel, hello. Thank you for being here today and giving my stream a shot. I appreciate you. Jezebel says, what's your channel about? Love your necklace. Guessing you're a fan. I am, and I wear this necklace almost every day. My channel is a variety channel, for sure. I play whatever games I'm excited about, but I pretty much play everything besides... I don't do a lot of fighting games. I don't do a lot of racing games. And I don't do a lot of uber realistic war sims that are like online multiplayer. But I do a lot of action adventure games. I do some strategy games. I like trading card games. I like deck building games. Pretty much every other genre of video game I'll get into. And then some days we just chat, like today. And a lot of times when we chat, we end up talking about tech, because I'm very into tech and gaming hardware in particular. Rachel says, I love how deeply you've thought about it, but I do think at least I would love to watch it even with any disclaimers. Most of us aren't experts. I do have, Rachel, if you're interested, the DIY in 5 series that I've hosted for Kingston Technology for years now. We actually have 2 different How to Build a PC series. We did a How to Build a PC series like 5 years ago, and then we did a refresh on it talking about more updated PC building tech last year. So if you're looking for like I'm brand new to PC building and want an introduction, there's like a 4 or 5 episode series on Kingston. Or wrong pin connectors. Yeah, when your whole PC posts and the only thing that's not working is like the USBs on the front of your motherboard, or like the LED push button light, and it's because you know you've got a wrong pin connector somewhere, but do you really want to take it back apart even though it's working? Or are you like, I'll just deal with the LED light not working, it's cool. I mean, I've definitely been in that spot. I get it. Yes, I've played Breath of the Wild. Fantastic game. I'm actually saving. I'm only like 20% of the way through Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm saving it in case the video game voice actors go on strike and every other game is struck, but except for Nintendo, and then I will live my best Nintendo era. Lucas, I'm definitely not a closet Madden fan. You're hilarious. You are hilarious. Oh, It Takes Two is a great game. In fact, my husband and I started playing it and never finished it, so... The next time I can talk him into being on stream, which is very rare. He doesn't like to be on camera or on stream. Next time I can talk him into being on stream with me, maybe we'll continue that. Oh, Tank Shade X, that's a fun fact. Said, for those new to chat here, I was born the same day as Zelda's Japan release. That's cool. That is very, very cool. Frequency Punch says, Trisha, I tried making a Nintendo Nick emote and put it in Discord. In the May section. Awesome, thank you. Let me look at it now. I haven't caught up with the Discord yet this morning. Here we go. Let me look. Emote testers. I see a little dude, but that's not it. Oh, here. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. How funny. I love them. Thank you. We do have more emote slots open on this channel, so that's perfect. Aw, that's awesome. I know. There's so many games. I mean, one of the things that I feel like this community lovingly makes fun of me for, and it is warranted, I've earned this, is that I start a lot of games and don't finish them. That happens a lot. So when I do finish a game, you know that's a game I was really into. Because especially we do, on this channel, I like to do an indie games showcase every Tuesday that will feature between 5 and 7 either brand newly released indie games or alphas or beta builds of indie games. And we play those games. You guys get to vote which indie game is the winner for the week. And then it goes into a roundup that goes on my YouTube channel at the end of the month. But I basically just love supporting indie development and indie games in general. And so every one of those 5 to 7 games, unless it's something that really just feeds my soul, I almost never finish any of those games. Unless it's like a real standout. But then there's a lot of games like Ghost of Tsushima. I never finished. I got too distracted chasing foxes and never finished the game. Something else came out that took my attention away. And that was it. But then there's games like Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West that I'm like, okay, this is getting finished for sure. I'm obsessed. Breath of the Wild. I'm going to finish Alan Wake 2. Control was the game I finished. Faux Bread Mage says, shout out to the gamers that never finish a game. I mean, there's a lot of us with a Steam backlog. There's just, we live in an era where so many fantastic games come out all the time. We're very lucky. And I feel like that's very different from my childhood where I would save up my money for one game and that would be my one game all year. Very, very different. Oh, I'm definitely going to finish Baldur's Gate 3. Most definitely. Forlorn Night, I did have a chance to read up on Paul World, and I don't want to start any drama in chat, but from what I've seen, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, from what I've seen, there seems to be a discourse where some people are saying the artwork is so similar to other games that there's a case to be made that they're using AI-generated art. And then I've also seen other people say there's no proof of AI-generated art, so you can't hold that against them. But I've also seen people say even if it's not AI-generated art, it does look very similar. And are we supporting lack of originality in video games? And then to the converse of that, I saw people saying, yes, but look at all the games that everyone called Breath of the Wild likes after Breath of the Wild came out. And for years, a lot of games have, kind of taken things that they love and are inspired by from other games and use them in new games. And where is the line between imitation's the sincerest form of flattery versus a complete copy paste? And so that's as far as I got on reading up on it. I have not played Paul World, so I don't feel like I'm a good one to have an educated opinion on how similar or dissimilar it is. I have a lot of friends that are apparently enjoying it. And I know a lot of people that are very anti it, and that's fine. And my position is I still have to finish Alan Wake 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 before Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out, so I've got my plate very full as it is. Lucas said it's like Ark meets Pokemon, but with guns. And I've heard that as well. I talked to my friend Felicia yesterday, and she was saying how much she's enjoying it. And she was like, we have a server if you want to play. And I was like, okay, great. I'll keep that in mind. But Lucas brings up a great point and said if Nintendo had a case, they would have shut this down years ago. And that is so true. Nintendo does not mess around when it comes to that stuff. Like, if they should have shut it down, they could have. Dante says it's overrated. I just also don't love survival games with other people. Like, I mean, I ran around and checked out Ark, and I ran around and checked out Rust, just to say that, like, I know what that game is. I've played it for a half a second. But they weren't games that I thought, oh man, I can't wait to come back and play more of this. It didn't grab me. And I love that I have friends that are so into it, because that's why there's different types of games for different types of gamers. Biznooch says Nintendo should just make this game, but better and print money. I mean, they could. I don't think Pokemon which Pokemon's a different corporation than Nintendo, but I don't think Pokemon would ever go the violent route. Just guessing. But Dante said calling it Pokemon is deceiving. It's 90% a survival game. And I've heard that too. But like last time I ran around with Atom Vision in a survival game, things got very chaotic. And I was like, I don't know that I can handle this, y'all. I'm sure it's very funny. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's where I'd want to invest my time. GK says, I think if you love survival games, then it's for you. But if you don't really love Ark or Pokemon, the hype won't make sense. And I get that too. Bad Llama, welcome to the stream. I love your name. I think llamas are very funny for reasons I will never understand, but I think they're great. Distorted, I didn't see that, but I will ask. I will ask Anthony. Anthony's a good soul. So totally changing topics, but the other thing I've been reading up a lot on since our last stream, if you watched last stream, I had a very upsetting game of Baldur's Gate on Thursday. So without saying any spoilers, I got to a part in Baldur's Gate where things went haywire. Generally in D&D, I love when things go haywire in games because I feel like then you have to think up a more creative solution to get you and your party out of it. But things went haywire, and chat was really bummed because chat was like, look, if this is the way it goes for you, you're going to miss out on like 20 to 30% of the game. Like you've just lost all this content and all these quests if this is the way that the game goes for you. And that really shook me because I've been playing Baldur's Gate much like D&D where like whatever happens, we're going to roll with it. We don't reload a save because I didn't get a roll I didn't want. I don't reload a save because combat didn't go my way. Like, unless it's a TPK, there's no need to load a save, is what I was doing. And that's how I was playing it. I was really enjoying the game, and it's great. But then I came to this crossroads on Thursday where I was like, well, wait a second. This is a very involved, long game. I'm already almost 90 hours into it, just barely scratching the surface of Act 2. And I don't know that I'm going to have the luxury of replaying this game, right? Like if I put 300 hours into it on my first playthrough, let's just say, am I going to have another 300 hours to play it again? I don't know. Probably not, realistically. With the rate that really great games are being made, like, probably not. I won't have a chance to replay it. So now I'm stuck between this rock and this hard place of, do I play my game continuing on the path with how everything went down, but maybe lose 30% of the content as a result?
You have returned.
Or do I don't want to call it save scumming because if that's the way you like to play, I feel like that's a derogatory term towards people that play that way, and I don't want to call it that. You play how you want to play. But do I then go against how I want to play the game just like so that I can fully experience the game? And I had a real dilemma in front of me and like a real crisis of choice. And I decided in the moment, like, to save my game at the end of the way it originally finished that moment. So, like, branching timelines in the multiverse. Saved it the way it happened there and reload back before the beginning of the thing that went down, not the way apparently it was supposed to go down. And so I decided to reload. And before I even got to the part that went awry, another thing that was, I guess, integral to a lot of quest lines happened that didn't go my way. And now I'm like, do I have to go back to a previous save again? And at this point, I'm doing exactly what I don't want to do with this game. I'm not trying to get the best outcome all the time. I'm not trying to max it out so I get the very best armor and the very best outcome out of every situation. I don't want to do that. I want to play my story, what my story looks like. but I also don't want my story to be missing a third of the content. That feels like I was cheated out too. And so I was very, very upset at the end of last time's stream, and was very, very sad about it. It's like pulling threads on a wool sweater. Exactly. And everyone gave their lovely opinions, like you are now, about the people that are like, look, there's nothing wrong with reloading a save. It's a video game. And other people that are like, look, if you want to play the game as it lies, then play the game as it lies. STS says I'm totally a paladin. I think I am a real life paladin. Have you seen my t-shirt that just says lawful good on it? It's true. Everyone wants to be chaotic evil. Those are like the cooler characters. But real life, lawful good. There's nothing I can do about it. It's Gospel says in my story we lost Shadow, and maybe next time I won't, but I'm going to do my thing. Yeah, so what I ended up after, because I read a couple articles on it about specifically that moment where my narrative path would have branched. I read a lot of articles on it, and what most people said, if you're only going to play the game once, I would go back and retry that encounter. And if you're going to play the game multiple times, have your first playthrough go the way that my initial thing resolved. And then when you go back, you'll have like 30% more of the game to unlock on your second playthrough, which can be really rewarding too. But since I realistically do only think I'm going to get to play it once, I feel like maybe I should go back and give it another shot. Because people are saying, or the thing that I read that I thought made a lot of sense, and someone had actually said it in chat on Thursday, was that this is a moment, I guess, and I didn't know this going in, but this is apparently a moment in the game that multiple people have taken issue with. Like, people overall agree that Leviathan did an amazing, Larian, not Leviathan, that Larian did an amazing job designing this game, but people had wished that this particular moment had been how the story had been told a little differently to prepare you for that moment, because people felt like you were not equipped with the knowledge you needed to go into that moment the way that it's currently crafted. And I don't want to make excuses. Like, the devs made that moment the way that they made that moment. Like, that's what it is. But I do feel like having a little bit more knowledge would have better prepared me for the outcome that apparently gives you 30% more of the game. Beardtastic says, oh no, the game surprised us. Yes, exactly. Exactly that. Forlorn says the alternate win-lose condition wasn't made very clear. Thank you. That's a great non-spoilery way to say it. Exactly. Like, I thought on Thursday, I was winning that battle. I had no idea that I was not winning that battle because of what the win-lose condition was. And I didn't really know. However, to be fair, there was at least one moment that I thought of in the dialogue that they definitely said that something was very important, and I just kind of glossed over it, and that's on me. Right? Sometimes the DM surprises you. Exactly. The actual playing the game is part of the emotional gameplay. It's true. It's true. Sometimes when you win, you lose, and vice versa. And Boyce brings up a great point. It says, like in actual D&D, how do you define a true win-lose condition? Even a defeat can be turned around. So, yeah, so I think for the purposes of trying to experience as much of the game as possible in my first playthrough, I think the conclusion I've come to for me is, knowing what the win-lose condition is, I may give myself one more try to attempt to, knowing the win-lose condition, to see how that battle goes. And then I'm going to save as soon as that resolves too, so that if I am able to go back and do a second playthrough. Maybe I don't start all the way at the beginning. Maybe I start at that branching narrative. Maybe I start one from how that situation resolved here and one from how that resolution resolved here. And go those separate ways for my 2 playthroughs. Beardtastic, I saw a lot of people came to that conclusion when I was reading about it online. Some people, that was their solution. We are talking about Baldur's Gate 3. But I'm glad, Rob says too bad there's no game guide for it. I don't like to use game guides in general. It's one of the reasons that I love Myst so much, because everyone said when I was younger, everyone said, oh, you can't beat Myst without a game guide. You need to like purchase a game guide. That game's really difficult. And I beat it without a game guide. And I was like, it's part of one of the reasons why it holds such a special place in my gaming memory. GK says narrator voice, and that's how Trisha was tricked into becoming a full-time Baldur's Gate 3 streamer. Honestly, if I could pay my bills just being a full-time Baldur's Gate 3 streamer, you know I would. I love this game. I love this game so much. Oh, was Myst on sale recently? Yeah. Hi, Geeky Heart. Good to see you. Geeky Heart, question for you. I don't know if you were here when we were talking about this before. Geeky Heart, by the way, everybody, is one of my delightful friends that works with Alienware. Geeky Heart, not this chair, but the other chair they had at TwitchCon, the black one that's like the comfy version. Do you have it? And if so, do you like it? Because I'm looking for a new chair. And I'm thinking about maybe that one. But the only time I ever sat in it was for like 2 seconds at TwitchCon. So I want to talk to somebody that actually has it. But yeah, Geeky Heart's amazing. If you ever watched any of the Alienware like reveal streams that I've hosted and reveal events I've hosted, we've gotten a chance to interview Geeky Heart. Or I've gotten a chance to interview Geeky Heart as a part of those. But yeah, if you have that chair or you have lots of experience with that chair, hit me up. Let me know, because I'm looking for a new chair and I'm considering that one. Paladin says, so now I have a missed question for you, Trisha. When you first played, which ending did you get? Did you get the right ending or did you fall for a trap? When I first played, I think I fell for a trap. And then I think I fell for another trap. And then I think I got the right ending when I first played. And I was... in Myst, when I first beat Myst, I was a freshman in college. And it had already been out a while. But when I got to college was the first time that I was like, oh, I have a lot of free time for video games. Hey. So I just like went out and got every game I could. And it was the first time I also had, like, a PC that was just mine. It wasn't the family PC. It was just mine in the dorm. And any time that, like, I wasn't in class or doing homework, I could just be playing video games on my PC that I didn't have to share with anyone. And it was such a, like, oh, my gosh, what is my life? This is amazing. It was such a wonderful... experience for me that I was not used to. It was brilliant. Zork! I remember Zork. But yeah, so I was a PC gamer through college. I was not a console gamer through college. And I played a lot of... I don't remember if the first trap was red or blue. I don't remember if it was red or blue. I might have done the same thing as you, GK. Rachel says college is really the turning point for so many gamers. Me too. I dove in so headfirst. Yeah, because in high school, I was obsessed with getting a full scholarship to college. Obsessed. So I was like, I have to get a wonderful grade in every class. And I have to not only do every extracurricular that's going to look good on a college application, I have to be president of every extracurricular that's going to look good on a college application. Because, those of you who have known me for a while, I'm a bit of an overachiever. So that's who I was in high school. Did not make me very popular, but I sure did get that full scholarship to college because I completely engineered my entire high school 4 years with the end goal of getting a full scholarship to college. It's all I did. I was laser focused. And so I did that. And then when I got to college, I was like, what do I do with all this free time? I don't even know. Because like in high school, you know, like I had to get on the bus at 6:30 in the morning. And then I was in school till like 3 or 4. And then I had extracurriculars from like 4 till 6 or 6:30. And then I came home and did homework until I went to bed. Like, that was my life in high school, at least Monday through Friday. And then maybe on the weekends, I'd have a chance to like play a game for a few hours. But it was not an every single day luxury. And then I got to college and I was like, wait a second. I only have to go to class 3 hours a day? What? And like I'm in class 3 hours a day, and then like I only have like maybe an hour or two of homework. So like 5 hours a day of school, and then I just go back to my dorm and like do what? What? So the answer that I found was I'm gonna play so many video games. What video games are good that I haven't played? And that's how I found Myst. That's how I played the original Diablo. That's how I got hardcore into The Sims. I got into everything. Archdave says, I think you're supposed to sign up for more than just 3 hours of credits. Oh, trust me, I was definitely into more than 3 hours of credits. I took 6 classes instead of 5 every semester, but they were spread out throughout the week. So like if you took a once a week class, it was 3 hours on a Thursday night. And maybe that was the only class you had that Thursday. That's 3 hours of class on a Thursday. What do you do with the rest of your day? Or in my college, I don't know if it's the same way for everybody's, but if I took a Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, it was only 50 minutes. And if I took a Tuesday, Thursday class, it was only 90 minutes. So let's say I had 2 classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's 3 hours of class. And 3 classes on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's 3 hours of class. So every day, it was only like 3 hours that I was actually in class. And then I came home and did my homework and was like, what do I do now? Do I go back to my room and play games? Do I go to the cafeteria and get food? Do I... Like, I had a few friends. I was like, do I hit up my friends and see what they're doing? But maybe they're in class because their class schedule is different than mine. Like, I'm going to just go back to my room and play video games. But then I got so hard into video games, I would forget to go to the cafeteria for meals. I'd be like... Yeah. I'm just going to sit down in The Sims and, like, get my next career path progression at, like, 2:30, right? Because I'm done my work for the day. Getting my next career path. Oh, it's 11 o'clock at night. Whoops, I forgot dinner. Guess I'm making ramen. I definitely did that. But that's how you learn. That's how you learn to, like, set an alarm to go get food. My major, someone had asked my major in college. I majored in theater. I got a Bachelor of Arts degree in theater, and I minored in theology. Because I knew that I wanted to do something entertainment related. And that particular college had a really good classical theater program. So think like Shakespearean and Greek tragedy theater program, which is the kind of theater I wanted to do. I don't sing or dance well to save my life. So I was like, okay, I want to be an actor. I wasn't really ready to move far enough away from my parents to go to New York or Los Angeles for college. I grew up in Pennsylvania, so I wanted to stay local to my parents. So I went to a college about an hour away, far enough I could still live on campus, but close enough I could still drive home if I was feeling homesick. So I went about an hour away. There was a really fantastic classical theater school that I went to. And the interesting thing about that program, funny enough, because I'm talking about how much extra time I had to play video games, they had a very intense theater program. So in addition to my classes and my homework, I had to do 12 hours a week of my theater credits. So if I got cast in a show, that 12 hours a week could have been my rehearsals. If I didn't get cast in a show, I had 12 hours a week of something else related to the show that would result in me getting a paying job someday. Because they wanted to make sure if you graduated with a theater degree from that school, you weren't going to be broke. You'd at least find some paid work in theater, even if it wasn't on stage. So what I mean by that is maybe my 12 hours a week were in set building, or my 12 hours a week were in costumes, or my 12 hours a week were in box office management. But I still had to do 12 hours a week extra in addition to my class and my homework for my theater credits. Yes, the Pennsylvania Shakespeare Company, I interned with them one summer. I was an intern with them one summer. But so that way, even if you get out there in the real world and you can't book any roles and auditions, you can still find a way to make money in theater. And so, yeah, I learned costuming, which now I use those skills for cosplay. And I learned set building, which I don't use much anymore because I really did not love working with all the power tools, just to be honest. But I loved being a prop master and going out and finding all the props and like shopping and altering all the props. I thought that was a really fun job. I loved box office management, which totally makes sense because I like computers. But yeah, so I had 12 hours of theater credits, plus my classes, plus my homework. But still, for me, that seemed like so much extra time. So much extra time. Geeky Heart said, I did set building and set painting in high school. It's how I fell in love with making art. That's amazing. Thoried, you did a bunch of stuff with lighting and sound. I love it. Yeah, the theater program I went to is a very, very well-respected theater program. And so when I was looking at colleges in the area, that was my top choice school I wanted to go to. So when I got the letter in the mail that I got a full ride to college, like full academic scholarship, I was so happy because it's where I wanted to go. So once I got the full academic scholarship to that school, then I just had to be accepted into the theater program. Like I had to pass the audition to be accepted into the theater program because I was like, what if I get a full academic scholarship to the school, but then I don't get into the theater program? I'm going to be so sad. Like, this is my top choice. So I went in and I did my audition for the theater program. And then they had an interview after the audition with like the head of the department and one of the teachers. And I told them, they were like, so why do you want to go here? And I told them all the reasons I wanted to go to that school. And I said, you know, I've already not only been accepted to the school, I got a full academic scholarship, but I don't want to come here if I'm not able to be in the theater program. And yeah, they have plenty of other majors, Irdal. They're like a full university. But I was like, you know, really what I want to study is theater. That's where my heart is. I want to be able to perform. And so I'm just really hoping. I was like, you know, out of this theater audition, I'm not trying to get the theater scholarship. Like, I already have the academic scholarship. I just want to be accepted into the program. And I felt, oh, bye, comp sci dude. Good to see you. But I felt very much kind of like Rudy in the football movie. Where I'm like, look, I have so much heart. Just please accept me on the basis of pure heart and trying. Even if you think my audition was awful, please just let me in. And luckily, they did not think my audition was awful. And they said right there in my interview, they were like, congratulations and welcome to the theater department here. And so I almost burst into tears in the moment. And then like I left that audition and like said to my parents, I was like, I'm going to school here. I was so excited. And then, yeah, so then I got to be one of the lucky ones that did not graduate with mountains of debt because I had gotten the full academic scholarship. So I like to joke around that I was very unpopular in high school as like an exchange for getting the full ride to college. Because I didn't have a chance to like go to parties or be cool or any of that in high school because I was so laser focused on getting a full ride to college. But then as a result of that, I didn't graduate with mountains of debt. So we all make our choices in life, and those were the choices I made. And now it's funny to me when people are like, remember high school? Weren't those the best years of your life? And I'm like, not even a little. Nope, not for me. I had goals and I achieved them. Exactly. John says, what made you so motivated in high school? That's actually a great question. And it started before high school. Because for me, it was 8th grade. High school was 9th through 12th grade in my area where I grew up. And as an 8th grader, I was like, look, I'm going to go. I did play some D&D in high school, Ear to the Yard Learning. That's what I did on like Saturdays and Sundays with my friends. Yeah. When homework was done. But as an 8th grader, I had the choice to either go to a high school that was free. It was a public high school, but I didn't think my chances of getting a full scholarship to college were going to be as good. Or I could go to the fancy private high school, which cost a lot of money, but would really set me up for the full ride to college. And so what my parents said was, we only have so much saved up for your education. If you go to the fancy high school, all the money we've saved up for your college is going to go to high school and you'll be on your own for college. Or you could go to the local public high school and then have as much money as we saved for you for college and have to get grants and loans and stuff to make up the difference. And so as an 8th grader, I decided I'm going to take the gamble. Let's blow the college savings on the high school, but then I'm going to spend the next 4 years not messing around at all. No funny business. Laser focused on getting that college scholarship. So that's what I did. And my parents, bless their hearts, were like, okay, it's your choice. Does that mean my sister? No, they had separate funds for me and my sister for our educations. It wasn't like one lump college fund. So my sister, my sister, man, she went to she did not go to the public high school either, but she didn't go to the fancy pants school. She went to like a middle school, middle of the road high school. She went to that high school and did very well, and I think got a partial scholarship for undergrad, but then had some loans coming out of undergrad. But then she went on to get her master's and then had lots of loans from going on to get her master's, which that's the way it works in this country. If you're going to go get a higher education degree, you're just going to have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of debt. So she's been working really hard to pay that off, and it's hard. John says, I can't imagine my parents putting that much trust in me at that age. I know. It's wild for me to think that I was only in 8th grade when I was like, let's gamble all the money on fancy high school and I'm going to get a full ride to college. Oof. But yeah, it's something I thought about all the time. And I was definitely a high anxiety kid. Like I remember when I was studying for my AP American History test, I like lost my mind because I didn't think I'd get a good grade. Like I had so much stress and pressure that I put on myself, which that probably wasn't the healthiest in hindsight. But after that high school experience of me constantly taking extra courses and doing extra things and having to be the president of every extracurricular and like go, 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 by the time that I got to college, I was like, now I can just relax. What is time? What is all this free time? And like in college, I wasn't thinking I have to completely bust my butt to get a scholarship to the next thing. So like the pressure was off in college. Like, don't get me wrong. I still wanted to get good grades and I did, but it was not the same pressure I had put on myself all through high school. But like in high school, a lot of the kids were like, very like, oh, we can't have a pop quiz this day because I've got backstage tickets to blah, blah, blah concert the night before. And in my brain, I was like, you're going to a concert on a school night? what is wrong with you? Of course you're not going to do well on the test. Which, like, now as an adult, I realize that was a really not great attitude to have. But as, like, the overachiever kid that I was, it totally made sense in my brain. But it's also why, like, I was definitely not cool in school. And it's also why, like, if another kid was trying to cheat off my paper in school, I got so mad. Because I was like, no. You're enjoying going to parties and concerts and stuff like that. I'm not. I made the sacrifice to not do that, and that's why I'm getting an A. So you don't get to have it both ways, where you go out and do all your funsy time stuff and slack on your homework, then cheat off my work and get an A. That's not how this works. No, thank you. And so I was definitely that kid, which, like, Maud is very funny because she's like, you didn't let people cheat off you. You didn't rat out the other kids, did you? Trisha, you were the worst. And I'm like, I guess I was the worst. But from my perspective, I was like, that's super not fair. I worked really hard for this and those other kids didn't. This is I worked really hard thing that I earned. You earn it if you want it. And Rob says charge them to cheat off you. See, that would have been the opportunistic move. But yes, lawful good. But I was like, no. Lucas says I lost a lot of friends because I told them they can't cheat off me. See, I just never really had a lot of friends to begin with, so it made it really easy. I never had any friends because I was too busy home studying for my tests and stuff. But then, honestly, when I got to college, I found my people. High school was hard for me, but when I got to college, I found my people. And my college roommate and best friend from college, Katie, who has been on the stream and some of you have seen in my content before, she and I, like, within the first couple weeks of freshman year of college, were like, I think you and I are similar. I think we should be friends. And we actually very awkwardly reached hands across the cafeteria table and shook on it. Like it was some kind of pact we were making. But we were both like two really awkward, nerdy kids that were like, yes, we made a long-term contract to be BFFs. That's how she became my warlock patron. That's hilarious. Yes, we both were just like, okay. And Katie and I were both the type of people that were like, hey, let's stay up for hours together making flashcards and studying in our dorm room. Like, while we take breaks to sing show tunes at the top of our lungs. Let's do that together for the next 4 years. And so we were both the kids that got great grades and, like, loved studying together. And yeah, like, we were just both very similar. Did we become best friends? Yes. Katie was also a theater major. So Katie and I were both in the theater program. And so, yeah, so we would, go to, we never really were in a lot of plays together. So we didn't really go to rehearsals together. But she and I sometimes had box office shift together. We tried to make it so that we took a lot of the same classes together so that we could study together. But, like, I know more popular kids in college would, like, make fun of Katie and I for being at the cafeteria at breakfast, quizzing each other on our flashcards before a test. But, like, I made mine and she made hers, and then we'd be quizzing each other on each other's flashcards over, like, our breakfast cereal before a big test. And, like, I know the other kids were like, man, look at those nerds or whatever. But then when they were like, I remember one kid in school was like, hey, can I borrow your flashcards? And Katie and I were both just like, no. It took me 2.5 hours to make these last night. Go make your own dang flashcards. Which, again, does not make you the popular kid. But I just loved that there was someone else like me that felt the same way I did about, like, no, I worked hard for this. You go work hard if you want the same grade as me. Get out of here. Like, whatever you did with your night last night, it wasn't making flashcards. Not that flashcards are the be-all, end-all, but, you know, it's how we liked to study. Study however you want. Sometimes we studied by making up alternate lyrics to our favorite show tunes that had to do with what we were studying. You want to talk about real nerds. And we would sing our favorite show tunes, but about whatever subject material we were studying. It's so nerdy. But we loved it. And not only Katie, I found another, like, I just found more people that were like me in college. And so I found a group of people that were my people, which was not something that happened in high school for me. That happened for me in college. Makeshift Wing says, wow, I was thinking we were the same level of nerd until the show tune thing. No, you're definitely more nerdy. I was also a theater major, so you have to understand that the show tune thing was like part of the environment, if you will. But yes, I found my people in college for sure. And then we had our own like nerdy people parties, and it was great. So like I still got the party experience in college. Just like with people that were a little bit more like me, and that was great. Matt Mania, not only do I know who Neil Newbon is, I met him after the Game Awards, and I fangirled real hard. It was a thing that happened. Captain Fathom says, same here, Trisha. University was the greatest thing for me. Still incredibly close with all 5 of your roommates from the first year, and now 13 years later. I love that. STS, did I throw up on his shoes? No, I did not throw up on his shoes. But I did. So my friend Susie, who I saw in Vegas when I was just there for CES, Susie was like, oh, Neil, he's right over there. I know him. Do you want me to introduce you? And I was like, no, please don't. I'll throw up on my shoes. And Susie was like, turn around. This is Neil. Hi, Neil. I want you to meet Trisha. That's how it happened. And I was like, huh! So shout out to Susie Spearhunter for that moment in my life. And I did not throw up on his shoes. I just basically was like, hi, I really like your work. Congrats. Like that's about as much as I think I got out, probably in the most awkward way ever. And so many people were trying to get his attention after the Game Awards that then, like, you know, he got pulled in a different direction. He was very kind for the 2 seconds that I talked to him. And Susie and I were laughing about it in Vegas. Because she also is friends with Sam Lake. And I'm like, girl, you're friends with everybody that, like, I totally nerd out about. Because I have still not met Sam Lake in person. Although he follows me on social media. I just love everything he makes. I love everything he makes. But yeah, there's certain people that I'm like, I can't meet that person in real life. I think I'll die. Like, in a good way. But like, whoo, I think I will lose my cool. But like at things like the Game Awards, you can actually meet these people afterwards. And like, I don't know, it's very funny. Like but I came up in my field hosting shows for Geek and Sundry. So a lot of the Geek and Sundry talent I know really well. And I know lots of other people that are like, oh my gosh, you know Matt Mercer? I would die. And I'm like, yeah, I know Matt. He's cool. Which is how Susie feels about Neil and Sam. But then I'm the person that's like, oh, you know that person? Oh, I can't. So it's just the different circles that one travels in. Or, you know, where your career has taken you before. Matt Mercer is awesome. He's one of the kindest humans I've ever met in real life. But yeah, it's very funny. Mythinko, yeah, I know Matt. I know Matt and Marisha and Laura and Travis. And when I worked at Geek and Sundry, I co-hosted a show called Game Engine with Erica Ishii. And Erica and I hosted that show together for a couple years. And our show was it was usually on Tuesdays, right before Talks Machina. So we'd be wrapping up our show and like leaving as the Talks Machina folks were coming in from their show. And there's always like, you know, a half hour of in between the lives. And so it would just be like, oh, hey, how are you? You know, just like water cooler conversation for a half an hour every Tuesday after our show. And so I just knew a lot of those people as other people that, you know, it's not really an office, but worked out of the same studio that I did for the same channel that I did for a very long time. And like, obviously, Critical Role was the biggest show on that channel for sure. And had been for a long time, well before I ever started working there. But that's also how I met Felicia Day and like a bunch of other friends that I'm now really close with. It's how I know Erica. It's how I know Felicia. It's how I know Sax, who jumps into chat every now and then. But yeah, Game Engine was a fun show. You know what? That is where we got the Trisha Devil emote. STS, you're right. You are right. And yeah, Amy Dallin and Whitney Moore. I actually knew Whitney before that from the time she was at SourceFed. Even though I never really worked with Whitney at SourceFed because I had left before she had gotten there. But anytime I came back to guest and stuff like that, I had met Whitney. But yeah, I made a lot of friends through that time. And I think Susie knows Neil and Sam and a lot of that circle through her voiceover work. I don't know if Sax is in chat right now. Sax is in chat sometimes. And yeah, I know Lisa Foyles as well because she and I got to co-host an Apex Legends tournament in Vegas together once. We were both hired to co-host that. And she and I took to each other very quickly. We like each other very much. She's a good friend. And so Lisa and I have now been friends for years. You know, sometimes I work with people and it's like, oh, it was really great to meet you, but like, maybe we just don't have a lot in common or, you know, we're just each doing our own things or whatever. But then there's some people I work with that I'm like, oh, we're staying in touch. And Lisa Foyles and I did that. Susie, the Sphere Hunter, and I did that. Felicia Day and I did that. Like, there's just some people that you're like, oh, you're my type of person. Frequency Punch says, did you ever mention to the Crit Roll crew that you wanted to do a D&D stream before them? I don't know if I've had that conversation with them. I know Felicia and I have had that conversation a lot before. I didn't know Felicia before getting the gig with Geek and Sundry. New user. No, we should have been running in similar circles. We had a lot of mutual friends, but I knew of her, but I didn't actually know her personally until I had done Co-optitude. No, I guess I met her at BlizzCon one year. I interviewed her at BlizzCon and she was like, wait, you also play D&D? We should play D&D together. And I was like, yes, we should. But then we never like were able to exchange information or follow up on that. And then I did that episode of Co-optitude with her brother Ryan at Geek and Sundry. And her brother had gone home and mentioned to her that I was also secretly pregnant at the time. And she emailed me and was like, hey, I hear we're both having a secret baby. We should get together for lunch. And I was like, oh my God, this is the funniest thing in the world. Yes, let's get together and talk about our secret babies over brunch. And that's how Felicia and I really became the friends that we are today. Like before that, we were like acquaintances that kind of traveled in the same circle. But then we really became closer when we were both having secret babies. It was great. It was great. So yes, Logan opened the door to a lot of things for me. It was very funny. But yeah, then we had a lot of like really good chats about like, is hiding our pregnancy something we should even feel the need to do? And why do we feel the need to do that? And, you know, what is the state of the public perception about women in gaming having kids? And we had like a lot of very real conversations that led to a really good friendship. Tank says, I've met people too via mutuals at our music venue. That's cool. And yes, Felicia's baby was a shock to everyone when she revealed it on Insta because she waited till like a few weeks before she was due to tell everybody. It was so funny. It was very funny. Lucas says, why hide your pregnancy? I can't speak for Felicia or anyone else that did. I can only speak for myself. But for me, my reasons for hiding my pregnancy were I was really scared that no one would want to see a mom talk about video games. Like that would be really uncool. And whether that was my own societal biases that made me feel that way, or just me being scared I would never work again in an industry I love. But I was like, people want to see like the cool young chick talk about video games. They don't want to see the pregnant lady talk about video games. And I didn't really know how to marry that in my mind. And maybe that's because when I started, everything was so brand conscious, like talking about the naked truth, right? Of like, you can't wear pink, you can't look feminine if you're going to talk about video games and tech. Like maybe it was still residual thoughts from that era of my career, but I was really nervous about that. So I was like, if publicly I don't make it part of my brand, publicly being the pregnant lady, that's probably better for my brand image. Rachel says every professional woman has this fear, honestly. Women are treated so unfairly with all of that. And honestly, some of those fears were totally founded. I lost some really big opportunities during my pregnancy as soon as I revealed I was pregnant. I was up for a job I really, really wanted, and I was 5.5 months pregnant, but still dressing to hide it. And I was up for it was a TV job. And they were having me on to host their pilot it was a nerdy travel show. And I was like, oh my God, who doesn't want to host a nerdy travel show? This is like my dream job. And so I was so excited, and it was getting to the point where they were going to send a contract to my manager, and stupid me, I should have let my manager handle it. Stupid me. Lawful good. But I said on the phone to this producer, when they were like about to send the contract to my manager and it was all but locked in, multiple phone calls, multiple reads, I had said, at this point, I feel I should let you know that I'm due to have a baby in February. And I got oh, okay. Well, I mean, that doesn't totally take you out of the running. We'll be in touch. And then they never called again. Nor did they nor did they take any phone calls from my manager moving forward. That's how it went. SDS says, Trisha, you fool. I know. Lawful good. And so if I had come out by publicly saying I was pregnant before that, would I have lost even more jobs in the first half of my pregnancy? Like, I think the fact that I hid it so long probably meant that I worked a lot longer through it. And then when I did come out publicly and say like, hey, surprise everybody, I'm pregnant, I had some jobs like DIY and 5, which I still host for Kingston, that were like, you be as pregnant as you want on camera, girl. We love you. And if you want us to hide it on camera, we will. And if you don't want us to, that's great. Show that bump. And I was like, y'all are amazing, and I will work with you forever. And it's why we now have over 200 episodes of that show. And I've been doing that show for 8 years because those people are amazing. But like, yeah, like my fears were right. But for the part that I hid it, like I was able to hide the pregnancy for roughly the first 5.5, 6 months. I worked as normal. No one ever knew. But then as soon as I put it out there, like I said, I had some really cool clients I work with, like Kingston and Alienware. And it's why you see me continue to work with those companies. And some brands that were really not cool. And even after I had Logan, I had a job that I was hosting for a little while. It was a brand new show. And I was hosting the show for them, and it was going great. And then at one point we needed to have I love you too, Geeky Heart. And at one point they needed to have like a Zoom call the day before an episode was filming for some pre-production changes. And Logan was really young. He was like maybe 3 or 4 months old. And Nate was at work, and so I was home alone with Logan, but I scheduled the meeting during Logan's nap time. Great. Of course, Logan didn't nap that day because this is how parent life goes, and it doesn't work on your schedule. And so during that pre-production meeting, my baby was awake. And so I took the meeting right here in my office, and I had Logan in one of those little front carriers. And I took the meeting just like this, with Logan in the front carrier talking on the Zoom call just like this, having the meeting. Wouldn't you know, I get an email the next day. Hey, Trisha, sorry to let you know, but we're going to cancel the show. Nothing having to do with you, but we don't know that the show's going to make sense for us moving forward. Please tell me it had nothing to do with the fact that I was on that Zoom call with all young men and suddenly wasn't the hot chick hosting their show when I was bouncing my newborn on that call. Okay. Yep, young men who didn't have kids. And if I told you the name of the outlet it was for, it would make so much more sense. But I'm not going to name and shame. But it was an outlet that specifically promoted sexy women. And I was hosting a show for them. And when I was no longer sexy, show canceled. So it sucks. And I'd like to think that in the 7 years almost since that happened, people's minds have changed a little bit more about that. And women can be parents and still talk about video games and tech and cool stuff. I'd like to think that was okay. And I mean, there are definitely people, shout out Becca Scott, that's very open. She's been open about her whole pregnancy. She's been open about, this is my bebe, and I love it. What's Good Games is doing great stuff with hey, we've got kids, and sometimes that affects our schedule, and that's okay. And we also are all very freaking knowledgeable about video games. There have been great strides in that time. But as much as I was I shouldn't be ashamed of this in any way, I should be proud of this, some of my fears actually did result in exactly what I was nervous about. So all I can say is I hope that the more people talk about it and are very open about it, the more that public perception changes. And I think it is. We've come a long way from 2011 Trisha having to be told that I can't dress in a feminine-facing way, that I need to look more like a tomboy, I need to look more edgy, I need to dress and do my makeup a certain way. They even wanted me, I didn't need glasses then, they wanted me to wear fake glasses for a while that didn't have any lenses in them, because they thought it would make me seem more knowledgeable to the audience. But we've come a long way from that to where we are now, and I so appreciate that. But I have a lot of conversations with friends that have been in the space a long time. It's why I love Snub so much. She's been doing it for so long, and she's seen and been through a lot of the same changes and kind of pressures on women in the tech space specifically as I have. But yeah, it was weird. And SDS says being an e-girl should be a sense of personal style, not a mandate. Shout it louder for the folks in the back. And I love the people that's their personal style. It's just not really me. I love it. I'm also not really good enough at makeup to be an e-girl on the regular. Every time I look at Sage Ryan, I'm like, girl, how do you do that every day? How do you do that makeup all the time? Hats off to you. I don't know how you do it, because I'm not that good. I would try and have to wipe it all off. I can't do it. Sage has amazing makeup. She's an artist. Exactly. But yeah, everything we've really talked about today has kind of circled around that same idea of just trying to be your authentic self online. And even my stories about high school and college, how I didn't really have any friends in high school and I found my people in college. I feel one of the beautiful things about the internet is you can find your people, right? In a small community, it might be very hard to find other people that are unique in the same way as you are. But the internet, you're casting a much wider net. So you can find your people. Just for me, high school was a smaller community, but at college, I could cast a wider net. I went from a high school where there were only 93 kids in my graduating class to a college, which was still a small college, but a college where there were 400 to 500 kids in my graduating class. Much bigger net to find my people. Beertastic says, you found us, so I guess it all worked out. It did. It did. And so I wish, Skull Cleaver, have a good day at work. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you for your kind words. But I wish that I had been, during my pregnancy and right after, when I was dealing with like being an infant mom, which is a struggle, as any parents out there will know. The infant stages can really be tough depending on your particular baby and how they respond to life. But I wish that I had had more confidence then to say, like, any of these jobs that don't want me or drop me, they're just not my people, and that's fine. I wish I had had that confidence to say then. But at the time, I was really very concerned about job security and whether or not I'd continue to have a career. So I'm always so in awe of the other people in the space who have done it. And have done it, you know, while still maintaining, and who knows how they're feeling on the inside, right? Because we all put outward the best foot. You always put your best foot forward online and in social media. But the people who seem like they are just thriving and like, yeah, this is what I've chosen to do and you're going to like it. I'm always like, amazing. Geeky Heart says, as an older woman in the gaming industry, I'm very worried about my upcoming birthday, which I don't think my male colleagues worry about in the same way. Geeky, I wish I could say let's celebrate your birthday together, but I know you live far from me. But next time we are in the same city, I want to take you out for birthday drinks. But yes, I agree. I don't think guys have to worry about a lot of stuff in the same way. And I say that I've had really good conversations with some of my guy creator friends, like Greg Miller and Lasercorn, that becoming a dad is really cool. It's very different from publicly becoming a mom, which I think it's getting better. But like, I could see my guy friends be like taking the baby out for a walk in the stroller, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, I love this post. You're such a cute dad. We love it. Hearts, 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 hearts. And then for me, if I was like taking my baby out for a walk, it'd be like, ugh, don't show me your kid. Do you have dog pictures? That'd be better. Like, it's a little different for some reason. I don't know what that reason is, but I do think it's a little different. Do I think if I had another kid now, it would be easier? That's a great question. I've always felt like this is I'm going to say it. It's a very vulnerable thing to say online. And I wish I didn't think of it this way, but I kind of think of it like I don't know if my career could bounce back from it a second time. And that's just me being very vulnerable and honest. And I'd like to think like super positive, of course. I would own it and it wouldn't change a thing. I would love to think of it that way. But I don't. Like whenever people are like, you having another one? Sadly, I kind of feel like I would have to choose between having another kid and having my career. And maybe it's not that dire. Maybe that's just me letting my own fears get the better of me. But yeah, Cap'n Fathom says that's really hard to hear. The decision to have a family shouldn't impact your livelihood, but it does, and it really does for women. In lots of different professional careers, it does. What does my amulet mean, Bird of Fire? It's the Triforce. Power, wisdom, and courage, baby. Wear it every day. But yeah, so I mean, Nate and I have always said, if it happens, like, if we had a, like, surprise, there's another one on the way, we, of course, would be thrilled. But neither of us are taking any steps to make that happen intentionally at this point. Corgi Cyborgi says, even more reason to become a full-time streamer. And that's the truth. Like, honestly, I love that people that are full-time streamers or full-time content creators with their own thriving platforms are really in a lot of ways in charge of their own destiny. Whereas for me, still trying to, put myself out there to get hired for jobs, more of that is out of my control than the part that is within my control. Now, I'm very lucky to have brand partners that I've worked with consistently over the years that keep asking me back. That's wonderful. And I feel very, very fortunate for that. And I'm sure if I did get pregnant again, I would have lots of my brand partners still, like Alienware and Kingston, that are like, yeah, we're so happy for you. And it doesn't affect my work at all. But it would be naive of me, I think, to say that it wouldn't affect, especially upcoming work, new work, or maybe some of the work that I have. STS said, so if anything, it would just be a career readjustment, which still sucks. But yeah, I mean, especially now that Nate has taken on a lot of the stay-at-home parent responsibilities, and I'm the one that's, paying, like, bringing in the income for our family, that makes me especially hesitant to want to, like, mess with that. Corgi says, why not adopt? That's something we've definitely talked about. And my good buddy Lasercorn has been very open about his adoption journey with his son. And so they're a great resource for that whenever we have had questions or wanted to talk about it. But also, we don't have family help in this area. And I will tell you, if you can have kids around family, do it. Because having kids not around family is really tricky. Like, when people are like, what do you mean you haven't seen this movie yet? And I'm like, it's rated R. I don't have babysitters. I don't have, like, a mom's house I can just drop him at to go see a movie. Like, what? That's a life I don't have. And when we talk to our friends that have, like, 3 and 4 kids, and they're like, oh, yeah, 3 and 4 kids, it's nothing. Usually they follow that up with, yeah, but I mean, the kids are at my mom's house every Tuesday and Thursday, and they're at my mother-in-law's house every Saturday and Sunday. And I'm like, okay. Not to say that having 4 kids isn't hard, because it's still super hard. But with that amount of extra help every week, you can see how it might be more manageable than doing it all by yourself all the time. So it is very different. It really does take a village. Yeah. Forlorn Knight says, I feel that. 2 kids, no family near us that can watch. Forlorn Knight, how old are your kids now? Are they still little? I forget. Remind me. Having family close when you have kids is a very different experience. That's what I hear. So like I said, my friends that all have multiple kids usually all have family nearby. Soul Hollow Reaper King says, it's cool to talk to you guys about these things. I love that we get to talk about these things. I feel like I said, it's not always that I love talking to people online, but I feel like this community in particular is like the really lovely corner of the internet where we can all just, in a non-judgmental way, talk to each other about life stuff, and it's okay. Tank says 4 kids is nothing. As the oldest of 4 siblings, it was definitely hard for my parents, even with our grandparents and their siblings helping us raise 4 kids. Yeah, I'm sure. Any chance that our parents, that my parents or Nate's would want to move closer? Believe me, we tried. We used to joke around with my mom, because my mom's like, when am I getting another grandkid? And Nate and I were always like, when are you moving to California? These 2 things are directly related. But my parents are not moving here. Neither is Nate's mom. So we're really good with one for right now. But yeah, that's our funny joke, which fortunately, now that my parents are retired, they can come out and stay for longer periods of time, which is a help. So, like, my parents are coming out soon. They always come out for Logan's birthday. So they're coming out for the month of February for the whole month. Y'all, I'm going to see movies. Nate and I are going to go out to dinner. I don't even know what I'm going to do. But I'm going to do stuff. Because I've got parents in the house. I'm going to go have a D&D night with my friends without having to stop every 5 minutes to check on my kid. I'm going to do all the stuff. It's going to be great. Cool down. I totally hear you. I totally hear you on that. Geeky Heart says you can have a spa day. Maybe, if I'm really lucky. If I'm really lucky. But yeah, so the whole month of February, Nate and I are gonna have help. I'm excited. Xander says, also here 2 kids, 9-year-old and 6-year-old. Friends have time for travel and social life. Sounds great. That's me all the time. I'm with you. Thorid says maybe finish a video game. Oh, yes, shots fired, but also totally warranted burn. Yes, maybe I will finish a video game. Oh, I love it so much. I love you all so much. Mal says having family around does help with more than one kid. It sure is the case with my niece and nephew. Yeah, and shout out to all the aunties and uncles that are like, I'll take the kid for an afternoon. You're the real heroes. Shout out for that. My sister lives in Massachusetts. She can't be like, yo, I'll just take him for the day. But I would love it if she could. That'd be great. We're lucky. We recently found a babysitter we really like. So we went to one of my friends. Here's an update. One of my friends who last time we raised money for cancer research, I was telling you about a friend of mine is battling triple negative breast cancer, which is a very aggressive type of breast cancer. And just last night we went to her birthday party / I beat cancer F yeah party. So, she still has more treatments. She's still on the road to recovery, but she went from you've got a few more months diagnosis to 92% survival rate. So let's hear it from our medical system coming through. She had to get multiple doctors involved and went and got many different opinions. But she's younger than me and just went to get a lump checked out, and it got real scary overnight. But she's now been battling it for maybe 2 years, a year and a half, 2 years. And yeah, last night we had a big party. It was almost like a wedding. They had it catered and a DJ and all sorts of stuff to celebrate her birthday / I beat cancer F yeah party. Let's freaking go. So again, thank you. Anytime we do fundraising for cancer research and everybody generously donates, thank you, thank you, thank you, because she is trying, all different types of new treatments and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, 92% survival rate is what we were celebrating last night, which is really cool. So, yes, Geeky Heart, so true for women and men. Your best friend's uncle passed from breast cancer. I'm so sorry to hear that. I have now lost 2 friends to breast cancer. One I was much closer with than the other. The other one was a girl that I knew from college. We traveled. She was a theater major as well, so we traveled in similar circles, but she wasn't one of my tightest friends. And one who was one of my tightest friends. And then this friend who we just celebrated last night. So I'm like, dude, breast cancer, get out of here. So go get all your stuff checked. Everybody. Not just for women. Everybody. Go get your stuff checked. It's why I'm always very open about it when I get stuff on my face checked out, or get the ladies checked out. Go to the doctor, get your stuff checked out, because you never know. I'm so sorry, Sprinkles the Dragon Cat. I remember you sharing that in chat before. Yeah, cancer's a real jerk. F cancer indeed, T-Monster, you're right. So whenever we can do fundraisers and stuff like that, it makes me very happy. And I try to go to, when there's local fundraising events here in Southern California, Nate and I try to go to them when we can. All that kind of doing the walks. I don't do very many runs personally because I'm not much of a runner. But walks to raise money for stuff. And I feel like that's really important. But yeah, go get your stuff checked, everybody. Whirlin, that's what happened to my really close friend who passed of cancer. She battled it once. We thought she was okay. And then 2 years later, it was bam, came back like a train. So get your stuff checked. Like my friend who we were celebrating last night, she was in, if any of you saw the indie film, this was so many years ago. If any of you saw the indie film Nate and I were both in called Penumbra, this friend was in that film. This friend who we were celebrating last night. But you know, she said it's going to be the rest of my life. Treatment's the rest of my life to keep it under control. But 92% survival rate is amazing. Literally, check yourself. Yeah, check yourself and get yourself checked out. All of it. All of it. IRT, man, that's incredible. Nate was in a movie with me, but I don't think we ever had any scenes together. It might have been the only movie Nate was ever in. Nate does not like being on camera. Nate was, for those of you who might be newer to my channel, my husband Nate was a musical theater performer, like a stage performer, professionally for a decade. He's very talented. He is a very, very talented singer. He is not a great dancer, but he managed to get cast in lots of roles where you don't need to dance. So he was always whatever like the bad guy was in the musical theater play, because the bad guy rarely dances. He always joked around that he was the bad guy or Jesus, because it would be silly if Jesus danced in a show. He's always either the bad guy or Jesus. It's just whoever doesn't have to dance. But yeah, Nate is a total stud muffin. But yeah, the one movie he was in was this movie with our friends that they were making. And he like did it as a favor for our friends. And he hated it. Every day he came home from filming, he was like, this is the worst. I don't know how you do this. And we learned through that experience that my husband just really does not like being on camera. Which is why when you see Nate sometimes come in through the back, you'll see like his hand come in and wave just off camera, and that's it. So it has to be like my birthday or something for Nate to come on stream and hang out for a bit. Like he really doesn't like it.
You have
But he loved being on stage. He loves singing, and he loved being on stage. He really is a very musically inclined person. And I am not. Like, we were both theater majors, but he was a musical theater major. And while I enjoy musical theater, I am very real with myself that I am not a singer or a dancer. Not even a little bit. And especially when I was roommates with Katie, who Katie's an amazing singer and dancer. Like, I would look at the talent skill set she has, and I'm like, look, I'm never going to be able to compete with that in any kind of professional way. Like, even if I really was like, I'm going to take voice lessons every semester and I'm going to pour my heart into dance lessons. Like, doing that starting in college is not the same as people that have been taking tap since they were 3. You're just on a different level at that point, unless you're very, very naturally gifted. And so I was like, look, musical theater is not my thing, but I love Shakespeare. I love Chekhov. I love Greek tragedy, and I love performing. And so I eventually transitioned more into the television film side of it, but I still love stage acting. But Nate was the theater major that was all musical theater all the time. And like for him, he's like, well, if I can't sing in a play, why even bother? He's done some theater where he did not have to sing. But yeah, he's much more into it for the music. So being on camera in a film was not his favorite thing. Yeah, singers go through so much, Soul Hollow. It's so true. Nate was in Footloose. He was... Who was he in Footloose? I think the bad guy. I think. I'd have to ask him, but I'm pretty sure he was in Footloose. And he was whoever doesn't have to dance. Maybe I'm confusing it with another show, but I'm pretty sure he was in it. What about singing on camera, like Les Mis the movie? I don't know, maybe. Maybe. Yes, people that are triple threats and can sing, dance, and act, amazing. They have my utmost respect. Nate is definitely not the new Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon can dance like crazy. Kevin Bacon's an amazing dancer. Let's see. Nate was in a lot of shows. Nate was in Urban Cowboy. Nate was in Superstar, Jesus Christ Superstar, a lot. Nate was in Rent a lot. Nate was in The Last 5 Years. Nate was in Hair. Nate was in so many shows. He was in so many shows. But for people that like musical theater, my husband has had an incredibly impressive career. But ironically, he was pretty much completely done doing musical theater professionally when he and I met. So I knew he was a theater major in college, and I knew he had done Broadway tours and stuff like that. Like, I knew he had been in a bunch of tours. But he had pretty much hung up his hat on that phase of his life by the time he and I started dating. Rachel, you love the movie Urban Cowboy? I'll have to ask Nate who he played. I'm not familiar with it, so I couldn't even tell you, but I know he was in it. Yeah, he has quite the resume. And in our guest room downstairs, we have a lot of the posters from shows Nate was in, signed by the whole cast. So that's kind of a cool thing. Sometimes when people come over our house and they don't know that Nate did all that before professionally, they'll be like, where'd you get this signed poster with the whole cast of blah, blah, blah? And it's like, oh, that's Nate's. Nate was in that. Which is kind of fun. He's like very modest about it all now, but he had a great career. But yeah, he eventually left doing musical theater professionally because he wanted to have a family. And he felt like doing theater professionally, it would be really hard to have a family, like to have a steady relationship, and even to have a house somewhere or a car somewhere or health insurance or a kid if you were constantly on the road, on tour, or, you know, auditioning for the next show. Or what if you auditioned and got booked on a cruise ship for a year? Or like that lifestyle, doing that professionally is a real hustle. And there's a lot you have to give up to maintain that. And so Nate decided around age 30, like, I did this. It was really fun. I had a lot of success in it, but now I'm ready for whatever the next chapter of my life is. And he got out of doing it professionally. But he did it for funsies still when I met him. So when I met him, he was doing it for fun, not professionally. And still, like, incredibly talented, just doing it to feed his creative soul. But yes, we do have some fun dinner guests. We do. Thank you, mods, for keeping this a lovely place to be. Oh, man, we've got some folks coming in here really trying to tell us about Web3 stuff. That's my face for that. Thank you again, mods, for keeping this a lovely place to be. You are wonderful. Yep, Rob, sometimes that happens, especially because we're fortunate enough to be on the front page right now. So welcome to all the new people who are here to not sell us things, to not sell us digital Beanie Babies. That's really NFTs, is digital Beanie Babies. Yes, Forlorn Night for the past couple years. That's what Nate's been doing. Nate, when he left musical theater, he initially was like, well, I still think I want to be in the entertainment industry somehow. But he was like, I have a musical theater degree and I don't know what I want to do next. So he took a job as an intern at Nickelodeon, is what he took as his first like day job out of the industry, but still kind of in the industry. And he ended up learning the production finance side of what it took to make TV shows and movies, and ended up getting a job with Nickelodeon in production finance. And then he worked at Fox a little in production finance, and he bounced around to Disney and a couple other corporations, mostly in the production finance world. And he did that for a while. We did meet SpongeBob at one of his company parties, for sure. Senior one, yes, that's correct. I am. I am 20. I've turned 21 now 20 times. That is true. New user says NFTs are digital Beanie Babies, quote of the stream. I know, and you don't even get something to cuddle with. Really ridiculous. But Nate did that. Nate, we met SpongeBob. It was great. And he did that for a while, and that was really good for us as a couple accomplishing our goals of stability and staying in one spot, not having to live on tour bus to tour bus, and getting the bills paid. And then when it came down to us both fast forward a whole bunch of years, when it came down to us both being home with a child during the pandemic and having no help with childcare and a 3-year-old. And his boss at the time was incredibly unsympathetic to the fact that we were both working and had a 3-year-old. Nate kind of said, I don't really like what I do. Like, I just fell into this. But he was like, he's a creative person having to look at spreadsheets all day. So he was like, I'll do it because it's a job, but I don't love it. And you love your job. And one of us needs to watch our 3-year-old at home. We can't both be in meetings all day and just let our 3-year-old fend for himself. So he was like, you love your job and I don't like my job. So I feel like if one of us is going to take a step back, he very honestly said, it should be me. And so hats off to my husband for making that sacrifice. It is not an easy job. And that's the situation we've been in since end of 2020, early 2021. That's how we've been rocking and rolling in my house. And who knows? I keep saying to Nate, like, the older Logan gets and he's in school, I'm like, go do theater again. Like, do something that's, like, creative and makes you feel good. But he's like, Trisha, I can't do theater. What are we going to do? Like, who's going to pick up Logan if I'm in rehearsal 5 nights a week and then performing every weekend? And, like, Nate's like, I don't want to miss, like, if he's, like, has a soccer game or a parkour thing, I don't want to miss it. So, like, it's the same concerns he had before about theater of, like, it takes a lot of time. Sometimes you have to be, dedicating many, many hours a week at all different nights and weekends, or sometimes you have to move to a new location to pursue theater. And he just said, it's really important to him that he wants to be here for Logan's early years, especially. He doesn't want to miss Logan's life because he's doing theater. And that's a really hard thing to do. So I shout out to all of the parents that have to make decisions like that are very hard. Forlorn Night, shout out to you, fellow stay-at-home dad. That's awesome. But yeah, it's, none of these decisions are easy. Nothing about parenting is easy. Yaga Shelby gives me a posture check. I am sitting up straight. I'm just very short. I'm just very short. But yeah, I mean, tough choices need to be made, but every family makes the choices that they feel like are best for them. And that's a choice that we made for us. And so far it's worked out. Who knows what the future will bring or will hold for us. But that's how our family unit operates now. So like right now, Nate and Logan are hanging out while I stream. That's what we do on Sundays. And Saturdays are my Mommy Logan days. So it's very rare that you'll see me streaming or working on a Saturday. It's very infrequent, and that's because those are the days that Nate has some me time and he goes to guitar lesson and feeds the musical part of his soul. And I get one-on-one Logan Mama time, and it's great. Yesterday, we went to a friend's birthday party for Logan Mama time. And today, this morning, Logan played his first game of chess against me. We had some Logan Mama time. And we've been spending a couple weeks learning what each chess piece does individually. Right? So, like, we'd spend, like, 1 week just on the pawns, 1 week just on the rooks, 1 week just on the bishops. And this morning was the first morning that he was like, I now know what all the pieces do. Can we play the real game? So we played the real game this morning. And, we're not going into any, like, advanced rules. Like, I just explained to him this morning that if you... Rachel! Welcome to the Dragon Riders. Thank you for the sub.
We are building an army.
I just told him this morning, like, we're actually using a kit that helps explain chess to kids. And I'll link it in case any of you... Here, let me see if I can find it on Amazon. In case any of you want to teach your children chess, but it was a really, really good way to teach kids chess. We got it as a gift, and I was like, oh man, this is so good. But like it doesn't explain. It just says, by the time you've learned what all the pieces can do, you can then play Capture the King, which is how they explain to play chess. And so that's how we were playing it this morning. We're playing Capture the King. So, like, I had to explain to him, if you think you can get my king, you have to say check. We didn't even talk about what checkmate is yet. We're not talking about castling the king. We're not getting into any of that right now. We're just dealing with... Here, I'm going to link it in chat. How I taught Logan chess. Here's the link, and yes, it is an Amazon affiliate link, because you know I work with them a lot, and that's how I roll. But if you want to see how I did it, that's how I did it. And this morning we played Capture the King, and he actually, this was so fun, he had my king in check, but neither of us saw it. And so he didn't say check. And then on the next turn, I was like, wait, buddy, you can get mama's king. And so he beat me this morning. I was very, very proud. He was feeling very proud. He has heard. Okay, so this is, you want to talk about getting real nerdy and my house being real nerdy. T Monster says, promise me if you introduce the kiddo to the musical chess, make certain it's the British cast. I'll ask Nate which one he did. But every time we were learning to play chess, Nate was playing the Chess the Musical soundtrack in the background. Because I married a big nerd just like me. Nate's a big nerd in a different way than I am. But he is a big nerd. Like, people are always like, you know, is Nate into video games? Not really. Is Nate into building PCs? No, not even a little bit. He doesn't like electronics. But I'm like, don't get me wrong. Nate's a big nerd, though. Nate will sing show tunes all day about everything. He's the type of person that, like, you could say one word, and if it reminds him of a show tune, he's off. He's in song. You've lost him. But Nate's a big D&D nerd, too, so he'll play D&D with me. And we play a lot of board games. But, yeah, you know, I think it's good. I love that I found my just as nerdy as me guy, just in different ways. I feel like we complement each other nicely. He's also a fantasy football nerd. In fact, the boys are probably downstairs watching football right now. Jockey Poggy, you know, we try. We have a good time in our house. Yes, T-Monster, I do remember you got to hang out with Nate a little bit at TwitchCon. He was not overwhelmed by you. I think he was happy to have someone to talk to. Nate gets overwhelmed at events like TwitchCon. The only reason he was there with me is because it was our wedding anniversary weekend, and I didn't want us to spend our wedding anniversary apart. But, yeah, Nate only came to TwitchCon that one day. It's the only time I think he was even in the building. Because he's like, no, thank you. This is your thing. I don't want to be here for this. Like, if you need me here for emotional support, I will. But otherwise, I'd really rather be anywhere else. And I respect that. He came to one VidCon with me while I was with SourceFed when we were dating. And he was like, no, thank you. No, thank you. And every now and then he'll come to San Diego Comic-Con with me. Because I think he appreciates Comic-Con, but he has, like, a very small window for it. Like, he's like, I can do the Comic-Con show floor for, like, 2 hours, and then I gotta get out. And I'm like, I can respect that. I can respect that. If Nate and I did a board game stream, he'd only have to, like, have his hands on camera. He might be into that, Critter Nation. I might be able to talk him into that. Logan is cheering for the Chiefs this year. And his rationale is, A, he doesn't want to cheer for Mama or Dada's team because he's very contrarian. And B, the Chiefs won last year and he only wants to cheer for winners. Okay, sir. So we support it. We let him do his thing. But Nate is a massive Niners fan and has been a massive Niners fan his whole life. Very into football. But if it's a Chiefs-Niners Super Bowl, I stay out of it. I'm the neutral zone. I don't care. If I have to cheer for a football team, I was raised outside of Philly. I have to cheer for the Eagles. If I'm going to do it, I have to cheer for the Eagles. But I really don't care. Yeah, Rachel, he only stands winners. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's very funny. He's a very funny kid. But Nate was like, hey, so if the Niners win the Super Bowl this year, will you cheer for the Niners next year? And Logan's like, of course. It's so funny. But like Logan also is like, well, my school mascot's the Vikings, so I also have to cheer for the Vikings. And we're like, yeah, but buddy, it's not the same Vikings as like your school teams. He's like, don't care, still Vikings. Okay. And for a while, he insisted on cheering for the Bengals because he was sure that their name was the Bagels. He kept calling them the Bagels, and we just didn't correct it because it was so cute. And he was like, well, I got to cheer for the Bagels. And we're like, yeah, guess you do. So he was like, my teams are the Bagels and the Vikings and the Chiefs. And also, what did he call? For a while, he was also cheering for the Packers. But he called them, I forget what he called them. He called them I think he called them like the Rodgers team. Because Aaron Rodgers plays for the Packers. Is that right? Somehow he got in his mind that the Rodgers team was also worth cheering for. I don't know. I'm streaming on Twitch when all this is generally happening. So I don't know what happens. Was he thinking of Steve Rogers? I don't know. But then he came home. So listen to this. Then we go visit my parents in Pennsylvania for Christmas every year. And the whole rest of our family is cheering for the Eagles because I grew up outside of Philly. That's what you do there. The Eagles are very much part of every social get-together. There's nothing you can do about it. And so everyone's cheering for the Eagles. They all have on their Eagles gear. And my mom, and Nate told her, don't even mention that you don't like the Cowboys. So, of course, my mom, not following instructions, says, Logan, it's okay. You can cheer for whoever you want as long as you don't like the Cowboys. So what does my son do? Immediately goes, I really like the Cowboys. The Cowboys are my favorite team. I'm only going to cheer for the Cowboys. It was like, Mom! Did we not warn you that this is what my child would do? Just to be contrarian. It's so funny. It's so funny to me. I don't get into it. I don't really care about sports. But Joker Joe, you know, if you're a non-sports Philly person, you cannot escape the Eagles. So, like, if I have to cheer for a team, I've got Eagles gear in my closet. It's fine. I will put it on. But I respect that my husband genuinely cares about football. Did he see their latest performance, though? Surely even Logan can't like them after that. Yeah, he's given up on it since then. Since Nate was like, the Cowboys got their butt kicked, man. He was like, okay. I don't like them anymore then. He is really like a true mercenary. It's so funny. He's so funny. But yeah, since like Nate today, we were on the phone with his mom. And I was like, oh yeah, Nate I was like, what's happening after my stream today? And Nate was like, my football game. And I was like, oh yes, sorry. My life doesn't revolve around sports, but out of respect for my husband, yes, very important football game today. I will remember that, trying to be a good partner and spouse. And then Logan goes, what time is my game today? And I was like, what's your game? And Nate was like, the Chiefs. The Chiefs play at noon. And I was like, okay then. Logan's game is at 12. Nate's game is at 4. And that's how we will roll today. I'm like, I don't care. Mommy's going to be upstairs playing video games. Y'all have a great time with your football. Have a great time with that. Yes, the Chiefs are playing right now. So that's when I'm like, the boys are probably downstairs right now watching football. But will Taylor be there? Oh, yeah, because she's dating one of the players. On which team? I don't know. Y'all, this is so out of... I've been reading articles on a specific moment in Baldur's Gate 3 all weekend. I don't know who Taylor Swift is dating. I have a very different Google News feed than other people. Whenever I see, like, my husband's Threads feed, he's only on Threads now. He's not on Twitter. He's only on Threads. But when I see his Threads feed, it all looks like a different language to me. It's like all football commentary. Neat. I don't know. Versus me, I'm looking at like Final Fantasy VII cosplays and Baldur's Gate 3 deep lore discussions, and we have different feeds, my husband and I. Does Nate take dinner break during Niners games? The only time it is okay to eat in front of the TV at my house is during football games. The only time you can eat dinner in front of the television or lunch in front of the television is during football games. Every other time TVs go off, all screens are off, we eat around the dinner table. But that is an exception we make in our house. Oh, well, popcorn is different, but I mean like a meal. The only time we eat a meal in front of the TV is football games. Wait, what? People are calling Asterian girl dinner? I haven't seen that at all. What's that about? Is it inappropriate? You don't have to say it's inappropriate. I don't even know what that means. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm also trying to romance Astarion, but I haven't had any nookie since Act 1. And that was a real long time ago. So, yeah, Logan's really funny. Logan's really funny. Oh, I mentioned Baldur's Gate in my feed, and that's immediately what you thought of. I see. Yep. Yeah, Baldur's Gate, Alan Wake. I love Alan Wake memes. I'm very into Remedy Games, Connected Universe conversation, and Alan Wake memes. That's all over my timeline. In fact, I follow almost the entire cast of Alan Wake. So I get to see everything they post that's like from the game and from filming, and I love it so much. Apparently there's a brothel in Act 3 if I ever get there. We'll see. Control is such a great game. It's in my top 5 of all time. I love it. Love it. Ashtray Maze, still one of my favorite levels of all time. Although, people were saying I don't know how Remedy is going to top Ashtray Maze in Alan Wake 2, but that musical level was pretty stinking great. I mean, very close. Very close. Pretty stinking great. But yeah, I think I would still give it to Ashtray Maze. Love that game. Ridian says, as much as I love NFTs or digital Beanie Babies, I think, quote, I've not any nookies since Act 1. It's been that long. It's a new front runner. I mean, these are real life struggles. Oh, T-Monster. Alan Wake's combat is not... I'll be honest. Alan Wake's combat is not my favorite. I do think Alan Wake 2's combat is better for me than Alan Wake 1's combat. But I loved Control's combat. Loved it. Any theories of what the Control co-op spinoff will be? I have no idea, but I'm here for it. Whatever it is. In Remedy, I trust. It will happen, and it'll be great. Aw, Lucas, go get some food, my friend. Go get some food. You said Max Payne thoughts? Believe it or not, I never played the Max Payne games. I need to. I have seen clips from them, but I have never played them. I want to say, what year were the Max Payne games? Let me look. I'm trying to figure out why. There are some eras of games I just skipped over for one reason or another. Max Payne video game series. You said 98? Let me see. When are the release dates? Yeah, a lot of console stuff. Probably around... Oh, here, it looks like 2001. So, 2001, 2003, I was in college. I was only playing PC games. So, no console games were on my radar then. But they're getting remakes from Remedy. Will they be on PC? So yeah, 2001, 2003, I would have totally missed those games because I was only playing games on my PC. Oh, you played it on PC? Yeah, it wasn't on my radar. I was playing Diablo and The Sims and Myst. Then, for whatever reason, it wasn't on my radar. Max Payne 3 came out in 2012. I'm surprised I didn't play that during SourceFed, because 2012 would have been SourceFed and like the launch of SourceFed Nerd. Yeah, it wasn't on my PC radar. I don't know why. But yeah, there's a huge chunk of like console gaming history that I just don't know really well. And so I'm glad a lot of stuff is getting remakes so I can go back and experience it. Tank says they got ported to console, but Max Payne 1 and 2 was primarily made for PC. Were they first-person shooters? Or RPG? And you said Max Payne 3 wasn't made by Remedy, and you can tell. Oh, probably, yeah. It's a third-person shooter. That might have been, honestly, why I didn't play it. In college, I was not really playing... third-person shooters in college. Like I said, my big games in college, I beat Myst in 48 hours, but then I went on to Riven and the rest of the series. So my big games in college were the original Diablo, World of Warcraft, The Sims, and Myst, Riven, that whole series. So I don't know that shooters were on my radar back then. Which could have been why I missed it. But now I would go back and play just to get the whole picture of the Remedy connected universe. And see, Arid says Myst was brutal if you didn't have a guide. I said this earlier in the stream, but one of the reasons Myst is one of my favorite games of all time is because the people who turned me on to Myst in college were like, you're not going to be able to beat this without a guide. And I was like, haha, challenge accepted. Because if you're wondering where my son gets it from, he gets it from me. But I was definitely that kind of person. So I was like, okay, yeah, watch me. I got this. And I missed many meals. And I didn't really leave my room for 48 hours in college to beat Myst. And I beat it in 48 hours with no guide. It was a hold my beer moment. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't drinking beer then, but it was a hold my beer moment. And I beat it in 48 hours. And I was like, I missed many meals, but beer-tastic. And I was like, there we have it, folks. Yes, I did it. No big deal. And I was very proud of myself. And there was no one to brag to because no one else cared. I didn't have friends at that point that were like very into video games or anything. I wasn't going to go back to the GameStop or whatever place I bought it from and be like, hey, dude that told me I needed a guide. I did it. I wasn't about to do that. So I just like in my dorm room was like, patting on the back. Good job, me. I did it. Myst was also maybe the first game I played that I felt like this isn't a game that was designed for kids. This is a game that I can tell was made for adults. And I loved that. Like, before that, I mean, I played Return to Zork, and I played King's Quest, which you could say worked for kids and adults. But a lot of my games growing up were Nintendo, which were definitely aimed at kids, right? And so Myst was one of the first games that I played that I was like, oh, this is a grown-up game. And so I also fell in love with it for that reason. I loved it because it was hard. I loved it because I felt like it was like a milestone in my personal gaming journey of beating it in 2 days without a guide. And I loved it because I felt like this was a game for adults. Maybe they would have nerded out with me about it at the store. I don't know. But it holds a very special place in my heart for that reason. And there's some people now that when I say Myst is my favorite video game of all time, they're like, really? That game does not hold up. And I'm like, speak for yourself. Like, even if it's my favorite video game of all time for nostalgia reasons and what it meant to me, love it. I still think it holds up. We played it on stream not terribly long ago, and it was great. Beertastic says, having played Myst as a kid, I can say I did not like Myst. But it wasn't really made for kids. You know, like I can see how that would be super, super frustrating as a kid. I have played Myst in VR, T-Monster. Not here in my house, but I've done like half-hour VR trials and stuff like that at E3 in the past, RIP E3, and other video game conventions. Gen X Agent Orange says, did you get through Myst 4 and 5 too? No. I only really played through Myst way back then, and I did the remake of it last year or the year before on stream maybe. And I played through Riven, and then I got distracted by other games in the meantime. And yes, Lidveen, I have the Myst books as well. I love them. They're on my bookshelf in my living room. The bookshelf in my living room is a perfect nerd smattering of video games and science fiction and high fantasy literature. And I feel like people that come into my house that are not into any of those things are like, what are these books? That, and we used to have, because Nate and I were both theater majors in college, we used to have a bunch of random theater textbooks, like costume history for the stage and stuff like that we have since donated to our local theater so that they can be used to pass on that knowledge to future theater students. But we used to have those in the house too. But yeah, the Myst books were awesome. And I love having them in my house. I've read the Myst novels many, many moons ago. It's been a long time. But yeah, we donated them to our local theater. Because Nate and I were like, I don't need a costume history book anymore. And we certainly don't need 2 of them. Because even though Nate and I went to 2 different colleges, some of the textbooks they asked us both to purchase were the same. So we were like, we definitely don't need 2 stage makeup books at this phase in our life. We definitely don't need 2 costume history books. Arid, I see what you did there. I see. T-Monster says, if you ever want to add autographed steampunk to that collection, I'm out here. I'll keep that in mind. Lid says, I have them in English and French. I'm French and I read them when I was a teenager. That's awesome. And I bought them in English like a year ago. Good for you. I wish that I could read another language. Probably the language I'm closest to being able to read is French. Because I took up to French 5 in school. And I can read and write it much better than I can speak or hear it. My French teacher had a very thick American accent, is what I learned when I actually went to France and couldn't understand anything. I could understand the French that my French teacher spoke with her very thick American accent. But yeah, when I actually got to France and people started talking to me, like very simple, hello, how are you, conversational French, I had no idea what they were saying. So I was like, oh no. I was almost that person that wanted to be like, can you write it down for me? Oh, okay, you're trying to say this. And my French pronunciation was so bad because I was emulating my teacher that people were like, oh no, ma'am. So it was almost better for me to like write to people and show it to them. Nowadays, we're very lucky. We could just put on Google Translate and do this to talk to people. But yeah, I love it. Tank, you're trilingual. Amazing. Amazing. I know like basic conversational Spanish, only from living in Southern California now for so long. And especially when I was waiting tables in Southern California, it was really good for me to know just like some basic, can I take people's order in Spanish? So I learned some of that. But French I studied in school. So like when it comes to knowing verb tenses and that kind of stuff, I'm better with that with French. Whereas in Spanish, I have basic vocabulary and that's about it. German, English, and Danish. That's cool, Tank. And Critter Nation, as a Canadian, you learned basic French. That's like Naomi. Naomi Kyle knows French from growing up in Canada. In fact, shout out Naomi Kyle's awesome SoundCloud album. But if you listen to her music that she's made, she sings in French. I think it's very sexy. She's my friend. I can tell her that I find her vocals very sexy. But yeah, shout out Naomi for being one talented lady. Shout out all my friends for being super talented. Shout out my husband for being super talented. I have a lot of freaking talented friends. It's great. Chicago, you haven't spoken French in 20 years. Dick Van Dyke's Boston accent in Mary Poppins. Or no, it was his British accent that sounded Boston. That's what it is in Mary Poppins. So bad. So bad. Yeah, Naomi's Canadian. Faux bread maize, your wife and you speak a really weird Chinese English. That's cool. Yeah, Joker Joe, Naomi released an album over pandemic, I want to say. She released her album. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Here, SoundCloud. Naomi. Nope, definitely not her. Is this it? Yes, I found it. Hold on, I'll share it. I will share it. Copy album link. Okay. For anyone who wants to listen, Naomi's album. There it is. I just linked it in chat. I found it. But yeah, really good stuff. I adore her. And I'm very proud of her for putting that out there. You know, it's hard sometimes, like when pandemic hit and everyone's like, oh my gosh, I can't be on set. What am I going to do? You know, finding artistic things to do with your time, like creating an album was awesome. Now she's like writing and producing. She's killing it. She's killing it. I love my talented friends. They're great. They are great. Really good stuff. Oh, so sorry. I'm so realizing right now that I guess my closed captions haven't been working this whole time. They should be working now for anyone that needs to turn them on. If that ever happens, if you ever get to my stream and you're like, Trisha, the closed captions aren't working, A, I'm sorry. And B, type in chat and let me know that the closed captions aren't working so that I can double check making sure that they're on the whole time. Dante says, so are we saving the squishy sorceress today or playing something else? I don't know. Part of me feels like now that I know the win condition of that fight, we should go back and try it again today. Also, part of me feels like maybe we just take a break and play some Alan Wake, and that's also okay. I don't know. Yeah, SDS, I've got a whole plan in place now that I know that the win condition of that battle is there's a very squishy NPC that is going to path in really awkward ways to inflict self-harm. And nothing else matters in that battle besides protecting that one squishy NPC. I did not know that before. I thought from the dialogue options that I had before, that person seemed like a real badass. That person had done all these incredible things in the game, so I've been told. So, silly me, I thought they were pretty powerful. Turns out not quite so powerful as I thought. Very, very squishy. And, loves to provoke opportunity attacks. Just like our other quest friendo that we wants to keep alive was just like, hey, you know what? There's something dangerous in the room. I'm gonna yeet myself right towards it and sacrifice myself, because who needs quests in the future? So, yes. Now that I know that the win condition is protect the glass cannon, as you so said in chat, that would make it very different. Yeah, I thought I was kicking butt in that fight, and I thought that person would have been fine. Spoiler alert, they're not. Beertastic says he was trying to be more than just a blacksmith. It was his hero moment. It was not his hero moment. He was like, hey, dangerous thing, and then just basically belly flopped on it. Sir, I need you alive for future quests. What the holy heck? Not even an escort mission. Sir, just mind your business over there. Smithing. Keep smithing. I'll take care of this. You mind your business over there. No. Instead, he gets early initiative and runs right in and belly flops on the thing that murders him, ruining all the quests. What? I feel like I've been hoarding my hold person scrolls specifically for powerful enemies, and now I'm like, no, I apparently need hold person scrolls to keep my NPCs from murdering themselves. I guess that's what they're for. Da! So that's a very funny thing about this game. And it's not the first time. It's not the first time NPCs have just like, or Gale, or have just pathed themselves right into lava, or what are you doing? STS, thank you. You thought my polymorph strategy was good. He just turned back early. Well, what happened with the polymorph strategy, not only did he turn back early, but one of the like winged randos took out the glass cannon. And then I think he auto came out of polymorph because one of the winged dudes took out the glass cannon without me realizing that that was the win condition. I thought I was winning that fight. I had the leader turned into a sheep and like 3 people surrounding him. Like we were going to have lamb chops for dinner, y'all. It was decided. Life was good. I thought I was winning that encounter handedly. I was really proud of how it was going. And then and then I don't even know. I'd have to go back and watch the stream. I don't even know if she like provoked an attack of opportunity and that's how Winged Rando took her down, or if Winged Rando took her down on his turn. I didn't even realize she was that low on HP, because I wasn't worried about her, because I was worried about sheep. I was worried about sheep guy. I thought she can handle herself. She's super powerful. I heard all about how she single-handedly is saving everyone here. She's good. Silly me. That's what I thought. You yeeted the bad guy off a balcony and that was that. You know I love yeeting bad guys into stuff. That's how we defeated the first hag. I just yeeted her into the river. Job done. Rachel! Rachel's cracking me up today. Rachel said that the fine-ass wizard cannot avoid fire to save his dumb young life, Kenny. You know, Rachel, I thought I was going to have a fling with Astarion and then have this epic romance with Gale. I thought that's what I was going to go for. Every time I try to have a real conversation with Gale, he talks about how awesome his ex-girlfriend was. I'm like, you know what's a real turnoff, Gale? you telling me how awesome your ex-girlfriend was. So, there's no Gale love right now in my game. No Gale love. I don't want to hear about that nonsense. I don't want to be like your backup plan because your goddess dumped you. Get out of here. That nerd. Since my ex was great, I hope you're just like her. Yeah, that's a turnoff, man. Frequency Punch, I see your game on request. That's a great game. Good call. Good call. But she was a literal god, and I'm a shorty. I mean, I'm a real shorty, though. Come on. Bella's the best. Bella is the best. Ah! Rachel! This is how we're different, and I love that attitude. Mad respect on it. Mad respect on it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, no. So I'm like, you know what? Astarian's got a messed up past. But, I mean, at least every time I see him, he's like, how's it going, beautiful? Darn tootin'. As opposed to, you know, my ex. She was really amazing. I don't want to hear that. Get out of here, Gail. So funny. So funny. Sprinkles, go take care of your family. Family first, my friend. It was great seeing you in chat today. Thank you for being here. All right, we're talking so much about Baldur's Gate. We're going to play Baldur's Gate today. And since I do think, realistically, on stream, I'm only going to be able to do one playthrough, now that I know the win condition, we're going to go back and try. I'm just going to totally redo Thursday stream. We're going to pick off where I saved end of day on Wednesday. Pick up there. And see what happens. And knowing the win condition, if it still goes south, then I'm going to reload my save from yesterday and play the rest of the game and say that's how it was meant to go for me. But now that I know the win condition, if it goes differently, I would like to experience the extra content in the game. So after my research and my couple days deliberation, which by the way, I was not the only one who deliberated on that. I went down some Reddit rabbit holes on this, and a lot of people that felt the same way I did about that moment, and that kind of made me feel better to find some companionship in that. Oh, you guys I didn't even bother trying to romance Will. I like Will. I'm not interested in romancing Will. Baldur's Gate 3 is a very long game. And most of the time that I have like uninterrupted time to play video games is on flights. So I'm like, if I go back and finish out the other branched timeline of this game, it might very well be off stream. Because I might have a chance to do it on a airplane. So I feel like chat probably wants to see. Yeah, I'm not playing the game right if I'm not deep into the Reddit threads. I agree, CP Falcon. That's how I felt about it the last 3 days. And I even talked to Nate about it. Nate was like, wow, you're in a quandary. I support my husband who does not play this game, but like will listen to me and smile and nod and empathize with my struggles. But Axe says that's one long flight. That's what our flight is from California to Pennsylvania to visit my parents. Or when I work in New York, it's about a 6-hour flight each way. So that's when I get in my good gaming time. I put on my noise canceling headset, get out either my Steam Deck or my gaming laptop or my Switch, and make that flight go by real fast. That's how we do it. Yeah, standard husband response. Yeah, that's crazy, babe. I mean, that's at least Nate gets the D&D angle of it all, so he understood. He understood to some degree. Oh, I've not played Dark Urge at all. I'm not really playing like some people are like, oh, are you doing a full good run or Dark Urge run? And I'm like, neither? CP Falcon, thank you for gifting the subs in chat. You're amazing. Thank you for helping the community to grow, and thank you for being such a lovely part of this community. But I congrats to everybody that just got a sub. Come join the Discord. But I'm playing it. I'm trying to role play it true to character. Like the character that I've made, her name's Belladonna. She is a Strongheart halfling fighter. She's very short. And of course I gave her proficiency in intimidation because I am living out my best fantasies, right? Of like this short woman that is no nonsense and take charge and people are rightly intimidated by. So this is my power fantasy, you know? Bye, Chicago. Good to see you as always. So there are some times in an encounter where she is a little forceful and a little sassy and a little in your face because that's the character that I build and that's how I'm playing her. But she's not mean-spirited. She just also likes and respects things that are a little dangerous, which is why I originally went for Astarion. In my opening encounter with Astarion, I don't know how y'all's all went. I know this game can play out so many different ways. But in the very beginning of the game, when we first met Astarion, he, like, jumped out of a bush or something and held a knife to her throat. And the character I had created, while being like, oh no, you effing don't, was also, like, slightly turned on. Because she respects a fighter. She respects someone that, you know, just because you encountered someone else on the street doesn't mean that they're on your side. Way to take a precaution. Granted, you took a precaution against the wrong lady and now I gotta kick your butt. But, you know, it was like a respect thing right off the bat. Sounds like my character from the Banner Saga TTRPG. A little bit. My character from the Banner Saga TTRPG was more of like a dark mage character archetype. But yeah. Belladonna she's a woman that knows what she likes. She is. But yeah, like I'm having a great time playing this character. And so there are some times that she gets a little feisty and a little forceful. Which is how we ended up getting the TPK with the god encounter in Act 1. Because Bella was sassy. Even though it's like, okay. We had that Ghostbusters moment. When somebody asks if you're a god, you just say yes. I might have been a little too sassy with the god. But, I mean, that's Bella. Yeah, Beertastic says, get sneak attacked, you son of a... That was a baller move, though. Right. Yeah, that's how I played Bella in that moment. That's how I played Bella in that moment. And it was great. I'm having a good time. Now, you know, if in another playthrough I was a paladin, I would play it very differently. Always choose the hero route. Like, there's a lot of times that Bella encounters a random NPC side quest in this game that I'm like, that's not my business. I got a tadpole in my head I got to take care of. I don't care that you forgot to run to the grocery store 6 times and you're asking me to do it for you for no reward. What do I look like, a paladin? I got stuff to do. So, like, there's a lot of times that I'm like, this is not my business, y'all. You have a great time with that problem. So I'm not doing, like, a Dark Urge run. I'm not trying to be the bad guy. Like, I'm just, you know, role-playing in a role-playing game. Exactly. I'm not trying to meta game it one way or the other. I don't care if I don't get all the best armor, if I don't get the best outcome in every situation. Like, when I played in Early Access, I did not save the kid in the grove. But on my Bella playthrough, and again, first try, because I don't re-roll, I managed to figure out how to save the kid in the druid camp. I don't think I could ever do it again, but that's how Bella's run went. You know? Reinhardt says Paladin is much more minding everyone's business. Yes. Paladin's up in everybody else's business. In fact, in my tabletop game of D&D that I'm playing with friends right now, it's not streamed at all. We're just playing with friends every other Friday night. In that game, I'm playing a paladin. Ooh. Anytime the rest of the party tries to be like money hungry or like shady deals on the side, they can't tell my paladin. My paladin can't find out. Because if she finds out, she will out them so fast. Oh, Aaron, I didn't know if you could play. Yeah, I don't know about playing a good Dark Urge character. I'm a little scared, but I do kind of feel like Astarion 100% would be like, Dark Urge it up. Let's go. I'll be more powerful. So I'm thinking about giving him all my tadpoles. But also, he's my boo right now, and I don't want to kill him. I don't know if that kills him. I don't know. And please, thank you everyone for not spoiling it for me. But my fear is I go to tadpole, and we're all going to turn into mind flayers. Don't indulge. We could turn into mind flayers. But, like, also indulge a little if you, like, need to get past a guard. Or, like, to help out our strange dream visitor. Indulge a little, but don't overindulge to the point where you lose yourself, right? That's the fine line I'm trying to walk. And again, thank you everybody for not spoiling for me. But we'll see how my story goes and what happens. What happens? Oh, there's a Dark Urge origin character? Interesting. Beardtastic, you embrace the tadpole, and that's great. I don't know. Yeah, no spoiler. Yeah, probably not the beauty routine, I would guess. All right, we're talking so much Baldur's Gate. I feel like I have to play Baldur's Gate today because now it's on the brain, and this is what happens. Maybe I'll finally get some more love with my boo. But then I heard you can only get love at the end of every major event. I don't know if that's true, but I'm like, does that mean I can only get love 3 times in this game? Because that's sad. Like, when I first started playing this game, everybody was so thirsty. And now I feel like it's the last thing on everybody's mind after that patch where they were like, oops, we accidentally made everybody thirsty. And I'm like, what? That was part of the fun of this game. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, we're loading up. We're loading up and in. Oh, you're looking for job openings, Timmer? Okay, I'm going to turn down the volume on the game a little because I'm seeing it's a little loud. Okay, so we are loading the game. You like what I labeled this save? We're getting rid of all of Thursday's stream. So my last manual save was here. I guess I could go back and still do some of the saves from Thursday just before I talk to Damon. I don't remember when that was, though. Oh, you guys got static? I'll get rid of it. We'll get rid of it. That should be better. Let me know if that's better. Thank you, everybody. Sorry I didn't see the crackling audio right away, but that should be better. So, this was from the 24th, so I could just take it from here again. Or I could take it from the campsite. I did a little bit of party shuffling right away. I think I'm gonna take it from the campsite. Did a little party shuffling. Oh, hey, Eric, how are you? Yes, I remember. That shirt was fantastic, by the way. Thank you for coming to the panel. Thank you for saying what's up in stream, too. Okay. So I went through and did as much of Act 1 as I could. I did the overpass and the Underdark. I didn't know that, Stefan. Is it Stefan or Steven? But yeah, so this is the party I want. Have we long rested recently? Let's see what everybody's spell slots look like.
Let's get on with it.
Not good.
Let's get going.
So we did not long rest yet. Maybe at this point we should do a little long rest. Or maybe I should do some other good short rest stuff first. Yeah. Yeah, let's leave camp. Aw, thank you, Eric. I'm so happy. I'm happy that we gave you some insights you can use. Yeah, Rachel, that audio crackling thing happens fairly often. Okay, so now we're gonna get to see Karlach fangirl again.
Oh my god, soldier. That's Jaheira.
She's so cute.
Jaheira.
I feel like I always have to say, you know her?
Not personally. I mean, I wish.
Hi,
She's
husband.
an absolute legend.
Thanks, baby.
Years ago, over a century, Jaheira was part of a group that saved Baldur's Gate
How's
from
the football
Saravok,
going?
a Baalspawn trying to plunge the
Okay,
city into
all
war.
right.
My mum used to tell us stories about them. The legends who protected the city from evil. She said Jaheira was a powerful druid. Adamant. Tough. I've told myself those stories 1,000 times since. I never thought I'd meet Jaheira. She's a hero, and I was always some outer city kid. Can't believe she wants to talk to us about working together. What a day!
Karlach is so sweet. Okay. What's for lunch? Pasta and some garlic bread.
Never wanted the easy
Which is a very heavy lunch to eat on stream, but that's okay. Alright, we're gonna talk to Damon. Get Karlach some beautiful upgrades. We're gonna leave the frickin' ox alone. I'm sure there's probably some kind of cool outcome you can get if it goes your way, but I'm not messing today.
Thought I sensed an infernal. What are you doing here?
Same thing as you, I reckon. Trying to stay out of the shadows. Hold on. I know you. The weaponsmith, right? Drafted into the Blood War when your city was swallowed by Avernus.
Yes, Arid, that's what I was talking about
Different from my
before.
own story. Well done making it out alive.
Right? Doesn't that
Same to
armor
you.
suit her well?
Though unless
I know it's
my
Gith
senses
armor, but I think it
deceive
looks
me,
great on her.
you
I'm really
brought a
happy
bit
with
of the
everyone's
hells back
outfits
with
right
you.
now.
Infernal engine?
Who needs a heart when you've got one of these to keep you warm? Thank you, Zariel.
Forget warm. You're burning up. Might be burning out a piston ring. Or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
Please do. I've been dying to find an infernal mechanic.
Now that's...
Hey, soldier. We've got some infernal iron already.
We do.
Let's give it to him, eh?
Give it to him, eh? Absolutely.
Please let this work.
The weight of it. And that blaze of chaos. Can't imagine this where my heart should be. Must be quite the experience. Give me just a moment.
How many people in chat are currently romancing Karlach? I want to know. Tank Shade X, I'm really proud of you. You should be proud of yourself. That's awesome.
You'll have to install it, I'm afraid. I don't think there are thick enough gloves in all the realms to protect from that kind of heat.
That feels... good. I'm still burning hot as hell's hole, but I feel less... unchangeable. Cheers, mate.
Pleasure. And as for the heat, I haven't got any solutions now, but I'm not giving up. Could be if the combustion chamber had its own insulation, or if we had some kind of enchanted coolant. Let me sleep on it. I just might be able to work something out. Hopefully the next time I see you, I'll have something promising to report. I'll need more infernal iron either way, though, so keep your eyes open. Take care.
Okay. Great, good, yes.
I have a lot on my mind. And well,
Bella's gonna talk to Karlak again.
Damon's upgrade didn't cool me down, but it did juice me up. I don't think I've ever felt more powerful.
Get it, my friend. I love that I still can't touch you, though, is an option. Brown chicken, brown cow. We'll find more infernal iron and get you that second upgrade, too.
Sooner rather than later would be good. I feel like I'm burning serious fuel.
Okay. Will you be alright?
Oh, fuck yes. I'm ready to burn all night. Speaking of, I could eat a giant badger. Is it almost time for dinner?
Okay. We're gonna leave Damon here for a minute because
need to find a way forward.
he said let me sleep on it and I can think about something else. And I only have, I think, 1 infernal iron. And I don't, oh no, I have 2 more. I don't want to accidentally trade them for other things Damon can make. I want to at least, you know, keep what I need to keep for Karlak. So, he said I need to sleep on it. So I'm wondering if I long rest, if I'll be able to upgrade her again if I sleep. So again, no spoilers if you already know, but thank you. Shadowheart was your first playthrough romance. Shadowheart is my best girl. I picture Bella and Shadowheart like staying up all night, drinking wine, talking about who they're romancing. Right? Dante said save before talking to the cow. I'm not going to talk to the cow. I'm not. Nope, I learned better. I'm not doing that this time. Yeah. Alright, we have a lot of people we have to go talk to inside this building.
Don't wander far. We need to talk.
I know you do.
Please. Be welcome. Have a drink.
Oh my gods.
It's funny every
To your very
time.
good health.
Instructions not included. You can totally start with Baldur's Gate 3. Like, there's some fun Easter eggs to the prior Baldur's Gate games that you'll pick up on more. But you can totally start with Baldur's Gate 3. The one thing I would say is if you've never played a tabletop RPG, it may take you a little bit to get at the hang of the controls and how combat works, so be patient with yourself while you're learning that part of it. But, like, from a lore standpoint, you're good. You can jump right in. To your very good health, smell the wine first. You'll have to pardon my friend Karlak. She's very excited to meet you. We're going to say that first, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's an honor, milady.
I will gladly drink to your health as well, Karlak.
Smell the wine first. Now, last time I did this, I was able to make this roll. I don't know why I don't have the Shadowheart guidance on this. Is it because she's all the way over here, maybe? I should still be within range, but that's alright. Alright, we made it.
You perceive a faint hint of cloth grass, a herb that is said to elicit the truth. Jahira smiles at you knowingly.
It doesn't spoil the taste, if that's what you're wondering.
No, but it spoils my trust. Drink the wine or decline to drink. Here's my thing. I want to just drink the wine anyway, because I don't care. What do I have to hide? I'm not hiding anything. And I know it's going to be like, Astarion disapproves. Whatever. I think Bella's all like, hey, I know you got truth serum in this wine. Glug, glug, glug. Watch me. Glass drop. And see, you're saying one because it's kind of sketchy. I'm not even worried about it, though. Like, she knows I know. That's all I wanted to do with that.
Bottoms up.
Yeah, Shadowheart and Astarion both disapprove. I don't care. What am I hiding from her? Let's go. We'll go toe to toe.
Well over a century old, and yet it hasn't lost a hint of flavor. Still not quite so sure about you, though. People tend to lose more than just flavor when illithids get their hands on them. I speak from experience. There's an air about you. Something alien. Answer me true and do not lie. The parasite is changing you, isn't it?
Now I know why you spiked my wine. Yes, the parasite is giving me powers I never had before. It's changing for the better. Or, despite knowing you're under the effects of the drug, try to deny the tadpole has any influence. That's what I did last time and it worked. I'm gonna go for it again. Now I've got a lot of pluses and it's difficulty class 6, so let's really hope I don't crit. Oh, I mean, I can crit that way. That's fine. I was just thinking, hope I don't crit fail, but yeah, we're good.
Good. I will take your word for it. And hold you to it, too.
Sure.
I have every reason to be cautious. I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. The cult of the Absolute is spreading through the city. Quietly, quickly, and with unsettling deliberation. We tracked them to this ancient village, only to be faced with a man we killed and buried over a century ago.
If he's back, perhaps you should have hit him harder in the first place. That's what I said the first time, which is funny. Who was, is also good. I'm gonna stick with one.
Believe me, he was well and truly dead. I locked his corpse in the Thorn Mausoleum myself. He was a Sharan once. Took to building an army of dark justiciars beneath this very village. Alongside the local druids, we made it our business to see him deposed, dead and buried. But he's returned. Not only does General Ketheric Thorn live again, it seems he's no longer mortal. He has become, in fact, invincible.
I doubt it.
We met him on the road here, commanding an army of the Absolute, intent on destroying Baldur's Gate. I put an arrow through his eye myself, only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter. He healed right in front of me and chased us into the shadows. Things looked hopeless, but experience has taught me that no matter how bleak things look, there's always hope. You are that hope.
You're darn right I am. What do you have in mind? You think I can kill him?
Not immediately. Protected by your artifact, you can infiltrate his forces at Moonrise Towers, posing as a true soul. Find out what it is that makes him invincible, so we can strip him of his advantage. Once Ketheric is without his shield, the sword, together we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight.
His days are numbered. You want to make use of my infection. I want to be cured of it. A solid plan, except it puts me right in the line of fire. I like that. Because, like, yes, I also have to go to Moonrise Towers, but, like, your issue is with him. You take him out.
You're the only one who can get inside the towers. You were born for this mission. Or made for it, rather. Besides, you need this. You need to heal yourself of your infection. Any cure starts with understanding the disease. Whatever magic Gatheric's using to control these tadpoles, it must be at moonrise.
Agreed. That's what I'm going there for.
Until then, we keep drinking wine when we meet.
Uh-huh. How do I reach him? The towers are surrounded by shadows.
You're not our only secret weapon. Isabel, a faithful cleric of Seluna, and a light in the darkness. She cast the moon shield around the inn. It's the only reason we're still alive. She's upstairs in her chambers. Tell her I sent you, and she'll see you through the shadows safely.
That she's the only reason that we're still alive? That's your only hint. At least when I played through, that was the only hint I got here. Woof. And also, like, just knowing, like, that's a concentration spell she has to keep up. That'd be useful,
You'd be
too.
10 yards tall the way Zevlor
Hey,
spoke
congrats,
of you.
Coop Megas. That's awesome.
Ceres, Scout. Seems we missed one another at the Grove, but the others told me how you helped us. A pity. You pulled them from one death trap, only for me to land them in this one.
What happened? Where's Zevlor? The inn is old, but Death Trap is a bit much. So you managed to miss all the trouble at the Grove. Convenient. No, we're gonna get the
Gone.
story on Zevlor.
And more
Just
than
to
half
look
the
at all
others
these
with him.
journal updates we're getting.
We were ambushed, out in the cursed lands. Cultists of this absolute. Zevlor froze, begged us to surrender. But they were toying with us, making examples. And we'd had enough of taking it. Those of us who cut free just kept running till we found this place. The others... maybe the cult got them. Maybe the curse.
You survived, you did right. What are you doing out here to begin with? You were bound for Baldur's Gate. That's what I'm gonna say.
This army of the Absolute is growing and flowing towards Moonrise. There's worse than goblins on the roads now. I thought we might pass unnoticed along the fringes of this place. Escape the owlbear by hiding in its shadow, so to speak. You can see exactly how well that went.
Sounds like you made a right mess of things. That'd be so mean. Don't lose hope. The others might still be alive.
Zevlor had hope. It didn't save him. A little sense will serve us better, I think.
Don't get feisty
But-
with me.
Thanks. It was sweet of you to try.
There you go. That's better. Okay. Now we gotta talk to good girl Alfira.
Oh, you're all right. Thank goodness. I was worried they'd got you too.
I heard what happened, that the people were taken to Moonrise.
I keep replaying it. Over and over in my head. They lined us up like dogs.
Yes, agreed,
Ashrak
Dante.
was with the kids, telling them it was going to be all right. Maybe that's why they picked him. Told him to kneel. They took his eyes first,
Awful.
then his tongue.
I'm so sorry.
It just never stops. Some of us fought back. Or tried to. But it was hopeless. All I could do was run.
Running was the right call? You ran cowardly, or what did the cultists do to the others? I mean, for her, running was the right call. She's not a fighter. What did the cultists do to the others?
I don't know. It just happened so quickly. How do you do it? How do you keep going?
I've always chosen danger is my life. I wouldn't change it for the world. But I think also I'll let you know when I figure it out is appropriate.
We're in the same boat then. That's somewhat of a comfort. You've done so much for us already. But I have to ask. The others might still be out there. If they're not dead, they're in Moonrise. And gods have mercy on anyone in that hell's pit.
Don't worry, I'll find them. I'm sure they'll find. They're probably being held for questioning, or I imagine the cultists are torturing them right now. Don't say that. Don't worry, I'll find them.
Thank you.
I'm not going to promise
If
they're
anyone can
fine,
manage
because
it,
it's not
you
looking
can.
good, but...
Just be careful up there, all right? I can't handle anyone else dying.
I'll try.
Good. We'll leave soon, and we don't want any surprises.
Okay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, should we talk to, do I have Speak with Animals on? His Majesty's over here. Oh, he's sleeping. Animal handling? Oh, I think I'm gonna get scratched. Nope, not having it. Alright, His Majesty. Oh boy. We're not going to talk to Raphael first. We'll talk to Mole first.
Your move.
Oh, I guess we get them both. I see.
You trapped me? I didn't even want to take this one.
Kalimshan rules, dear. The first piece touched is the first piece moved.
That's garbage. No matter where the night goes, I'm gonna lose it.
Then make the sacrifice useful. Guard your Mistra, or come for my Cyric.
What's going on here?
Oh, I didn't realize we were
Look who
Karlach.
made it.
Oh, we're
For
not.
once,
Okay, we're
I
being
sent
Bella.
your butt out there, didn't I? We're square now, Chief. Say, do you play lance ball by any chance? It's my first time playing.
The keen gleam in Mole's eyes reveals the lie. She knows the game well, and she wants to win.
Fall back, protect your queen. You shouldn't be playing games with this man. He's a devil. Put pressure on him. Attack the pieces in front of his king. Sorry, kid. I've never played. Sleight of hand, jostle the board, or fighter. Of course I play. No better way to learn battle strategy than lance board. It's fun, too. I am going to say 6.
Didn't ask for your life story. I asked if you could play. What's the next move?
I love Mole. You shouldn't be playing games with this man. No, I'm going to say you win by taking the king. Attack it at all costs. The Vanquisher's Lance stratagem.
My, the Thescan double counter gambit. Vicious. Exactly what I would have done.
Uh-huh.
How's that for Kalimshan rules?
Brava. Lovely work. I see I was right to make you the offer I did. You will consider it, won't you? What a lovely specimen she is. A blushing apple begging to be plucked.
Please let me smack this creep.
The Thescan move suggestion was inspired. I had no idea you played.
There's plenty about me you have no idea about. Or is that why you're here, to play games? Just go back to hell. I'm going to say there's plenty about me you have no idea about.
Don't I? Indeed. But don't you worry about Moll. It goes without saying she still has the unconditional freedom to choose the only option she has left. Now, let's talk about you. I sense there's something you want to ask me.
I do. I have a proposal for you.
A proposal? If you're hoping to taste my blood, little vampling, think again. It burns hotter than wyvern whiskey.
This is serious business. Devil. Well, a long time ago, someone carved some runes into my back. I'd rather like to know what they say.
Don't play games, Raphael. Help him out. This is a bad idea, Astarion. We should find another way. Or I don't think he knows. This is tough. I don't want my current boyfriend to make a deal with the devil. I think that goes without saying. I'm wondering if I say, I don't think he knows, that would like egg him into giving us some details. Let's try it.
Really? It's something very important to your master, but is it a love letter?
No, this is the same dialogue option we got, even if we said don't do it.
I could give you all the gory details, but of course, you'll have to do something for me first. Let me think about it and get back to you.
You'll get back to me? This is important, devil. When?
Don't worry, I'm motivated to
I love
help
what a
you.
diva Astarion is.
Scars often tell such wonderful stories. I think yours might be truly exquisite. I'll see you soon.
That dude. Okay. Gonna save, gonna go talk to Mole.
Nice strategy back there. If
Yep.
we put our heads together, I bet you and me could make a tidy stack of coin in Baldur's Gate. But Raphael's offered me a partnership already, and it seems like a sweeter deal than throwing my lot in with you.
No, kid. No.
You need to stay away from Raphael. His deals are poison. If Raphael offered you a good trade, you should take it. He's a real literal devil. You and your soul are in danger. One should consider all options before forming a battle strategy, not just the easiest deal. I feel like we're gonna say this.
There aren't any other options, soldier. Raphael said he could keep me and my kids safe, and that's that.
Her smile is broad, her eyes twinkling, her face the very picture of innocence. She's clearly lying.
But I haven't accepted nothing yet. Sounds like you're in deeper than I am.
Let's say he's dangerous. What did he really offer you? Okay. Ugh, this is a 20 to find out. Come on. Okay. Okay. Nope. I mean, should we use our last inspiration here? Let's try to... I mean, I don't think we're gonna get it, but I'm gonna try. You know, sometimes it's just not meant to be, and this is one of those times.
What I said! That he'd get me and my gang safely to Baldur's Gate!
Okay.
Everyone they turned to let my kids down. The druids, Zevlor, everyone. Now it's my job to keep them safe, and I'm gonna do it right. Look, you saved us. Not knocking that. But after you left, Zevlor lost his nerve. Gave up the fight. I won't. Now there's no grove, no coin, no one taking us to the city. I'm not letting my crew get eaten by shadows. Maybe I'll make a deal, maybe I won't. But it'll be my choice, not the devil's, and not yours.
You're right. Yeah, you're right, kid.
Seems someone's been skimming our supplies. Is anyone keeping an eye on those children from El Dorel? Maybe not, Mom.
Okay. Now, is His Majesty the cat still over here? Oh, here, Karlak wants to chat
One
again.
of the worst things about getting old. Watching kids make the same exact mistakes you made. And knowing there's absolutely nothing you can say to change their mind.
It's true.
Then again, Mol's a hell of a lot smarter than I was at that age. Maybe she'll figure it out.
Mole has grown up way too fast. Yeah. She's clever.
True enough. She'll go far in the city. We've just got to get her there safely.
We will try. Okay. We just got a bunch of journal updates, y'all. If we find Raphael in the Shadow Curse lands, we met him at the Last Light Inn, and Astarion asked about the scars Cazador left on his back. He seemed interested. He said he'd think about Astarion's request and see us again soon. Karlak. Let Damon sleep on a solution. And then bring him more infernal iron. So we need to long rest, and then we're going to do that. Shadow Curse lands. Punish the wicked. Find the ledger for some creepy dude named He Who Was. I'm not into that. So he can, like, have some revenge porn. Find Zevlor. He was captured by the cult of the Absolute. His fellow tieflings claim he froze and tried to surrender. We should look for him. Now, it's interesting to me that they have that in Shadow Curse lands and not in Moonrise Towers, because I assume, I guess maybe Moonrise Towers could be considered in Shadow Curse lands. I assume that's where Zevlor is. Rescue the tieflings. Find out where the tieflings are being held. Yeah, because it's in Shadow Curse lands. Okay. Try to find them. And seek protection from the Shadow Curse. The cleric Isobel can help us. I can now, I'm going to F5. I can do a potion of animal speaking and try to chat with His Majesty, if His Majesty is still over here somewhere. Now, where is a potion of invisibility at? And a trap disarm toolkit. Where is all that? Nowhere. I was like, it's interesting that it's showing me that, but I can't quite get to it yet. His Majesty, if we want to chat with His Majesty, might be in here. Yep. So let me quickly, I do have a couple potions of animal speaking. Maybe I don't. Maybe I used it all. No, I just clicked the wrong thing. There it is. Where'd you go? Oh, over here sleeping. Alright, we're gonna try again.
Begone!
Oh, I don't get to because I guess I already failed that. Oh, how funny. Okay. Well, I just wasted that potion of animal speaking. It's fine. I don't care. Let's at this point... I don't know if there was anything out here I wanted to do. We did talk to someone praying before, and that was good. Harper Megan. Let's go get that interaction.
He was joking this morning. Jonas, I mean. He was always joking. Said it was good for morale, but he just liked seeing people laugh. He was a good harper. A good friend.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure he'd appreciate your prayers.
I hope so. They're all I have to give. Thank you. You're a good person.
Ah, and we just got inspiration. Perfect, perfect. Love that. Shadowheart was also inspired.
Let's have a look.
What's going on out here? Anything we need? Hi, Skull Cleaver. Welcome back. Oh, rotten banana. No thanks. We're good. All right. At this point, let's go to camp and have a nice long rest. Here I can talk to Scratch since make this speak with animals potion not entirely go to waste.
Well, friend.
Also, let me see how many wares I'm holding on to that I might need to get rid of. Not many. End the day. Bye, Skull Cleaver. Thanks for stopping by. Whoa, wait, what's this?
Playtime's over, pet.
Wait, what?
Oh, I love this time of year. The dickheads start popping up wherever you look.
What do you want, Mizora?
Drop the attitude and perk up your ears. You've got a new mission. Absolute's cult has gone and grabbed one of Zariel's assets. A devil. And a powerful one at that. They're locked up in the cult's fortress. Moonrise Towers. And you're getting
Oh,
out.
another Moonrise Towers mission. Everybody wants us to go there. Also, Karlach's pants are awesome. This is our problem. How exactly? Forget it. This asset can rot in the towers for all I care. If this devil's so powerful, how did they manage to get captured? I mean, if I'm going to say, and this is our problem, how exactly? She'll be like, it's Will's problem. So let's just say if this devil's so powerful, how did they manage to get captured?
Well, your playmate's wasting precious time. Let's see about getting her priorities fixed. Ahem. Clause Z, Section 13. Should promised soul refuse abeyance or neglect duty, the pact holder shall cast the promised into Avernus as a lemur.
Oh, you're gonna turn me into a lemur?
I'll make it simple. Will fails or refuses, and he turns to a thick blob of stink flesh and sinks to Avernus. Now, be a good boy and play fetch, pup, or you'll spend an eternity sizzling in the hells.
Mizora's words may be flippant, but they are tinged with desperation. She cannot afford for Will to fail this mission. This may be your best chance to negotiate Will out of his pact.
Okay. We'll rescue your asset on one condition.
Oh, and what condition is that?
Your mind links with Will's, drawn in by his increasing panic.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to save you, man. Respond to Will in your mind, trust me. You end Will's pact and go your separate ways. We just say it. We just say it. Well, maybe not. Let's say trust me first.
Will relaxes, and your connection fades.
We'll rescue this asset if you release Will from your pact.
Interesting. Now, why should I go letting my favorite pet off his leash?
Because you need this. We could always let the cult infect the asset. I bet they'd make a loyal thrall. Remember you can about devils and their contracts. Say you know a pact-breaking charm and chant a series of pseudo-infernal phrases. Okay, that's hilarious, but we're definitely not going to do it. Let's history, because more information is always interesting. Didn't make it by 1. Where's my guidance? Okay, alright. I'm not going to use my inspiration there. I'm going to use it on the next one.
No way to void a devil's pact.
Intimidation. Charisma plus my intimidation proficiency. Let's see. Can I intimidate a demon? I don't know. Yes! Bella!
Incredible. You actually think you hold the winning hand. Fine. I'll play your game. But I amend the pact once the mission's done, not before. Clause F, Section 9. Soulbinder shall bestow reward or favor only upon soul bearer's fulfillment of related obligation. Now, to Moonrise, pet. And do mind the shadows. They've been especially hungry.
Woo! Okay, Asterion wants to chat.
You know, I feel a connection between us. Like we're two souls walking the same path. You might be a little naive in the ways of the world, but I see promise in you. Ambition.
What do you mean, naive? Or I'm listening. Trust me, I'm nothing like you. Or I thought you hated me. I'm between 1 and 2. I'm listening.
I just worry that we're not considering all our options when it comes to our uninvited guests. How many people are infected with them, do you think? Hundreds? Thousands? And they're not just goblin trash. There are powerful people in the worm's thrall. Whoever's waiting for us at Moonrise Towers controls it all. But if we can take that control from them, imagine the power we'd wield.
Interesting. Evil power, I won't do it. And how would we do that exactly? Until we transform into mind flayers, you mean? Or, it's a tempting idea.
A kind gesture.
I'm between 2 and 3 right now. Slightly sociopathic. Thank you for the bits, Rachel. I appreciate it. All right, let's say, how would we do that exactly?
I mean, I assume there's some device controlling these things, so we find that. Murder some people and, Look, I'm not a details person, but turning up and causing chaos has worked for us so far. I'm just saying, there's an opportunity here. If we can control the tadpoles, we can keep ourselves safe. And liberate the world from this evil.
I'll consider it.
Do. It's not often the universe hands you something like this. We'd be fools to squander it. Of course, this all assumes we live long enough to find this, moonrise. But I'm feeling optimistic.
All right, thanks for that. Does anybody else want to chat? Karlak, I think, does.
God damn it! Why did it have to be Mizora? Why did it have to be Zariel? We're supposed to risk our necks to get one of her assets? What if it's a runaway like me? Or something far worse?
After what Will sacrificed to save you, it's time to repay the favor. It's not bad. If we don't help, Mizora will turn Will into a Lemieux. Could you live with that? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Or you heard Mizora, it's the last thing Will has to do for her, then he's free. I think 3.
Look, Will's happiness is my happiness. I'd sooner see myself a Lemia than him. But it's a bad idea to play games with the devil. You never win. Not ever.
All right, that was good input. Looks like Will probably wants to chat. I would imagine Will has something to say at this point. Shadowheart, do you have anything to say? Probably not, but let's check. Eardle says they're a thing. Who's a thing?
Shah's blessings upon you.
Will and Karlak? No, he just, like, totally sacrificed the rest of his life to save her. Catheric Thorn, what do you think of him?
Difficult to say. A fellow servant of the Night Singer would surely be an ally to me under most circumstances. But something doesn't add up. I'll need to see where his allegiances truly lie.
Okay. Thanks for that. You're my bestie. Love you. Okay, we gotta go talk to... I don't know that Gale's gonna have anything to say. We gotta talk to Will. Poor Halsin, I just ignore him.
The more bullshit she pours, the more of it I'm forced to swallow.
Mazora set me on fiends inside and outside the Hells. She's never ordered a rescue.
Gods. She makes a mockery of everything the Blade stands for. Such an asshole.
She'll be gone soon enough. Do this mission and Mazora will free you from the Pact. It's not like you have a choice. Do the mission or rot in the Hells. I thought you were supposed to hunt devils. Doesn't this violate your contracts? Or any idea who the devil is that needs freeing? Let's say that.
Not a one. All that matters is that we free it. Fail. And I made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front lines of the Blood War.
It's not going to happen. You mean too much to the Sword Coast. That's horrifying. I'm so sorry. You're bound to be a lemur no matter what? It's not going to happen.
And it means everything to me. I always knew what my future held. And I know I chose right. Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it. But I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free. I can feel Mazora scheming, plotting. She won't let me go without making a fuss. Trust me on that.
Okay. Oh, Raphael's making a bid for Mole's loyalty. What do you make of it?
A blushing apple begging to be plucked. He wants more than her loyalty. He wants her soul.
She's an obstinate one. If she's of a mind to team up with Raphael, there's no changing it. She'll make the right decision. Yeah, I mean, I would say she's an obstinate one.
She's stubborn, yes. Bold as a lamb cavorting in a lion's den. But as ambitious as she is, Mole's no fool. One way or another, she'll see there's no winning Raphael's game. And she'll walk away.
I hope so. For her sake. I hope you're right.
You've seen what happens when a bound soul reaches for freedom. I can't imagine what cruel penance Mole would pay if she were ever to resist that fell bastard.
Okay. Thanks, Will. We're having nice chats. Maybe let's just... Hey, Halsin, what's up? Do you need anything? You good?
The Shadow Curse is upon us. As foul as I remember it. Perhaps even worse. But with the Oak Father's blessing, we may soon see it banished from these lands.
We're in the midst of the Shadow Curse now. Is there any more you can tell me about how to lift it?
This land is more than just soil and rock, root and leaf. It is a living being, in the form of a young Fey boy, with the forest itself in his eyes. His name is Thaniel. I've met him in my meditations, but since the curse was unleashed, I have not felt his presence. He is its prisoner, I fear. And as long as he remains so, his domain will lie in darkness.
Whoa.
But if we can find him, we can break the curse. If you learn anything of the Shadowfell, or of a boy with the forest in his eyes, find me at once.
Holy crap. All right.
I can't be exact, unfortunately. Time and the Shadow Curse won't have been kind to any traces that would have been left behind. A living witness is unlikely, I'll admit. But perhaps there'll be an unliving witness, or some lingering echo of what we seek. Don't worry. If you find something, you will know it.
Okay. Finally, Halsin making himself useful. I'm so not used to that. Gale, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
Tell me, what can I do for you?
Nothing. You have nothing. You have nothing to add. Okay, great. Thanks, Gale. We talked to our bestie, Shadowheart. Lae'zel, you're probably still having a lot of conflict about us essentially telling your god to piss off.
Greetings.
Nothing? Alright, she's got nothing too. Just want to make sure. I don't think Withers needs anything. Let me just look at our stash and see if there's anything we need from here. Lots of camp supplies, lots of books and stuff. Comfortable red-blue outfit. I don't think we need that. Pick up and add to wares. I'm keeping so much crap that I probably don't need. I guess
Don't be shy.
I wanted to see here. You know what? I will have Bella
Progress.
pick up a lot of these weapons and oh, smoke powder barrel might be nice to have. I'm gonna send to Karlach. Send to Karlach. Oh, I don't want to encumber though. One's probably fine. Is this mushroom? Let me see. That's for crafting. No. So I think what I'm gonna do is, how many of these do I have? All that? I don't want any of this stuff. I just want to make sure I'm not selling it without knowing that it's... Karlach's really the one who I want to come over here and take a look at it.
Meal.
Karlach, come over here and take a look at what's in the traveler's chest.
Yo!
Take the time to level everyone and see who has something useful. I don't know. I just want to see if these weapons here are good for Karlach. Let's see. I'm currently doing 5 to 15 with the shockwave jump, which is cool. Uh, 5 to 16 if I do the very... Nah. Close, though. Alright, so I think we can sell all this stuff. I'm going back to Bella.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
We can sell all this stuff if, our friendo Volo has enough money to let me do that. Or, these are magic items I can feed to Will, or to, Gale, too. But Gale hasn't asked to eat a magic item in a long time. I know I'm encumbered. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna sell it all. Okay. And then I'm also gonna craft a bunch of stuff. Why would I want that rotten mushroom? Why am I holding that? Not consume. Is there a way to just drop it? Whatever, I'll deal with it later. Holding so many weird things just because I was like, I might need this later. Okay. I know I'm encumbered. Let's go trade with Volo. Get rid of some of this stuff. PB Sizzle! I can put makeup on it now, so it's coming along a little better.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Trade with me, boo. Add wares. Okay, 684 for wares. What can you give me that I might want back? Anything with radiant damage would be great. I don't see that right now. Scroll of Expeditious Retreat. Scroll of Cone of Cold is interesting. Scroll of Sleet Storm. Protection from good and evil. Speak with Dead or Stone Skin. I want to say Shadowheart can already do Stone Skin. So maybe Cone of Cold could be cool. But I kind of just want Gale to learn all this stuff. But I'm not using Gale right now, so... I don't know that I need any of this. Yeah, this is all stuff I gave him that I don't really need before. We got shoes and all sorts of stuff here that I don't think I need. Potion of Animal Speaking is always great. We could... I don't want 5 of those, though. Oh, they're so cheap. I should craft first before I decide to do that. Let's just keep it at money for right now. There we go. Great. Anybody else have wares to sell?
Well, hello.
Well, hello.
What a charmer.
Okay. All good there. And now there was something else I wanted to do before bed. I'm going to save. But we officially talked to everybody. I got rid of my wares. Oh, I wanted to make sure spells were prepared the way I wanted.
Faith will guide me.
Yes, because I have 2 more spell slots. That's what I wanted to do before we went to bed. So, let's do Freedom of Movement. Snap an ally out of any stun. Guardian of Faith. Call forth a divine guardian that attacks nearby enemies. That could be great. Death Ward. Protect a creature from death. The next time damage would reduce it to 0 hit points. It remains unconscious with 1 hit point left. I mean, I could maybe try putting that on Isabel. Banishment. Spell is not prepared. Temporarily banish your target to another plane of existence. Maybe I could do that to Isabel. Hey. No? Can't do it? Do I not actually have these spell slots? What's up with that? Cannot prepare more spells. Why? Polymorph I have. Dimension Door I have. Fear, Bestow Curse, Pass Without a Trace, Mirror Image, Disguise Self. The 1 HP would be great if it works. Animate Dead, Beacon of Hope. Daylight. Enchant an item to shine like the sun, or summon a sphere of sunlight that dispels all darkness around it. Holy cow, that's great too. Feign Death. Put an ally in a protective coma. They become resistant to all damage except psychic. That could be great too. Remove curse. Let's... Okay, here. So, maybe feign death. I don't know if that would work, though. If they're feigning death, would they lose concentration? Death Ward, I think, is what I'm going to go with. Here's Warding Bond. Ward an ally. They gain resistance to all damage. Whoa. And a +1 bonus to their armor class and saving throws. This could be great, too. Each time the ally takes damage, you take the same amount of damage. That's pretty great as well. Hold person. Spiritual weapon is force. I'm going to get rid of silence for right now and do warding bond instead. Prayer of healing. Enhance ability. Calm emotions. Cure wounds is good. Guiding bolt's definitely good. Bane. Bless. Command. Create or destroy water. Protect from good and evil. I also have some scrolls of protection from good and evil I could use in this moment. Alright, Rachel, say hi to Amy for me, please. Okay, I don't know how much I'm going to use necrotic damage here, so let's do Guardian. I would say Guardian of Faith, but I think I only have one level 4 spell slot. Mass Healing Word is great. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do is Death Ward. Okay. Okay. I think that's good for Shadowheart, who finally has her camp clothes again. Looking good, girl. Looking good.
Onward then. Looking ahead.
Okay. Sleeping. Sleeping. Nope, not 47. Why would we do that? I don't know why sometimes it wants to overuse your camp supplies. Exactly 40 is perfect. Hawaiian guy gives a stretch and a hydrate. Thank you. Full rest. Is it an eventful night or an uneventful night? Oh, it's an eventful night. Oh, wow. Hello.
Supreme Kithrak, has Vlaakith sent you to slay me with your own blade?
I've not come to kill you, Lae'zel. I've come to aid you.
Really?
Don't trust him.
Skakek Kier Gith Shabeleth. My blade rests. Mother Gith compels you to listen.
Nod to Lae'zel. She should take the lead. Totally. Well, I'm gonna save it first. But I feel like this should be Lae'zel's thing.
Speak. My ear is yours.
I know you carry the astral prism, Lae'zel. Within it lies the seed of Vlaakith's demise, and I intend to help you bring it to fruition.
Vlaakith's demise?
Ooh!
Skaketh. I should run you through for suggesting it.
Are you talking about the person inside? Do you know who that is? What are you asking of us, boss? You must be either a fool or a hero to work against your own queen. Or I'm not giving you the astral prism if that's what you're wanting. Are Are you asking about the person inside? Do you know who that is? I just want as much information as possible here.
If they have not said, they must have good reason. And I won't be the one to betray them. But the one inside's chosen you as an ally, protects you with their power. That very power will be the end of Vlaakith's tyranny.
Hi,
the
Classy.
Prism's tenant must be let loose. I've sought their freedom for eons. When the Prism went missing, I feared the worst. Instead, you've granted the opportunity I've so long awaited. All that remains is the key that unchains them. And I've found someone who I believe can provide it. Bring the Prism to Baldur's Gate. I'll be waiting in a taproom called Shares's Caress. That is where we decide the fate of my people. Lae'zel, together we will break our chains and be Vlaakith's slaves no longer.
I am no slave, Jastil Kithrak. The Undying Queen is my freedom. It is she who will purify me, and she who will ascend me.
Lies, Lae'zel, every last one. There is no purification, no ascension. The Zaith-Isk does not purify, it extracts memory and kills the infected. Nor does the Lich Queen glorify the ascended. She feeds on most all of them to grow her power and pursue godhood.
Madness. You flood me with this heresy.
No, 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 ma'am.
I will hear no more of it.
He speaks true of the Zaith-Isk. You need to trust him. What do you want to do, Lae'zel? I have your back. Vlaakith's led you astray. I believe him, and so should you. Kill him. This is your chance. Let's say he speaks true of the Zaith-Isk. Everyone approves.
I served Vlaakith the whole of my life. Learned her words, fought her battles, yet she names me her Sharlak. Your words carry truth. I will meet you in Baldur's Gate. Do not make me regret it.
Lae'zel, I see Talak Magir in you, sister in freedom. Together we will be our people's light. Take this. It is a Quanith, a psionic detector. The Queen's warriors hunt you. The Quanith will sound you out when you come near their portals. Hear its cry and prepare for battle, or slip away.
Okay.
I should go. Vlaakith's gaze pierces the seas and skies. She believes me loyal, and I can't afford her mistrust. Keep the astral prism close. Let no one take it from you. Slay any who try. Now to Baldur's Gate. I'll be waiting, Lae'zel.
Wow. All right. That was a development I wasn't expecting. Okay. What's a psionic detector? Yeah. Do I need to equip it? Or can I just hold on to it, maybe? Okay, it doesn't look like I need to equip it. Okay. Let's see what else we got here for Karlach. Advantage on death saving throws, an absolute talisman's aid, or Selûne's dream. What does that do? An ally you touch regains hit points, but possibly falls asleep. Or Beastmaster's Chain, animal friendship. Frost Prince would give her Ice Knife. The Blast Pendant, a lightning blast. Or Detect Thoughts. Let's go with this. And then do we have any rings she can wear? No, just pretty rings. Not useful rings. Gith Halfplate, I think, is all she can wear. I've got some smoke powder barrels she can use. I've got a water barrel she can use. I mean, Karlach can blow some stuff up. It's gonna be good. Also, let me... So much of this can be added to wares, I feel like. I do want to give both of these soul coins to Karlach. Just in case she needs them. And I also wanted to craft... I don't think Karlach has enough to craft anything, but Bella definitely should. Ah, extract all ingredients. Okay, I still don't have anything I can... Oh, Essence of Acorn Truffle. Great, good. Okay. I've used all my stuff. Somebody wants to chat. Yeah, Zelda's. Uh-huh.
Vlaakith Kosivim Hrath Crashhead. Only in Vlaakith may we find light.
Hi, Trappy.
These were the first words I ever read on Tirsu slate. But they are no mere aphorism. They are law. They are creed. The root from which the 10,000 protocols stem. Forsake one protocol, and forsake Vlaakith. Forsake Vlaakith, and be the blood and meat which sates her dragons. If Voss speaks true, if Ascension is a lie, if tadpole purification is a fairy tale, then I have not sinned against Vlaakith. She has sinned against me.
Now you're getting it. I love it. What does Ascension entail exactly? Voss called Vlaakith a tyrant. Does this mean you agree? Who is the one in the prism, do you think? And if Voss is wrong, if his claims are wrong and Vlaakith's are real? Obviously, it's about time you figured it out. Let's say... Who is the one in the prism, do you think?
I don't know. I can't know. And that drives me mad. At first, I thought them an illithid deception, a trick of the tadpole. But the dream figure is real. It lives in the prism. Voss believes they are the seed of Vlaakith's demise and the agent of Githyanki freedom. And I believe he may be right.
What does Ascension entail exactly?
Ascension is a young Githyanki's greatest honor. Long ago, the Geich enslaved my people. They dominated our minds and bred us for war, until Great Mother Gith took a hammer to our bonds. From the day of our hatching, young Gith have one purpose: to train hard enough to slay a Geich and take its head. Then, we speak the rite of Ascension, and a red dragon comes to fly us to Vlaakith in Tunarath, City of Death. We are honored with an eternal home in the astral, celebrated for our victory. We are ascended. Or so I believed.
Interesting. He called Vlaakith a tyrant. Does this mean you agree? This might be pushing it, but I'm gonna go for it.
I'd never thought Vlaakith a tyrant, or me as a vassal. She was the source of my might, and I the envoy of her will. A warrior, a champion, a destroyer. But if Voss is right, and Vlaakith consumes the Ascended to gain power, then I am no destroyer. I am mere livestock, bred to be harvested and devoured. Every Githyanki is a slave with a singular purpose. Not to cull the Geich, not to prevent their grand design, but to raise Vlaakith to true godhood.
Okay.
Yes. I'd like time to think. We'll meet Kithrak Voss at Chares's Caress in Baldur's Gate. Until then, be vigilant. Vlaakith's eyes are upon us.
Okay, you deserve that time to think. Good luck basically getting deprogrammed from everything you ever believed.
Something's on my mind.
So, Lae'zel's going to war with Vlaakith? Going to break her chains in Baldur's Gate? Good for her.
He's funny. What does Shadowheart make of all this?
I didn't expect Lae'zel to turn on the Lich Queen so readily. Wonders never cease.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I think we should, for realsies, go to bed this time.
I'll give it a shot.
Anything else happening tonight? Classy, you're laughing at Astarians. Good for her! It is hilarious. Okay. Get help from the cleric Isabel is what we're about to try to do next. Help Kithrak Voss. Meet Voss in Baldur's Gate. Lift the Shadow Curse. Look for clues as to Thaniel's whereabouts. The Hellian's Heart. Talk to Damon. Maybe he came up with a new plan now that he slept. That's the first thing we're going to do. Blade of Frontiers. Rescue Zariel's assets from Moonrise Towers. I think it's a person, whatever the infernal asset is. Gith Warrior. We got to meet up with what's-his-face in Baldur's Gate. Okay. Completed quests. Whew, we got stuff to do today. Alright, I'm going to do a manual save here. And call this Pre-Isobel. Leave camp. Alright, there were two more things I want to do. I want to talk to Damon again before we go up there. I also want to talk to this merchant here. Oh, if the merchant's even awake and here. Yeah, she's here.
About supplies when we make it home.
Burning through our oil, but it should just about...
But before we do that, let's talk to Damon again. Here he is. He's just hiding.
There you are. I was wondering where you'd run off to. Well, two things. Good news and bad news.
Okay. Which do you want to hear first, Karlach?
The good news, obviously.
Okay.
I only need one more piece of infernal iron to craft an insulating chamber that can make it possible for Karlach to...
Touch people!
Exactly!
Oh my god. It's really happening. It's been so...
Yay, girl, yay!
We've got the iron. Let's do this thing!
Hang on! I think you'll want to hear the bad news too.
Yeah, sure. But first, fix me. Please.
Let's let Damon speak. This sounds important.
Fine. Well, go on then.
I don't enjoy saying this, Karlach, but there's no two ways about it. Your engine is going to blow and I can't fix it. I'm not sure anyone can.
Aww.
It's simply too hot to exist here in the material plane. Unless you return to Avernus for good, this thing is going to blow. Sooner rather than later.
But But still, you can give me something that'll let me touch again, right? Safely.
Yes, but...
That's all I need to know. Do it. Please.
Okay. Give him the iron. Let's make it happen.
Well. All right. This shouldn't take long. Same as last time. You'll need to install it yourself. This should do the trick.
There. So did it work?
I mean, you don't have
Only
flames
one way to
coming
find
out. Lay a hand on her, pull her into a hug, or stand stock still. Oh no! I trust Damon. I don't think Bella's much of a hugger. I'm gonna put a hand on her. You guys are all saying hug. I mean, it's exciting for her. Oh, fine, okay. Oh, she squats to give me a hug.
Thank you. I can't believe it. Thank you, Damon. Thank you so much.
It's the least I could do. Before you go, there's something I need to tell you. That engine of yours, it's contained for the moment, but it's just too hot to exist here in the material plane indefinitely. I know you know that, but the thing is, there's a cure.
There's a cure?
I wasn't making any headway with the mechanics, none at all. The environment here is just too cold to sustain metals like the ones inside you. You have to return to Avernus.
Yikes.
For good. Or this thing is going to burn you up from the inside out. And sooner than you think.
The minute I set foot back in Avernus, Zarya will force me back into service. I'm not doing her bidding again. I'd rather die.
I get that, but don't rule it out. The world just might be better with you in it. Even in Avernus. I won't stop trying to figure out a cure, but... at this point, I think we all have to face the inevitable.
Man, Gale's gonna blow, Karlach's gonna blow. Pfft. Astarian's making a deal with the devil. Will's gonna get turned into a lemur. What is up with this party? It's just gonna be me and Halsin. And Shadowheart. Hopefully Shadowheart will stick around. Yikes. Why is everybody blowing up? Thank you, Damon. We'll have to make the inevitable evitable then. Thank you, Damon.
Yeah. Apart from the doom and gloom, you've given me more than I could ever hope to repay.
It's been my pleasure. Good luck. Both of you. Look after yourself, all right?
Oh man, she's so happy, as she should be.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
This is the best day. The best day!
I'm so happy for you.
I'm so happy for me too. Now I just need to find someone to cuddle up to tonight, and I'll be the happiest woman on the Sword Coast.
What about Will? What about Damon said about your engine? Oh, anyone in mind?
I'm not sure. Depends who's got me in mind. Withers was giving me the old eye the other night. Then again, maybe it was just an old eye.
Wait, you're going for Withers? Oh my god, I love it so much. Okay. We should talk about this too, but I don't want to like rain on her parade right now. Yes, Dante Withers is the skeleton. Yeah, I'm not gonna raid on her parade. So funny.
Have to keep going. Something's on my mind.
I like that Bella's just like, I'm going over the fountain. I'm not going around the fountain. I go my own way. I do what I want.
Stock up while you can. I only hope I brought enough to see us through.
Okay, let's see what you got. I know I bought some good things from you last time. With my monies. Elixir of Viciousness. The number you need to roll to land a critical hit's reduced by 1. That's cool. Let's do... Oh, the Shield of Devotion I bought before. Although I feel like people in chat last time were saying Shield Bash never works. When a foe hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to knock it to prone. Or to knock it prone unless they succeed a dexterity saving throw. And I didn't feel like I got that option. I felt like my character did an animation, but that was it. And no one really got knocked down prone. Bash is bugged at the moment. Incandescent Staff. Grants resistance to fire damage. That's nice. Yeah, I think I bought the Cloak of Protection for Bella last time, and that was really good. What else did I want to buy? Protection from missiles is cool. 2-weapon fighting. Scale mail is a rare medium armor. This could go on Karlach. Exotic material. +1 to bonus to initiative. Add your full dex mod to your armor class. Because Karlach can wear medium armor. The Mighty Cloth. Rare light armor. Is that going to be better? Here, you know what? I'm just going to... Yeah, I just want to buy this. I just bought it for monies. Astarion, do we like... No, we don't like this better than...
Keep your distance, darling.
I don't know if that's better. I feel like this is closer to the drow armor we have for him. Let's see. For Karlach, she's currently wearing Githyanki half-plate, and I'm wondering if we want her in this instead. I think we might. We might want this on her instead. And then we'll boop, get that back. Okay, thanks for the heads up that Bash is bugged at the moment. 16 AC is great. 16 AC is great. Bella bought that robe, so I'm just going to swap that out. Cloak of Protection. Cape of the Red Prince I could just put on somebody for fun. I don't feel like I need that. Let's get rid of this gold ring. And nobody needs the Gith boots. I think I did buy that shield for Shadowheart because I thought it would be great, but Shield Bash isn't working right now, so maybe not. Is there anything else that I need here before we go? Any scrolls or anything? They've got a lot of really good scrolls. Scrolls of telekinesis. Arcane interference. Break someone's concentration. Yeah, I'm mostly just looking at these. Are there any rings for Karlach? I don't see any rings. Fancy rings? No? Alright. I can definitely use more greater healing potions right now. And lesser healing potions. And I think that should be good. Thank you. Thank you for all that.
Our asses.
And here we go. We're going to save again. We're going to overwrite this save file. I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy. I mean, it should, man. Okay, I think we've talked to everybody. Let's talk to Jaheira one more time.
Isabel's in her room upstairs. She'll be expecting you.
Okay. Alright, does anyone need mage armor or anything? I don't think so. Does anyone need to cast, like, Find Familiar or anything? I think we're all right. The only thing I could think is, like, Scroll of Protection from Good and Evil, but that's, like, totally cheating because my characters should not know that there's any kind of fight coming up. Did we forget anything, says Dante. I don't think so, but thank you for the reminder. I think we got everything. I just saved before we walked through this door, yeah. And I have the pre-Isabel save. Yeah, things I wish I would have known before include that this is a concentration spell. And include that she's super squishy. Those things would have been great to know.
The true soul who's going to save us all. I'm Isabel. Pleased to meet you.
And you, I've heard you're the protector of the sin, the banisher of shadows. Again, why I thought she would be fine.
Returned.
Squirrel Kisser! Thank you for the resub. Good to see you. I know your name, but little else. Care to enlighten me? No, we'll say this.
Myself and Our Lady are doing what we can to hold the line. I hear you and your tadpole will be our offense. Free from the Absolute's influence, yet able to walk among cultists. It's almost too good to be true. But I'd be a poor cleric indeed not to avail of a blessing when I see one. Let me guess. Jaheira sent you to beg a protection spell off her favorite cleric.
Yep. That's true. She did cough, which is maybe a hint that she's not at her best.
It hurts.
Sorry.
Perfect. It'll make you immune to the lesser effects of the Shadow Curse, which will get you closer to the towers. But there are places it won't help. Places where the curse is darker, stronger. The cultists are able to traverse even the deepest shadows, though. I don't know how. The Harpers are trying to figure it out.
Selûnite magic. Dark Lady, forgive me.
Good nose. Like a nasty little terrier.
Ladies, chill. Anything else I should know before heading off?
Ketherick is a frightening man. But you have something he doesn't. Allies worth having. While you're busy in the towers, I'll be sure to... Wait. Do you hear that? Something's wrong.
Something is wrong. Okay, here we go, friends.
Hello, Isabel.
Marcus, is that you? What's happened to you?
I've been blessed. You can be too. Come with me, and you can hear all about it from Ketherick himself.
What are you? Isabel, do you know this man? I say we follow the winged freak. What are you?
True soul, my instructions are clear. Take the girl to Ketherick, alive.
Probe his thoughts for more information could be good. What does he want with her? I'm not like you. I don't take orders from the Absolute's cronies. Let's get more info. More info is always helpful. Did you just call him Budget Sephiroth? Oh, thank you. That made my day.
A haunting face swims into your mind's eye. Its instructions vivid in your mind. Nothing is more important than bringing the girl alive.
What's going on? If you have something to say, say it.
Marcus is trying to kidnap you, Isabel. That's what we're gonna say.
Pathetic. The Absolute sees all. Your treachery will be punished.
The Absolute. Of course.
Look, Astarian's so not into what just happened.
Ketherick will never give you whatever it is you've been promised.
He already has.
Oh, those wings? Yeah, they're
Time
fancy.
to go, Isabel.
I failed some kind of constitution save, whatever that means.
Moon Maiden, guide my hand.
Come along, Isabel.
No. Why does he get 2 hits before anything else happens? Alright. Karlach gets to go next. Karlach, what? Okay, what scrolls do we have? Scrolls. That's not scrolls. I want scrolls, please. Try again. Nope. Protection from good and evil might work. Why is my inventory messing up? I just want to see my scrolls. I don't want to see my equipment. I don't want to see my equipment. I want to see my scrolls. Thank you. Are they in... Yeah, where are my scrolls? Stinking cloud, detect thoughts. I'm like, Karlach could do a scroll of, like, protection on her. Like, do we have scroll of protection from good and evil? That could work. If we can just make it to Shadowheart's turn. I feel like that's not so bad. Okay, Karlach. I don't want to hurt Isabel, but we need to get this guy... What do we got? 5 healing. What is she at? 30 of 52 right now? So if I have Karlach jump, she might potentially knock him down, but I don't know what the range is on that shockwave. What else does she have? Branding Smite. Maybe we shouldn't jump just in case. Radiant damage could be great on him. Let me just look. Radiant damage is going to be better on everybody else, so maybe not. Searing Smite. I can't reach the destination without jumping. I have to do the jump. So let's look. I mean, I could have her shut the stupid door, too, or I could have Astarion do that. If I jump on the bed. That's very Karlach. Don't jump, you'll hurt her. Probably. Alright, I'm gonna move to back here.
Over there.
And then just try to wallop them. Okay, I hit him for 9. I could hit him again. I could try to concussive smash, possibly dazing him. Backbreaker, possibly knock him prone, which could be good, but not as much damage as concussive smash. And he's dazed. Great, great. You love to see it. Or did he just not get dazed? I don't know. I don't know if he was dazed and then undazed. Okay. Ending her turn. Shadowheart's turn. This is what I wanted. Okay, so Shadowheart. Girl. You're gonna be like, Death Ward, protect a creature from death. How long does this stay on? The next time damage would reduce it to 0 hit points. It'll remain conscious with 1 hit point. So it's only 1 freebie. The other thing I can do is radiant damage and stand right around her, which would blind everybody. I think I'm going to do that first. Spirit Guardians, Radiant. And then have her come right here. I could also Shield of Faith. But no, because Spirit Guardians needs my concentration. Mass Healing Word I don't need yet. Regular Healing Word I could do. Let's do Healing Word. Please don't let this break my concentration. Let me just double check. Okay. It's a bonus action. Heal her up. That's great for Shadowheart's turn. I feel good about that.
Can't even catch my
Bella's
breath.
turn. Yeah, he does look dazed. Now we got people coming in from this way. I could go shut that door real quick. I mean, they'll probably just open it, but...
Let's see.
Boop! Let's not do that. Could I throw this wardrobe in front of it? Let's see. I forget, what's the hot, is it control? What's the hotkey? That's not control. Alt to just move stuff. Throw, improvised melee weapon. Target must be movable. The wardrobe's not movable. Okay. Time for some sneak attacks. Oh, that's gonna happen. I think at this point, I'm going to ranged attack into the fight and see if I can get him. Menacing attack ranged? No. Disarming attack ranged. If I can get him to drop it. Nice. He made a save against that, but I can do it again. Disarming attack ranged. Great. And then I'm gonna have Bella just stand. I mean, she's not that big. They can probably get around her. So let's give ourselves some extra bonus here. I could do more ranged attacks. But I feel like the disarming attack ranged again on this goober. Right there. I missed him. Do it again. I really want him to drop that sword. Nice. And then I'm just gonna physically stand here and try to look very intimidating. And hope no one comes in that door. They'll probably just walk right around me. Yep. Okay. Ugh, one of them hit. One of them missed, one of them hit. Okay, thank you, friend. What do we got now? How is she doing? 17, not great. So shutting this door doesn't really look like it's gonna do much good at this point. Unless, let's see what else I can do. Woof. Scroll of protection from energy. Can he protection of good and evil on her? Battle time, you made it. He could try to heal her for sure. I'm sure we have some scrolls that could heal her. Also, touch a creature to turn it invisible. I could turn her invisible. I'm trying to think if anything he could do offensively. How many of these dudes can I put to sleep? $24 hit points. So that would only be one of them. Like, is it worth trying? No, I feel like scrolls to protect her is what we really need. Let's see if I can actually see scrolls now. Who has that? Why won't you let me find the thing I want? Scroll of protection from good and evil. Show me that. Stop it. Why is my inventory borked right now? I don't want to see equipment. I want to see my scrolls. If anybody knows why my inventory is borked. I'm going to sort by latest, I guess. I could give her mage armor, but she's probably wearing armor. Scroll of blur. Hold person. Scroll of false life. Gain 7 temporary hit points. That's something. Scroll of misty step, but that only works for me, not someone else, right? Scroll of fear, blindness. Protection from energy is not what I want. Scroll of Bestow Curse. Scroll of Ray of Frost. Scroll of Protection from evil and good. I feel like that's what we want to do. Oh, Classy, feel free to lurk it up, my friend. So that could be good. Dimension Door. Teleport yourself and one adjacent ally to a place you can see. Detect thoughts. Speak with dead. Witch Bolt. Animate dead. Grease. Stinking Cloud. Remove curse. Wall of fire. Whoa. Protection from good and evil he now has. Scroll of invisibility. Yeah, we could try invisibility, but I don't know if she's so unpredictable. I'm worried that she would break it right away. Alright. Astarian's play is going to be using this scroll. Although maybe it'll say she's not an ally. 100% on her. Concentration. Okay, good. And then I could have him flourish and try to knock prone. And he's off balance. Dazed and off balance. But now we've got a while before my team can go again, and I'm a little worried about this. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, you could throw a healing potion too. Okay, let's see how this goes. No, stop moving. Okay, she healed herself at least. Go, Jaheira. He's trying to dash over that ice, but it's not working out for him. Go, friends, go!
General Kennedy are alive at any cost.
Oh, threw Shadowheart out of there. That was really smart. Whose turn is it? It's Karlach's. And then we've got 2 allies before Shadowheart goes again. Alright. I mean, Karlach I could give a coin and she could probably do some, like, real damage on these fools. Let's do it. Karlach's getting a coin. Infernal Fury. And we're gonna go... And again. Reckless attack, she'll gain advantage, but enemies have advantage on her. No one's hitting her, so I'm gonna go for it. I guess that's the end of her turn. Friends go, and then I gotta get Shadowheart back in there. Nice. Okay, she's gotta get back in here. Although, from here, if I, let's see. If I did Sunbeam, I can't hit all 3 without hitting her, but I could hit 2 of them. And then run in there. I mean, it might be worth it. That poor dresser would go, but... that would hit her. That would not. Is it worth it for 2 winged horrors? I mean, it might be. Or, do I have something else? I do have something else I could do. I'm gonna run back in again, which is gonna hit them.
On I go.
Yep. Marcus is down. that fool. And then I want to do this Death Ward. Target must be an ally. She's not an ally? Weird. When did she become not an ally? When I killed Marcus, maybe? Weird. Okay, Death Ward doesn't work on her because apparently she's not an ally. She's always been yellow? Alright. Okay, well that was my plan there, but that's not working. Let's do something else then. Since I can't do that. I guess I could heal her too. How's she doing? She is not doing good. Cure Wounds is only level 1. Polymorph. I mean, I guess taking out these guys is going to be the best thing I can do for her. Bella, you know what? Let's have Bella before Shadowheart goes. I'm going to have Bella go.
Despite everything.
Again, and Bella's going to do... Bella's going to do menacing attacks. Yeah. Pushing attack would be good too. At least it'll get them away from her. What else can I do? My trip attacks too possibly knocks them prone, which is great. Trip attack melee.
Try me.
Okay, that one's down. Trip attack melee again. Nice. At least he's prone. I could heal myself, but I don't have to, so I'm going to go for a pommel strike and try to take this guy out. Ah, still didn't take him out, but at least he's dazed. Alright, that was a good move for Bella. And then I think I'm going to run around to right here. To stand next to this last... Well, no, maybe not, because if more people come in here, that could be bad. I think I'm going to run around to right here. Just to give this guy any kind of disadvantage I can possibly give him. Okay, that's the end of Bella's turn. Back to Shadowheart. Shadowheart still has a full turn. This is a good round. This is a good round. I feel good about it. I feel like I need to heal her. Turn undead, charm person, disguise self. I could do guiding bolt against these fools. This guy on the floor has how many left? I don't know. It's this one's gonna go next. He's blinded by the spirit guardians, but that's a 50% chance to hit. Yeah, what can I do to heal her? I mean, I feel like the only healing I have right now is Mass Healing Word, which we don't really need. I can just cure wounds on her. I'm gonna try it.
Take your...
Only for 5. Yuck. Don't love that. Mass Healing Word, Mass Healing Word. I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. It feels like a little bit of a waste of Mass Healing Word, but... And it's a level 3 spell slot. Or I could try to shove... I don't know. I don't know. She might heal herself on her turn. That's the only guy that's gonna hit her. And what does she have left? 18? I don't think I can shove that dude from there. I'm just gonna do Mass Healing Word on everyone, even though most people can't use it. Is that even gonna hit her, though, or is that just gonna hit my allies? That's not even gonna... Like, she's circled. Does that mean that's gonna get her? Probably not. She's not technically an ally. Yeah, not an ally. Damn Erin says you can upcast those healing spells for a lot more health. I know, but she's not technically an ally. So that probably won't even work on her. Alright, I'm gonna end Shadowheart's turn. Ooh, she hit for 13. Oh, please miss. Dear gosh, she's squishy. Okay. I need to take this thing out. Please take him out. Oh, no! I can't do it on undead. This is real bad. This is real bad. She only has 5 left, I think. Yeah, she's 5 hit points left. Hi, Dagiera, welcome. She is so squishy. Like, how did this thing hit her for 13 and then I totally missed? If I jump, I can't jump and push. I think she's gonna die. I don't think I can get out of this. There's nothing else I can do from a basic action. Unless I could, like, jump over here. Could I, like, get over here and then push her out of the way, maybe? They're just gonna go around us to get her, though. Potion of speed for more attacks. We definitely have scrolls. Who are these guys that get to go downstairs? I guess another downstairs. I guess another downstairs. Friend, 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 and then Karlach. So the big thing here is this guy is who I'm worried about. He doesn't get to go till my team gets to go. And he okay, the 2 guys I'm worried about don't get to go until my team gets to go again. So I guess Asterion stays here for right now, unless Wheel of Diminution. -1 penalty to damage. The targets failing a Constitution save suffer disadvantage on strength checks. No. Antidote, Potion of Feather Fall, Simple Toxin. That's not going to help me against them. Alright, end Astarion's turn. She cured herself a little. Go, friends, go. Oh man, Jahir's paralyzed? Are you kidding me? Oh no. Okay. Main hand attack is 5 to 15. I could frenzy out. Frenzied strike and enraged throw. You can also make an improvised weapon attack as a bonus action. That is my bonus action to do that, but do I want to do that right now? I think I'm just going to take these fools out. Nice. Now we only have 1 more up here. Select variant. Branding Smite. Branding Smite melee. Branding Smite range. Let's do, ranged is an 80% hit. Let's do it. Nice. Way to go, Karlach. Okay, no one else is up here with her. We could go help everybody else out, but I'm kind of feeling like we just protect the snot out of her. Karlach could shut this door. And then maybe run over here. End of Karlach's turn. Come on, friends. Hold your own. I don't want Shadowheart to leave Isabel's side. Hello? You do? What's the exciting news, big guy?
The Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl!
Oh, yeah? Cool, bud. Thanks for letting me know.
So who are you going to cheer for? Whoever goes to the Super Bowl.
I don't know, buddy. We have to find out how Dada's team does. Okay?
Will you cheer for the Chiefs?
I don't know, big man.
Oh, I believe if the Niners win against the Chiefs, will you cheer for the Chiefs or the Niners?
I don't know
But
yet.
If the Lions win against...
Hey, can I have a hug and then I can finish my stream? Because Mommy's in a very intense part right now. Thanks, big guy. Thanks, big guy.
Just for victory, I want to say something. I want to say something.
You want to say something?
And then
I know what you want to say. Okay. Okay, you know what? Maybe that's going to bring Mommy good luck in the battle she's in right now. Thanks, bud.
Thanks.
I love you.
Love you too.
All right, with that being said, let's kick some undead booty, huh? Let's do it. Let's do it. Gnarly, I grew up on the other side of PA, so more of a Eagles fan if I had to cheer for something. But Logan cheers for whoever he wants. We talked about it earlier in the stream. He does what he wants. Okay, so I feel like I should move her to the door. Bella, close this door. Okay. Now, can I move? Isn't there a button that I can use to, like, move stuff? Yeah, that one. But I guess it has to be a movable thing, right? I mean, I guess I could have, like...
I'm ready.
If Shadowheart opens the door, I can have Karlach and Bella come out here and then just shut the door behind them.
Never a dull moment.
So Bella... Well, Bella doesn't really have much more movement. Astarion can also come outside, maybe. I don't know how much I need to keep people in here.
I've missed this.
Astarion Boo, can you get out here? Do you have a good jump to get your booty out here? Not enough movement? Yeah, I mean, I guess he can dash.
Yes, here.
Okay. Bella can't really do anything else unless I dash. But I think I might want to keep her in here. Well, no. Let's get Bella out here, too.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Okay. And then...
Got to focus.
Shadowheart's closing those doors. And ideally... Shadowheart still has stuff she can do, but I'm like, what can we do to keep this one from being a fool and going outside? I don't want her to be a fool and go outside. Let's cast this up and try to heal her a bunch. I mean, cure wounds level 4. Yeah.
Can't afford casualties now.
Great. Okay, that's the end of Shadow's turn. Bella doesn't need to heal herself. I could probably... Can I throw? I don't think I can. I was like, if I could throw, like, an alchemist fire or something. No, I can't. could cast Tears Protection on Astarion. That's at least something. End turn. Astarion can still jump if I wanted him to, but I honestly want him to stay up here and just rain down arrows. I'm gonna have him just move a little bit up and end his turn. Isabel, don't go anywhere. No, no, no. Oh no. Oh, Jaheira might not make it. You guys better go in and save Jaheira. Get your booties in there. Where's Damon? Not being dumb, I hope. Yeah, rage it out. Do it. Get him. Okay. We just have this mass of bodies in here. Okay, I mean, Karlak's frenzied, so I want her to go outside, but... can she? She might be able to from here. Too far outside normal range. I can move her just a little farther.
I've got it.
I'm doing it anyway. It was a miss. That's okay. The other one I could try to hit is this one attacking Jaheira down here. Let's go for that. Oh, another miss. Rough. Come back and shut these doors. I'm trying desperately to keep this woman in this room. Come on, friends. Help Jaheira. Nice. What is that looking like down there? He's still got 11. Jaheira's only got 5 left. Shadowheart. Yeah, I feel like we might just need to make this about saving Jaheira right now.
Heading there.
I could do Guiding Bolt, maybe. Not enough movement to get there. Who else could I Guiding Bolt on? Not enough movement to get there. How was there? Looked like there was a way I could get it, and it said 90 or something. Can I shove her back in the room and shut the door? Because that'd be really funny. Command her to freeze? I could just command her to freeze. I don't know if she would take that as a hostile action or not, but I'm like, listen here, ma'am. Oh, I could hit Jaheira with 94, but not, of course. That's not helpful. I guess I could try curing Jaheira. Yeah, I don't know that there's anything she can do yet. I'm gonna have Bella take some action.
Death won't take me yet.
Okay, good. That one's finally down. Who else we got? Over here. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to get this full. So we've got one here. There's Jaheira. Is this the only one left? This is the only one left. Okay. I mean, I guess... I feel like I should have things I can do here, but... I guess I could throw a small throw. A small healing potion.
Maybe I should... No, this is good.
I don't think that healed her. I'm not real sure, but I don't think it did. Alright, well that was a waste of a healing potion. That's fine, I guess.
Another step forward.
Mia, stay focused.
I can't really get you anywhere else, sadly. Oh, that's true. I could have jumped down with her. I think we're good. There's nobody else down there. The only other bad guy is up here.
Let's spill some blood.
Are you close enough? Oh, we don't have advantage because I guess that's not an ally, technically.
On my way.
Critical miss. Wow. If she critical missed and fell off there to her death, I think I would laugh so hard. Like, I'd be so frustrated. But also laugh so hard. Where you dash into, boo? Nice attack of opportunity. You guys are all really gonna try to come up the steps. Man, this guy is getting lucky with the misses. AC infinity, apparently. Alright. Reckless attack. We're not gonna frenzy it up. I don't think we need it. Famous last words. I can't use that again, but I sure can use this. Yeah, let's do it. There it is.
Sighting that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Woo!
Isabel, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Barely.
Marcus has been with us since the start. They've been tracking us this whole time. And that was no random attack. You were the target, Isabel. They know how important you are. But they don't know about you. Ketheric will strike again. We need you to strike
That was for you, Rob.
Discover the source of his invulnerability. Make him mortal so we can make him bleed.
All right.
Good luck.
We're in more danger than I knew. If something happens to me, everyone in this inn is dead. Like that.
Marcus told me, Ketheric wanted you captured, not killed. Why?
Why does a man like him do anything? Power, spite, some kind of twisted personal morality.
I think you know more than you're
I
letting
can
on.
understand why he'd want me dead. Without me keeping the curse at bay, everyone in this inn, everyone intent on killing him, is dead too. As for why he'd want to take me alive, I don't know. And I don't want to find out. Now that we have you, I hope I won't have to.
Dante, do you have a minute to talk about our savior F5? I hear you, Dante. I'll F5 it right now, and I am going to do a manual save right after we get out of this dialogue. Yeah, that if something happens to me, everyone dies. That would have been a great conversation to have. Slightly earlier in this story. I'm getting tired of hearing that. I never get tired of hearing that. Or once I take Ketheric's head, you'll be safe again. None of these. I'll just tell her she'll be safe again. It's
No
fine.
mercy. For Ketheric will have none on you. End this.
Okay. New save file. Isabel lives. is that new save file. Now let's hope. I know Mull got taken. Let's hope Damon's still okay. Travel to Baldur's Gate. Moonrise Towers. We defended Isabel from the True Soul Marcus, who tried to abduct her and take her to Moonrise Towers. Next we gotta go in and loot that body. Resolve the abduction. We prevented Marcus from abducting Isabel. Why would the cult want her alive? Don't know. Protection from the Shadow Curse. Isabel said the cultists can traverse the Shadow Curse safely. Even the deepest parts. Some Harpers are looking into it. We should meet them at the bridge outside Lost Light. Alright, so that's the next thing we gotta do. But first, I'm gonna loot them bodies.
What's inside?
Ma'am, your room's a mess.
But we do know that anyone who goes charging into those shadows.
Timeline preserved, indeed.
We need a way
Your great club, huh?
What I won't do is send
It's interesting. Your great club.
She wants the same thing.
Not his anymore. Half plate, medium armor, disadvantage on stealth checks. I don't know, I can add it to wares. Ooh, a new ring. Shifting corpus ring. Invisibility and blur. Okay. Let's steal that. And a mind flare parasite specimen. Steal that as well. Okay. Yeah, I don't think these guys have anything else on them I can loot. These winged horrors. Isabel's diary. It's fine. I don't need to steal it. I got nothing, really. Where did Isabel go? I kind of hear you talking. Well, there you are.
I need a quick word.
On with you. Unless you want to come back to a gaggle of shadow-cursed harpers.
Could be entertaining. I still have a few questions, or I won't let that happen. Let's say I still have a few questions.
Go on, then.
This curse seems incredibly powerful. What more can you tell me about it?
It belongs to the goddess Shah. According to the Harpers, it fell here when they defeated Ketheric. The one who tried to have me kidnapped. I suppose they didn't defeat him quite hard enough.
Thank you, Rachel. That's so kind of you. I'm not overly familiar with Saloon and Shar. Could you enlighten me? I mean, Shadowheart could tell me more, but this is fine.
Moon and shadow. Light and dark. Divine sisters ever at war. And this place has become one more battlefield. Sometimes life forces us to choose sides. Luckily, sometimes the choice is obvious.
How'd you come to this place?
Right place, right time. When a cleric of Selûne stumbles into a Sharan shadow, she's bound to set it to rights. At any cost.
Okay. Alright. Let us go downstairs and talk to Jaheira. Yeah, Dagiera, my character is a halfling. And apparently that's a rather unpopular choice for this game. I saw statistically what people have chosen. And yeah, halfling is a rather unpopular choice. That's alright. I like being different. You want to talk about how that went down, man?
Traitors among us. A child taken.
I know, Maul.
And still I can only feel relief. If they had taken Isabel too,
Yeah, we'd be effed. I know. You should have seen this coming. We were all caught off guard. Let's just focus on defeating Ketheric, or I assume you have some payback in mind. I assume you have some payback in mind, maybe? Posture check. Thank you, David.
You know me already. But you'll have the honor of making up for my blunder here. I trust that you will.
Okay. I want to ask you about
Then
something.
Speak.
How did the Harpers first learn of the Absolute?
The same way Harpers learn of anything. poking noses where they don't belong. We sent an agent to infiltrate this cult. The latest fad among the city's bored nobility, I thought. Until that same agent returned and tried to plant a knife in my neck. My first encounter with a true soul. I'm glad ours ended on friendlier terms. From there, I made some inquiries of my own. Saw firsthand how easily the cult could turn friend to foe with but the twist of a tadpole. And so I gathered my harpers and came to the source. Moonrise Towers.
I've heard your name before. Where?
Some crusty ballad monger, I expect. They have me slaying gods or laying with them, depending on the bard.
I feel your pain. My companion Volo's loose with the truth too. I heard it was both. So, which was it? You don't seem overly pleased to be remembered. I heard it was both.
You'll have to sing that one for me when all of this is done. In any case, it was a lifetime ago by now. And for all our victories, we remain on the back foot. We fight, we die, and we just hope that when our time comes, there is someone else to take our place.
Stirring words. Is that how you inspire your harpers? Surely you made more of a difference than that. Let me guess. I'm someone else? Let's say, surely you made more of a difference than that.
The songs would have you believe we saved the realm's entire. Perhaps we did. They simply refused to stay saved.
Okay. On the greater healing potion. Do you mind if I read it? I'd like to read your book, please. Can't reach this. Oh, I'm too short?
Not over, then through. Let's see what this does.
There we go. Oh, still can't reach this. Alright. Asterian man, can you reach this? No, nobody can reach that. Alright, I guess we're not reading that. Let's go outside and check on Damon.
Fine.
Good. We'll leave soon. We don't want any surprises.
I'd rather face Ketheric's armies than suffer traitors. Watch out for those flaming fists.
Thank you for the air horns. Welcome back. Excuse me, you're on fire? It's true.
But we do
What are they talking about in here?
Time to press ahead.
So the plan is to do nothing. Let the Duke rot in prison while Baldur's Gate burns.
Far from it. We need a way into...
Oh, Counselor Floric?
He still won't speak. Just keeps going with the bloody song.
Nothing of use on his
A new
person.
subscriber.
His original writ
Come,
of duty.
steal yourself.
Signed by Elton
We are
himself.
building an army.
Hadricus, welcome to the Dragon Riders.
Fist.
He must know something. Let's not give up on him yet.
Oh, hi.
We believe the cultists have taken Duke Ravengard to Moonrise Towers. I don't suppose you found a way in.
Working on it. I'm heading there shortly. Not yet. What's with the fellow in the cot? Are the Flaming Fists just going to stand around here? I have no intention of heading there. What's with the fellow in the cot?
Isabel cleared this place, and he just appeared. We think he's staying at the inn when the curse fell, which means he's been trapped inside for a century. It beggars belief he's alive at all. Hopefully, he'll come round. Tell us something useful about getting through the shadows. Right now, he seems to have little more to him than a refrain from some song or other.
Is this the guy Halsin was looking for? I'd like to talk to him.
Wouldn't we all? I'm not even sure he's fully conscious, but feel free to say hello. Maybe a new face will inspire him. Unfortunately, I won't be here when he comes around. I'm heading to Baldur's Gate to seek reinforcements. The Council sent a carrier pigeon with news that the city has been dealing with absolutist attacks. The Steel Watch is holding strong. I'll request that Lord Gortash send some of them to aid in the fight against Moonrise. The curse won't harm them.
Holy shit. That's my old boss. The guy who sold me to Zariel.
You know the name Gortash, a counselor with considerable influence on Baldurian industry and politics. But he is no lord.
Interesting. Lord Gortash? I thought he was no more than a counselor. Also, you're leaving while Duke Ravengard is still captive in Moonrise. Huh, we have stumbled into some Game of Thrones-esque politics here. Let's say Lord Gortash?
Lord Gortash is the man responsible for the creation of the Steel Watch. It's no wonder he earned the title. The Steel Watch are the future of warfare. Gondian automatons that can be sent into battle without risking any lives. Except those of our enemies. Lord Gortash had only completed work on the prototypes before Ravengard and I left for Elturel, but even they were formidable. With the Steel Watch at our backs, we can storm the tower whatever Ketheric throws at us, I'm sure of it. I'll do my best, but there's every chance I'll fall to the curse or the cult before I reach the city. Don't count on me and assume no aid is coming. Work with Jaheira. That Harper's mind is as sharp as her blade. Follow her guidance. Farewell. We'll meet again, God's willing.
God's willing. All right, where's the dude in the cot?
See what we see. Just what we please. Together, waiting for the sun forever.
All right, I think that dude needs to talk to Halsin. Let me talk to Karlach, who's still on fire.
So Gortash is a lord now. I'd like to clap eyes on this steel watch of his. You already know the story. I was Gortash's bodyguard, loyal as they come, when he made the deal with Zariel. She got a test subject for her infernal engine. I never found out what he got. This is the kind of man who gets a title. Authority. Makes me sick.
Me too. Whatever this steel watch is, it must be quite impressive. We'll make him answer for what he did to you as soon as we get to the city.
The city. Baldur's Gate. Home. I can almost taste it, you know. Not even Gortash can spoil that.
Okay.
Flame color. That's your name, isn't it? Art color? I'm Fistula.
Thaniel and me.
Thaniel and me. That's who Halsin was looking for.
Climbing up a tree.
We need you, sir. One of our own's been taken. A Grand Duke. You might know something that could help us bring him back. We found him out in the shadows, just wandering. Nothing survives out there for long. Don't know how he made it, or where he came from.
This is no physical ailment. It is a spiritual malaise. The man's mind has been gripped by the Shadowfell, yet it has not broken.
I've heard the name Thaniel from a friend of mine.
Really? Could you bring him here?
Yep, I sure can.
I'd be glad of the help, wouldn't you, sir?
I'm just gonna go get Halsin. Okay, let's go to camp for a second. Karlach, I feel like you're getting a lot done here, so I don't necessarily want to dismiss you from the party. Also, Shadowheart's really important to this mission. I might need Astarion to, like, take a break for a sec. But, like, you're coming right back. Don't worry. Okay, where is everybody? Holy cannoli. Aha. You're over here. Sorry, I'm gonna have to kick you out of the party for a sec.
So, the untouchable Karlach is untouchable no more.
You gonna go for it?
I'd shake her hand, but she can still snap me in two, so, probably safest to skip it. Oh, darling, I'm hurt. I thought we had something special.
Please just stay here.
I guess I'll spend my evenings lounging here while you do all the hard work. It sounds awful.
Okay. Now let's go get Halsin, who's all the way down here.
You wish to speak?
There's a flaming fist at last light. The curse has left him insensible. He's muttering about a boy called Thaniel. Yes.
He is? Then I must see him. Insensible or not, he knows something.
Okay.
I will go to see him at once. Join me when you can.
Oh, really? You're... Oh, I guess I did need to bring you in my party. I thought I did. Can Halsin not be part of my party? Like, what's even happening right now? Okay. Alright, Asterion, I guess you can come back in the party then. I thought I needed to free up a party slot, and I guess I didn't. Yeah, that's convenient, right? He just did it for me.
Hello, beautiful. Darling, I thought you'd never ask. Lead on.
Okay. So we go ahead and go back then. Leave camp. Hey, Halsin, you here? Where's Halsin? Oh, right here. Okay.
Thaniel and me are climbing up a tree.
It's true then. He's met Thaniel. There's no other way he'd know that name. This is just what we needed. Well done. We need to wake him. He must know something about where to find Thaniel.
Any ideas? There must be another way to lift the curse. I'll see what I can do. Any ideas?
If he was able to escape the Shadowfell, then it mustn't have managed to consume his spirit. Well, not all of it anyway. We need to unlock whatever's left of him, inside his head. There must be something to trigger him. A word, a memory.
Yeah, where'd the bed go? He's just
We
levitating.
just need to find it.
Wait! Take this letter. It was in his pocket. He doesn't seem to have any reaction to it now, but it might help.
There must be a way to lift... There must be another way to lift the curse?
Without Thaniel, no. And I don't know how I can find him without speaking to this man.
I'll see what I can do.
I don't deserve you, my friend.
Darn tootin' you don't.
Looks official.
Asterian's the only one who noticed what's in that pocket. Looks official. Okay, let us... Warn letter. Read. Okay, rank flame to obtain information about current activities in Moonrise Towers and its environs. Headed by Cleric Thorm of the region's ancestral Thorm family. Take lodging in the Last Light Inn and begin investigation in the local House of Healing. Reports indicate corruption, but no corroboration has yet been obtained. The Regent's Thorm family are long-standing devotees of Selûne, but rumors indicate a Sharan enclave might be gaining momentum. Investigate and report.
Tragedy. Wonder what he found. Crime.
House of Healing, huh? Okay, good. Damon's still alive.
Nowhere safe from this damned absolute.
No.
If you need something sharp, I have a few things left.
Earlier you mentioned you could work interesting materials.
sense
What do you
some.
mean?
Smell it almost. Somewhere in the area. Underground, maybe. Out there in the shadows. If you find it, bring it to me. I'll make something incredible.
Let's see what you have. I think I found material you can work with. I have some hellish masks. Can you make anything in
Using
these?
something that's already fabricated is tough, but I can try. How many do you have?
Do I only have one? I thought I had more than one.
I thought I sniffed American scent somewhere. These must have been a pain to get a hold of. American masks are brittle, so what I make won't last as long as my usual pieces.
Getting something good.
There. Be careful who sees you using that. Might draw the wrong sort of eyes.
Got it. Ooh, an explosive. Thank you.
Can't sleep, so I might as well hammer. Need anything?
I do want to see what you have. Okay. All right, what we got here. Arrow of Salving. Cure your target of poison, paralysis, or blindness. Arrow of Transposition. That's pretty cool. Arrow of Many Targets. Deal an additional half damage to 3 other targets in the area. Yeah, we should buy that. That's pretty cool. It's only 120. What is this? Sword of Life Stealing. Oh, man. On a critical hit, the target takes an extra 10 necrotic damage. As long as it isn't a construct or an undead, you also gain 10 temporary hit points. I mean, that's pretty awesome. I don't know that it's more awesome than what I currently have, but it's pretty awesome. This axe is also really cool. Let's see if I do it as Karlach. Not better than what she has. She can't. Oh, will encumber Belladonna. Why are you telling me about Belladonna?
Well.
It's still showing me Belladonna, even though I don't have her selected. Okay. I don't think any of this is going to be better than my adamantine splint armor. It is +2, though. No, I don't think it's going to be better, so I really do want to switch to somebody else. What is she wearing? Dark Justiciar Male. Yeah, stop showing me Belladonna. Maybe they have to talk to him. He can still make some good stuff. I'm just trying to see if I want to buy anything. Safeguard Shield versus the Sparky Sparks Wall. Swordmaster Gloves. You gain proficiency with short swords. And a +1 bonus to melee attack rolls. That's pretty cool. Studded leather armor +1. What is this? Scale mail +2. Rare medium armor. Is that going to be better for... Here we go. Now it's finally showing me what I want to see. 1 less slashing damage. Oh, this might be better. Gain a +1 bonus to initiative rolls. So I have that on both. Disadvantage on stealth checks is both. Dex mod to armor class, is that better? I don't know. Tough call. Tough call. +1 bonus to strength saving throws and checks. Oh, but this is heavy armor. I don't want heavy armor. Rare light armor.
Someone there.
Is that better than what he has? No, same thing. This is another rare medium armor, so let's go back to Karlak. Rare light.
Watch your back.
Oh. This is better for Astarion, because it's gain a +1 bonus to stealth checks. Yeah, I think we gotta buy that for him. We bought it. Where did it go? I mean, that's pretty fancy too. It's a good look. I don't like the color as much as I liked the color of the other one. Alright, I think we're officially selling the drow armor. And the drow hood. And you still have the Lifebringer for lightning charges. And I think we are going to get rid of some of this stuff that you're carrying. We don't need the Skybreaker. I can't believe the Sword of Life Stealing. Yeah, I don't know. The short sword of the First Blood is pretty freaking cool. I like what he has. Let us also take a look at some of the ranged options. It doesn't look like there's many good ranged options here. There's this. Darkfire Shortbow. Resistance to fire and cold. Weapon enchantment +2 and haste. Alright, well what are you using? Just a Githyanki crossbow? 4 to 16, 5 to 13.
A long way to go still.
But we do have this spark one for him, so maybe
It hardly seems fair on the other.
for Shadowheart?
They're such wonderful personalities.
No. No. So he can only... Yeah, we just bought him new armor. I think we're okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else here that I'm like, gosh, I have to have that. But I don't think there is. Like, this is really cool, but I'd rather do more damage. He can probably still make some really cool stuff. I just don't want to accidentally give away the only Infernal Iron we have left. I have 1 Infernal Iron, and I don't want to accidentally give that away. Why is she wearing those instead of her boots? I don't know. Like, why am I still carrying around this bone? I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna just have Bella trade some stuff with him, I guess.
Sleep, so I might as well hammer. Need anything?
See, it doesn't tell me what I'm handing over.
Rare to get your hands on this stuff. Well done keeping it to hand.
There you are.
Be careful who you show that to. It might draw the wrong kind of attention.
Flawed Helldusk armor. Armor class 18. When you're hit by a foe within 2 meters, it might take 1 to 4 fire damage. It's heavy armor, though. No one can wear this besides me and Lae'zel. I guess I'll send it to Lae'zel. Okay.
Can't sleep, so I might as well hammer. Need anything?
Let's see. Found a
Perhaps
material
you've
you could work
misplaced
with.
it. I'll be here should you find it again.
Ah, okay, so I'm out of stuff to give him. That probably was my last bit of infernal iron, sadly. Alright, let's just take a look at the map now. So we're here. We have a quick travel. We're supposed to meet them at the bridge. Weirdo was here that's like, help me get my revenge. And then if we zoom out, we've got investigate the House of Healing for the Thaniel thing. Punish the wicked is he who's not named, or whatever his name is. I keep wanting to say he who must not be named, but that's definitely Harry Potter. Infiltrate Moonray's towers and rescue the tieflings. Alright, so I mean, the first thing is if we can ban the shadow curse, that would be amazing. But I feel like poor Shadowheart's gonna have some stuff to say about that. If this whole thing is like a battle between
There's more where that came from.
Shar and Selûne, we're definitely going the Selûne way. Sorry, Shadowheart.
Road ahead. Poor Karlach. She can finally seek out the touch of another, only to be told she might not have much time left.
Yep. Your wound is causing you too much pain, Shadowheart. There must be a way to heal it.
Pain is the gauntlet that all who love Lady Shar must endure. Only her embrace can truly heal me. To try and salve myself would do nothing but shame me in the Night Singer's eyes.
Okay. You should not have to suffer in order to be true to your faith. Or, what if your wound pains you at the wrong moment? It could cost us dearly. I could try the religion check. I don't think I have... Yeah, there's no bonuses to a religion check for me. Whoa! Nat 20!
Perhaps you're right. And perhaps one day I won't have to suffer. But I don't think that day has arrived yet. Lady Shar will ease my pain when she wishes to.
Okay. Okay. You have anything to talk about before we move on?
I did miss that face, you know.
Do you like your new armor?
Soldier?
You got your second upgrade. How does it feel?
Like I got something back. Something I've wanted for a really long time. When I touched you, I felt like a real person. My heart was racing, but I didn't hurt you. I don't have to be afraid of myself anymore. I don't have to hold back. Not sure the world's ready for unleashed Karlach, but it's getting it anyway. Thanks to Dammon. Thanks to you. Thanks to fate.
What about what Dammon said about how your engine won't survive in the material plane?
Ugh, I don't want to think about that now.
Okay.
Misery always overstays its welcome, and joy leaves too soon. I'll cry later, but not now.
Okay. Fair. What do you do with your newfound freedom?
Touch everything! Touch everyone that'll let me. Shake hands, dance a waltz, maybe even kiss a face or two if I find a good candidate. The world's my funhouse.
I know you were eyeing up Withers. I'm very glad you got what you wanted.
Me too, soldier. Gods, me too. For every knock we take, I feel like I get a little treat just to keep me going.
Okay. Now, to move on.
It'll need to. Cleric's magic won't hold out the darkness forever.
I don't typically travel with Karlach. She's definitely handy in a fight, but then I have no magic wielders. Other than Shadowheart, who's, you know, not really a mage. So, do I want to trade out Karlach for either Gale or Will? That's my...
God's blood, this is heavy.
Everybody's doing okay.
It's for a good cause.
We're gonna go back to camp. Yagashobi, thank you. Posture check. Appreciate it. Okay. Karlach, I'm glad you got what you wanted, friend. I'm gonna ask you to chill in camp a little bit.
Sounds boring.
Sorry.
Oh, fine. I'll be here eating dirt or whatever.
You can be here getting friendly with Withers or Will. Maybe. Alright, I think I'm gonna pick up Gale. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, too.
I know well the pain of seeing your life's hourglass running empty. Grasping at any means of slowing the grains as they slip inexorably through your fingers. Karlach's fate may be ordained, but her actions are not. She will make each breath count. You can be sure of that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what Will has to say.
How beautiful it must be to know you can hold a hand, caress a cheek after going so long without. We'll get Karlach fixed up, right? There's always a way. There has to be.
The cultists have taken your father to Moonrise Towers. Florix confirmed it.
Then we know our mission. All roads converge at Moonrise.
Can we trust Floric? The Absolute's cult is headquartered there. What do you think they want with your father? Why bother with Ravengard? The cults either murdered him or infected him by now. Can we trust Floric?
I was 11 when the Councillor spotted and slayed an assassin who stalked father from the shadows. I was 13 when she brought word of a goblin warband advancing on Rivington. Her keen scouting saved 100 lives that day. The Councillor's loyalty to my father is beyond question. She's as steady as Tyr's heartbeat, as upstanding as the Sword Mountains. Father's at Moonrise Towers, and we need to save him.
Okay. They must have taken your father, but what? But for what?
They want violence, they want control, they want Baldur's Gate. Who better than Grand Duke Ravengard to surrender it? Who better than the commander of the Flaming Fist to dismantle its defenses? They will infect him, and the city's guardian will become its ruin, unless we put a stop to it.
To Moonrise, then.
We can't and we won't. The shadows be damned.
Alright, I feel like this is more Will's story section. He has an interest in going, as Forlorn Knight said, so we're going to bring him with. We do need to level him up, because it's been a bit since we used Will. I love the way that... we spec'd out Will's Eldritch Blast. It makes me so happy. Gained a passive, Eldritch Invocations. Gained a spell. We have a new spell. Banishment, Blight. Dimension Door. Fire Shield. Wreathe your body in flames that shed light in a 3-meter radius. Provide resistance to fire or cold damage. And retaliate against melee attacks. But that probably hurts everybody. Wall of Fire is great. Counterspell could be great. Fear. Grant Flight, good. Gaseous Form. yourself and an ally. I feel like we need that. Eldritch Invocations. In your study of occult lore, you have unearthed Eldritch Invocations, fragments of forbidden knowledge that imbue you with an abiding magical prowess. Antagonizing Blast, this was my favorite. We do have Beast Speech, so you can speak with animals at will. So that's why I couldn't speak with animals before, because Will is my character to do that. Book of Ancient Secrets. Dreadful Word. Sculptor of Flesh. Polymorph is great. Mire the Mind. Sign of Ill Omen. Armor of Shadows. Beguiling Influence. Devil's Sight. You can normally see in darkness. Fiendish Vigor. You can cast False Life on yourself at will. Mask of Many Faces. One with Shadows. Thief of Five Fates. 1 per long rest, you can cast Bane using a Warlock spell slot. Bane targets up to 3 creatures. They receive a 1d4 penalty to attack rolls and saving throws. I think I enjoyed... Polymorph could be cool. Slow is good too. Let's get slow. Okay. Will is ready to go. Leave camp.
Arms down.
I saw Dante said, just a heads up, Nate's having a bad day right now. Okay. Well, didn't the game just start 12 minutes ago? How bad could it be? Or maybe that's the wrong question to ask. Alright, I'm going to save the game right now. And we've made some really solid progress today. Oh, wow. Already? Yikes. We're going to save the game. And honestly, I am going to be the kind partner that I strive to be when it comes to my marriage. And this is a very important game for him. So I'm going to take over Logan watching duties. My husband watched Logan so that I could stream today and hang out with all of you. This game, like I said, is very important to him, so I'm going to go tag him out on the Logan responsibilities so that he can cheer on his team and hopefully turn this around. Chris, you said I always come at the end of your streams. Chris, join the Discord. I always post my schedule for the week in Discord, so then that way you can know when it is. And you still may only be able to come for the end of the streams, but I appreciate you being here regardless. So thank you all so very much for being here today. Please know how much I appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope you're able to relax. If you care about the football game, I hope that it goes the way that you'd like it to. Go sports. Football is not really my thing, but Baldur's Gate 3 is my thing. And so I've loved all of your input and insights as we played through the Last Light In section today and branched our timeline just a little bit. So be kind to one another. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll probably put up a raid during the ending screen. So we'll raid a good friendo of the channel, and I will see you all soon. I anticipate the next time I'll be streaming is this Tuesday for the Indie Game Showcase that I like to do every Tuesday, so I'll see you then. Bye, friends. Be well. Bye.